Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Liverpool Cricket Club here in Aigburth, day 3 of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Lancashire and Derbyshire. The Lancashire players, and indeed the Derbyshire players, have just about finished their preparations ahead of a start on time at 10:30. 96 overs to be bowled today. We're still catching up for a bit of time lost already in the game. It's been a good 2 days cricket so far, in which Lancashire, in truth, have been the better side across the 2 days. In the next few minutes, Derbyshire will resume on 120 for 7 in their first innings, replying to Lancashire's 219 all out. We'll be broadcasting again from our commentary tent, which is just to my right-hand side here. We're going to hear from Danny Lamb, who got 3 wickets yesterday on a special day for Danny Lamb. It was his birthday. He was 25 yesterday. We'll hear from him shortly. George Balderson also with 3 wickets as well, and what turned out to be another good day for the Red Rose. So we'll hear from Lamb, reflecting on his performance and on a special day for him, being the birthday, and also, as well, his thoughts on what it's like to have so many young players in the Lancashire team as well for this fixture. But before we do that, before we hear from Danny, let's catch up and reflect back on the second day.
It's from the pavilion end, and this is a little edgy, but it's the first class runs for Jack Morley. Disappears down towards, or through the slips. Dahl to Morley. So edged it is, and taken by Hussain, playing away from his body and reaching for it.
See that? Reese is in. Oh, that's an inside edge down towards fine leg. Connors is giving chase. Will he get there? Yes, he will. He bends down to pick up, and they come back for a second. 2 above them in the table, of course. As Reese bowls, it's a wild swing, and he's caught by Wayne Madsen at first slip, right in front of his face. Well, no, I thought you might have. Is it? It's coming.
He's been saying that all morning.
Yeah, he has. So he's in. Oh, and he's caught behind Lewis Reese. Finger goes up. Reese just took the edge of his bat, and an early breakthrough when he's in the field. Madsen waits. It's a wide one, and he cuts it away for 4 runs. It's just about got the legs to get there. He put everything into it. Derbyshire batsmen certainly wouldn't want to go off.
Absolutely not. No. Here's Lamb. Yeah, it's an edge. It is. Godleman playing forward. Second wicket for Lamb. Edge through to the keeper. Lamb for Lancashire balls. Big appeal for LBW. He's gone. It's 2 in the over for Danny Lamb, and 3 so far in the day. In the middle here is Lamb for Lancashire, in a balls to Critchley. He's pushing forward, and the ball zips through into the gloves of down a bit. Yeah.
Balderson to continue from the river end. Bowls to Madsen. Balderson in outside the off stump, left alone by Madsen.
Oh, here he is tearing in with 3 wickets to his name, bowling to Critchley. And then he plays forward, and there's a lot of excitement.
Oh, I don't want it. There's nothing worse than being in cricket ground when it's raining. This next delivery strikes the pad. He's a long way forward, but he's been given. And another wicket for Lancashire, and a first one for George Balderson.
See if they can piece something together this afternoon with the bat. Lamb to Critchley. It's a nice shot. It's driven straight down the ground. And 2 Lancashire players, Messrs Burrows and Willis, in the end, just running alongside the ball towards the boundary rope. 4 runs to Critchley.
That he was Harry's cousin. As this next delivery is, it's a wild swing at that one. He's going to get 4 runs for it as well. Finn strikes the pad, goes out into the onside. They've gone through for a leg by. It was all a bit shambolic, and he's hit the stumps as well. Picking the ball up on the turn, dislodged the bails. In fact, he's knocked one of the stumps out of the ground there.
Burrows into Critchley. Ooh, crack, it's a short ball. He's actually gone to duck it. They're asking him as to whether he's out, and he's given it.
I thought it was a good appeal.
Oh goodness, yeah. Critchley there has ducked a ball that he thought was going to be short, and going over the top, trying to get underneath it, and he's crouched down low into his crease. George Burrows has said, well, is that out? Oof. In this game, the Lamb balls, Hudson Prentice clips it a little uppishly, but through mid-wicket, and that'll be Hartley bringing Hudson Prentice down the pitch. He's worked that very nicely through the onside. That'll be 4 runs. That's a good shot. But today, Balderson in. It's edged. Oh, is it taken? It is. It's taken superbly by Tom Hartley. It's a fantastic catch. And Hudson Prentice departs, squared up by Balderson, and an edge grabbed wonderfully at third slip by Tom Hartley. Excellent piece.
On this occasion, as Sain takes a couple of steps down the track, and then the ball seems to just stop on him.
Situation, isn't he? A couple of lads
perfect,
on debut.
Yeah, perfect for them.
Into Dahl. Is that edged? It is, and taken by Keaton Jennings. And whose Dahl departs. He's gone for 7. Balderson picks up his 3rd wicket. And Keaton Jennings with his 2nd. Here is Balderson past the umpire, and they're saying drives. And drives pretty neatly straight past the bowler. Villas chasing after it. Oh, that's 4 runs. Good shot by Hussain. Every Bob Willis Trophy game so far, and he's impressed throughout the course of his early stage of his first-class career. He's also got 3 wickets as well. 1 for George Burrows for Lancashire, who made 219 with the bat. That brilliant.
McKinnon. Holland strike goes back into his crease and forces this one away for 4 runs. We haven't seen too many boundaries. That one's going to hit the advertising boards in front of us. Hussain waits and he's beaten.
Balderson to Hartley. Sorry, to Hussain, and that's played very nicely. That's 4 runs. Just cut away. Just a rare bit of width.
McKinnon waits. Bat flapping behind him. It's a big appeal for leg before wicket.
Balderson's in. Hussain pushing forward, groping at it, through to the keeper, no rail. 110 for 7. Here's Balderson for Lancashire. Hussain drives. Beautiful, lovely shot. Deserves 4. I think he'll get 4 for it as well. Using his feet to come towards the bowler. That's optimistic, is that? It's Balderson to Hussain. Oh, that's a nice shot. It'll step down the pitch. He'll get 4 through mid-wicket, I think. He does, to the right of mid-on. It's a lovely shot. He's played some lovely shots at Hussain. It's a really good little knock for him.
I'm not sure I can leave tomorrow morning's bulletins on Harvey Hussain's good knock, though. That's the problem.
He joins me. First and foremost, happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
How's your day been?
It's been very good, actually. I mean, I'd like to have topped it off with a fifer, or made a fifer, but you know what, 3 wickets is not too bad, and the team looking in a pretty decent position.
I mean, as days go for Lancashire, that's got to be right up there, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a new ball pitch, and it's definitely, from a seamer's point of view, got harder to take wickets as the ball's got older. But you know, I think as a unit we've restricted them very well. I mean, they've only gone under 2 and over. So they've been starved of runs, and we've managed to pick up obviously the 7, and hopefully early tomorrow morning we can come back and knock over the last few.
So a new ball pitch. So how pleased were you to get a chance to bowl with the new ball, Danny?
You know, I got really nervous. You know, I don't often bowl with a new ball, and it's got its own challenges, its own pressures, but I did it, and I thought I did a pretty good job. So I'm pretty pleased with myself. Yeah,
just a bit. You got onto a nice little rhythm, didn't you, early on?
Yeah, well, it didn't start that great. I mean, the first couple of overs, a bit short and a bit down leg, but yeah, I mean, found a bit of rhythm and went from there. Really, it was all about hit the right length and bring the drive into play. And I thought we reaped our rewards from that.
Did you feel like you settled in and the nerves eased when you got that first wicket?
Yeah, definitely. And also going at like no runs and over and stuff like that. That settles me. Going nowhere, I'm happy. So, and that's sort of my job. Well, my normal job would be as a 4-seamer, try and go for as little runs as I can and squeeze. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy.
You've not played many first-class matches, Danny, but if you're nervous in a team that's full of lads that have barely played a first-class game, I wonder how they were feeling.
I always get nervous, but I think the nerves help me. Yeah, I'd say I get less nervous in 2020s, like Rose's matches and stuff. Yeah, weird. But yeah, it's been a good day.
It has. And how nice is it to see some of the young lads, the two Georges. Mr. George, I might have Mr. George. The two young spinners as well. I mean, it's been a good day for some of the young lads, hasn't it?
I've been impressed with George Burrows. He bowled with decent pace on a slow pitch. Obviously, that bizarre dismissal was probably all over Twitter and Instagram and stuff like that. And Jack Morley bowled very nicely, probably unlucky not to pick up a pole. But again, as a whole unit, I thought we bowled very, very well and kept it nice and tight.
It's been a fantastic competition for introducing some young players, hasn't it, this year? I think I'm right in saying there's been 7 first-class debuts this season by Lancashire players, which is a fantastic achievement, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, early exposure to first-class cricket is crucial in your learning, because there's no matter how good you net and how hard you practice, there's nothing that can get you ready for first-class cricket other than playing. So that early exposure is perfect for the young lads. Perfect.
Clearly, they've got a lot at stake here because they're still trying to reach the final. But from Lancashire's point of view, you want to end this competition well, don't you? Try and win the game.
Get a win. Yeah, definitely. Hopefully, stop them doing that.
Perfect. Well, I hope you enjoyed your birthday and well bowled. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks for the mention on the commentary as well. 35? Are you joking me?
And we're going to start on time in the next 2 or 3 minutes as well, with Derbyshire 124-7 in their first innings on what was again a good day for Lancashire. They've enjoyed a good couple of days here in Merseyside, having made 219 with the bat in the first innings, including a very impressive 94 by Josh Bohannon. They then reduced Derbyshire to all sorts of bother. At one stage 44 for 5 and then 61 for 7. And now 124-7 Derbyshire, with Harvey Hussain on 44 and Matty McKiernan on 19. 3 wickets for George Balderson, 3 for Danny Lamb as well. Derbyshire will be hoping to reach 200, a magical number for Derbyshire. If they can get to 200, get that batting bonus point and then go on to win this game, they still have a chance of reaching the Bob Willis Trophy final. As for Lancashire, well, they're trying to end their group campaign with a victory. The players are out and we're starting on time in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Yes, greetings for everybody now. Well, just a little update there for BBC Radio Lancashire's FM frequencies, but a very warm welcome, medium wave listeners 855 on the BBC Sport website and app, with BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Manchester, and across the glorious pictures on Lancashire Cricket TV with the live stream where you've been hearing from Danny Lamb on what was a good day for him. It was his birthday and he got 3 wickets as well, so he enjoyed himself, I'm sure, yesterday. And before that, just some highlights of what was a good day for the Red Rose. They bowled really well. They'd have been thrilled with how they went about things yesterday. There is for Derbyshire, with that man on screen there, Harvey Hussain, and Matty McKiernan, just a glimmer of hope for Derbyshire, as Hussain pushes away this first delivery from George Balderson out into the offside. There is no run. This partnership absolutely crucial just to keep Derbyshire in the contest, in the game, because they were in all sorts of bother when the 7th wicket fell. Anuj Dal fell, 61 for 7. and in danger of it all unfolding rather rapidly. But Harvey Hussain and Matty McKinnon were able to come together and just try and settle things down for Derbyshire, and it gives them a chance of trying to get at least to 200, try and get that batting bonus point, and see if they can, obviously from Derbyshire's point of view, go beyond the 200. And they still need to win the game as well. But we'll see how the day unfolds. There's a little delay here. We can see George Balderson, umpire Graham Lloyd, the Lancashire captain there, Dane Villas, with his hands on his hips, and Danny Lamb's involved in this as well, George Burrows, now Josh Bahanan. They all want to have a quick look at this because there's a slight problem with the bowler's footmarks. The ground staff here have been terrific, and the ground in Liverpool, the way it's dealt with the amount of rain on Wednesday for the T20 match here against Notts Outlaws, which was abandoned without a single ball bowled. There's been an awful lot of rain has fallen. The ground is a wee bit soft, and having just to do a few running repairs. Look at that, that's a big old hammer, isn't it? Give that a bit of a bash into the ground. There we go. Classic bashing. That'll work a treat. And then George Balderson scoops up some sawdust to help measures as well. You can't beat a big old hammer and a bit of sawdust. I mean, that just basically is all you need to repair the pitches. Nothing too fancy. Big pile of sawdust, bash it down with a hammer. So yeah, they're having to work hard there with a little bit of the soft underfoot, a little soft underfoot. But I'm sure we'll be fine. So yeah, they've got themselves an opportunity here, Derbyshire. We'll hear from Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby in the next few minutes. We'll get his view on where Derbyshire are. But Hussain, I thought, batted terrifically well. 44 he was resuming on this morning. He faced 133 deliveries for his 44 runs yesterday. Matty McKinnon alongside him on 19, and a partnership that just about keeps Derbyshire in the game. And in the broader picture, it just about keeps them in with a chance of trying to reach the Bob Willis Trophy final. It would be a pretty monumental turnaround from 61 for 7. If they were to go on and even avoid defeat in the game, would be a great achievement. If they were to go on and win it and then reach a final, that would be a magnificent end to what's been an impressive group campaign for Derbyshire, which started with that fabulous win at Trent Bridge. But we shall see how the day unfolds. 96 overs to be bowled today. And we've already got a little bit of a delay because of a bit of soft turf, but there we go. Don't be sawdust to the hammer. Look at that, just the job. That'll do. How many people does it take to fix a pitch? Well, it takes about 4 or 5 cricketers looking, an umpire, and one groundsman with a big plunger. he's done his bit. He's put a few running repairs in place. It's George Balderson. 3 for 49. He's had one delivery so far this morning, and he's back into Harvey Hussain. That's pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. Of course, we're completing the over which started last night. We went off for, well, I thought it was rain, but one of the benefits of broadcasting from an outground is that you can speak to the players on the pitch. So I asked Josh Bahanan if it was raining. He said no, it wasn't, but it's a bit dark. So we went off for a bit of bad light late on last night. So we're wrapping up this over. Oh, young George is not happy neither. He's still not happy with this. He wants some more sawdust. So he's scooped up some more sawdust. Dane Villas is there. He's scratching around with his spikes there. That's it. Pop that down. Do a little bit more. Bang it into place. Go on. Give it a bit of a boot. That'll do. That's it. Clean your hands. So yeah, we're following on. We're completing the over which started late on last night, before the players all went off for bad light. And this is a rather long over which started last night. It's taking some completing this morning as well. There is Balderson. He's running in from the river end, running in towards the pavilion. And Hussain off the front foot, pushing into the offside. There is no run. Lancashire were very chirpy yesterday, and why not? They had a brilliant day. They've got a team full of kids. They've got a lot of young players, and they're all chirpy and bundles of energy, and they enjoyed the day yesterday. And they bowled very, very well. They were nice and chatty in the field, and they'll be hoping that if they can break this partnership, which was a real gritty, gutsy partnership between these two last night, then they'll be able to wrap up this innings relatively quickly. But obviously Derbyshire have got other thoughts. Oh, Sainz come down the pitch. Oh, and that's burst through slips and gone down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Well, that will be a chance, I suspect, at the end of that over. 124 for 7. Harvey Sainz now 2 away from 50, but that edge bursting through the slip cordon and down towards the boundary, so he's a couple away from a very impressive half century. Well, I'm sure we'll see back on the replay with regards to whether that was just how good an opportunity that was there for Lancashire to pick up a wicket. Oh my goodness, we're digging the end out. Did you hear that, umpire Graham? Look, this is major work being repaired. 1 more over and then we'll dig the end out, says umpire Graham Lloyd. Crikey. Call for the JCB. We're going to be churning up the pitch. It needs digging out. That sounds quite dramatic, doesn't it? It will be Danny Lamb, the star of yesterday, who will open up the bowling from the pavilion end. 3 wickets for Lamb, 3 for 35 on his 25th birthday. Albeit he gave me a bit of stick yesterday because apparently I said he looked 35, not 25. Commenting on good-natured, bit of fun, but he bowled lovely, and he's of this attack, which is full of teenagers or boys in their early 20s. Despite the fact he's only played 6 or 7 first-class games himself, he's kind of a senior member of it, isn't he? Here comes Lamb bowling to McKiernan. It's turned away into the onside. Oh, here we go. The groundsman just to my left-hand side now. He's left the hammer. The big plunger has been put back into the groundsman's shed. He's got a spade and a bucket, and that's an enormous spade as well, and a big bag of something, some extra soil or something to fill the hole with, I guess. Is it Lamb back into McKiernan? It's turned away into the onside, picked up by Tom Hartley at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Danny Lamb's having a little scratch around too at that pavilion end. There's quite a sizable pile of sawdust to the just by the side of the stumps. So yeah, they're having to do a few running repairs here. 124 for 7. McKiernan waiting and playing forward, and that beats him. It's through to the keeper, George Lavelle, and there is no run. I'm just adjusting that little pile of sawdust. We heard umpire Graham Lloyd turn round and say, yeah, 1 more over and we'll dig the end up. Crikey. McKiernan on 19 and Lamb moving in from the pavilion end and bowling to McKiernan. Shoulders, arms through to the keeper, George Lavelle, and there is no run. I thought Daniel Lamb spoke very nicely yesterday. He was reflecting on how nervous he was. If you've been with us since the start, you'll have heard and seen Danny speaking last night, into which we ran for you again this morning, and he said he was a little nervous. Into McKiernan and presses forward and beats him through to the keeper, no run. So he got more nervous yesterday. Look at this for weird psychology of a sportsman. He got more nervous yesterday bowling in front of, well, obviously nobody, behind closed doors here at Egberth, than he did bowling in a Roses T20 match when there's 20,000 people in the ground. Isn't that utterly bizarre? The psyche of a sportsman. But that responsibility, I guess, of opening the bowling with the new ball, with the young attack. He bowls to McKiernan, steered down through third man. Rob Jones will scamper after that towards the boundary. McKiernan's come back for a couple, so he moves to 21. Score moves on to 122. 6 for 7. He did have a few nerves yesterday. Daniel Lamb didn't show. He bowled very nicely. That's the end of the over. Here we go. We've got a big running repair job now, Dave Fletcher. The groundsman's come on. Umpire Graham Lloyd said, and I quote to the groundsman, "We'll dig this end up." Yeah. Oh, why can't we hear you? I don't know. Got some running repairs to do with Dave Fletcher. We'll plug you in somewhere. I think we've got you now. Yeah, I think so. Oh, we'll have a little fettle with Dave's microphone. We'll have a little fettle. While we're doing some running repairs on the pitch, we'll do some running repairs in our commentary box. So we've got the groundsman who's scraping the spade along the surface.
How about that?
Oh, we've got you now. Excellent.
I pressed the wrong button.
Oh, that doesn't help. So we've got running repairs out in the middle and running repairs in the commentary box.
Yes, well, I was worried about missing a lot because, of course, cricket always comes behind Culture Club and the weather. So I was way a bit longer than I anticipated, unfortunately. Okay. But I noticed, just talking down the line, I said, "Oh, we've had one delivery and the umpires aren't happy with the footmarks." And obviously Graham Lloyd had some concerns, didn't he, as Balderson bowled that first delivery.
He said, "Dig it up."
I didn't hear him say that, but they've got all sorts. They've got some concrete mix going on out there and all sorts by the look of it.
And Bob the Builder.
Yeah. So, and we've already had one heart in mouth moment, haven't we, for Derbyshire? That edge by Harvey Hussain through the slips for 4 in the first over as well. I think it's going to be one of those mornings, you know, for Derbyshire supporters. So much rests on these two, with Sam Connors and Matty McKeon in the come. Sam Connors can hang around and he can also hit the ball very hard, but I'd prefer him to hang around. Unfortunately, Dustin Melton appears to be able to do neither. You'd have thought a man who's 6'3" and likes an hour or two in the gym, you'd have thought Dustin would have been able to clobber the ball a long way, but we've seen no evidence of it so far. The hand-eye coordination's letting him down a touch, which is a real shame. He's a top bloke, but he can't bat. And admitted as much himself on Sunday night when I spoke to him. So after he'd picked up his 3 wickets, he's going to have a job to do, hopefully with the ball in hand. And Lewis Rees said a couple of interesting things last night as well to me. Balderson from the River End, repairs completed. That one comes off on edge, and it also beats Josh Bohannon at backwood point as he scrambled away to his left-hand side. They'll come back for 2, and they'll settle for 2 as well. Harvey Hussain moves up to a very well-deserved, I think it should be said, 50 for Harvey Hussain. Well batted him. He moves to exactly 50 in his 51st first-class match. And that is the 18th time in first-class cricket that Harvey Hussain has got to a half-century, and on 2 occasions he's gone on to make 100. Can he make that 3? And if he does, well, Derbyshire might be very close to where they need to be at 200. I'll give you the details of Harvey Hussain's half-century in just a moment. But Balderson's on his way in again from the River End. Hussain takes a couple of steps down track and clips it out into the mid-wicket area where Danny Lamb is doing the fielding. 138 balls and 6 fours.
Super knock
for Harvey Hussain, who's done very well.
He has, yeah. I mean, that's proper standout innings, isn't it, for the young man? You mentioned obviously a player that Lancashire know well, who's Brooke Guest, who's now with Derbyshire, and there's competition clearly for the gloves at Derbyshire. Well, he's
stepped up, hasn't he?
Absolutely has, yeah.
He has stepped up, Harvey Hussain, and well batted him. He's got more work to do though, and this one is guided off the face of the bat down towards the vacant third man area. Again, it's Josh Bohannon who has to go and do the fielding, and again they pick up 2 runs and move on to 130 for 7. So they are... Shouldn't have started that. I think they're an 1/8 of the way towards what they need to get this morning. That's what they are. They've scored 10 of the 80 runs. That's exactly what they are. An 1/8.
And 200 is
12.5%.
Is the magical number, isn't it?
It is the magical number, because it would nudge them ahead of Essex and Worcestershire.
Okay.
And they're behind Essex and Worcestershire in terms of wins in Essex's case, and wickets taken, which I believe was the second of the criteria. They're behind by about 11, which is probably 11 too many, because Worcestershire, if they got to go on and win their game, would take another 10 wickets, and I don't think Derbyshire can take 21 in the second innings here. That would be a remarkable achievement.
It would be unusual.
We'd be witnessing history.
Okay, so we'll keep our eye on that. So 200 is the main figure at the moment, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, that's what we need to get to. And this next delivery, flashes through. Does it took the edge?
I think he did.
Yeah, because it's been taken by not Keaton Jennings, Rob Jones.
Whether it went to him on the full or whether it bounced in front, but looking at the way Rob is kind of standing up and one or two of the chins are towards the chest, you're wondering, well, that was a chance again put down. There's been perhaps 2 opportunities which have gone through the slips today.
Both of them off George Balderson, who's bowled nicely, hasn't he? 3 for 57, his figures, and he has bowled nicely. Mainly from the river end. Harvey Hussein's living on the edge here as Balderson bowls to him, and he clips this one off the face of the bat to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Danny Lamb, and there's no run.
Sounds like a Bon Jovi song, that, Living on the Edge.
Yes. Yeah, that was the slightly less successful version. First draft. No, edge doesn't sound right. What are we gonna put in there instead?
Well, they might need a wee bit of luck going their way. Only 3 wickets remaining, and going to try and muster another 70 runs.
Hussain waits and full face of the bath, sets off for what would have been quite a dangerous single, but to the noise of Matty McKinnon saying wait there, and he does wait there, which is good news, and it's the end of the over. 130 for 7, 21 to Matty McKinnon. Is that right? How's he got to 21?
He has got to 21.
He's got to 21, which is good. I think I only ask that because he's not far off his highest score in first-class cricket. In fact, this is his highest score in first-class cricket, 21 not out. So he's justified his position as the specialist number 9 batsman.
I was about to say, we didn't see him ball, did we? So he'll want to try and contribute somewhere along the line. You know, would be.
You want to feel part of it,
don't
you? Yeah, I think so.
He's done his bit so far. I mean, at least he batted well last night. It came together at 60 odd for 7.
Yes. Yeah, 61.
It was messy, wasn't
Blimey.
it? Lamb to McKinnon. It's, stroked away quite calmly through the covers for a single. 22 now to McKinnon, 131 for 7.
Drinks all round then, another high score for Matty McKinnon. Have to pay everybody a drink tonight in the hotel, I think. I'm sure it still works like that.
I think it does, doesn't it? A socially distanced drink.
Yes, yeah. All in their own rooms.
It's done over Zoom.
Linked together on one giant Zoom call. Blimey.
Oh dear. 3 slips in place with Hussain facing Daniel Lamb. So there's Keaton Jennings at first slip, Rob Jones at second, and Tom Hartley at third slip. Bohannon just backward a point. Davis at cover. Here's Lamb to Hussain. Down the leg side, not taken by Lavelle. Can Balderson come around and cut the ball off where it reaches the boundary rope? He can. And come back for 2 byes. He remains on 52, does Hussain, and score advances on to 133 for 7. To complete the field, there's a mid-off is the captain, Dane Villas, mid-on and mid-wicket.
There's no finer sight, is there, than the wicketkeeper leaping the full stretch. My chair's very noisy, isn't it?
Very creaky chair you've got this morning, Fletch.
I might swap it for one to my left, actually. This is the same chair, but having 2.5 days of me sitting on it has made it slightly creaky.
It's a fair old rattle.
And, I'll change it.
We've got an early morning plane taking off. How exciting. Here's Lamb to Hussain. It's off the front foot, which he pushes into the offside, no run. We've had late afternoon flights on Sunday and Monday. I've not seen a single flight take off from Liverpool Airport in the morning yesterday or on Sunday, but we have one leaving at 10 to 11. Destination unknown. But it's disappearing into the great yonder.
Listen to this.
Oh, that's a nice quiet chair. Yeah, that's nice.
Nothing.
No
That's the
squeak.
second plane that's gone up today. I don't know.
It's
Yeah.
early morning flight. What's going on? Lamb to Hussein. Down the leg side. Taken by Lavelle. Perhaps not too far off the inner edge of the bat there, the way that Lancashire reacted to it. Lots of chat behind the batsman there. Keaton Jennings nattering away to Tom Hartley. There's that Alex Davis ferociously polishing the ball. Lobs it back to his captain Dane Villas. Looking at the games up and down the country in the Bob Willis Trophy, they're playing everywhere, including at Headingley.
Huh?
Didn't get a single ball yesterday at Headingley, but they're underway today. Lamb to Hussein, that's a glorious shot. That's 4 runs, a beautiful knock. He's hit some super straight drives, Harvey Hussein, in this innings, and that's another one. Through straight mid-on for 4 runs. It moves to 56 and the score to 137 for 7.
It's getting to the point where it's the hope that kills you. Because they've lived on the edge, especially Harvey Hussein, but he's had most of the strike, hasn't he, this morning? But we know what he's capable of. And he knows what he's capable of as well, I'm sure.
Is there any equation where Derbyshire could still reach the final without getting to 200?
Complete washouts at Chelmsford, I think.
So
that game finishing in a draw.
A draw, right.
But even then, they still have to win.
Hussein tucks this ball into the onside, where Burrows comes round from mid-wicket to field. End of the over, 137 for 7. Harvey Hussein on 56. Marty McKinnon on 22. Okay.
I was drafting, because I do the clips now at the close of play for the newsreader in the morning. So I got home last night. I thought I'd usually do them at home if I can. And I was sitting there trying to write a cue that would explain Derbyshire's position in terms of the 200 without it becoming overcomplicated. And it was still quite complicated, but it didn't include the Essex not winning scenario, which would. But you can't imagine. I mean, that game's well advanced. They're in the 3rd innings of that match already, aren't they, down at Chelmsford? You can't imagine there's not. If Essex lost that game, which seems highly unlikely, then that would put Derbyshire in the box seat if they could draw the game, which is madness, really. But we'll wait and see.
Say that one more time.
If Essex lose and Derbyshire draw, Derbyshire would finish above Essex.
Oh, how exciting!
There's Balderson in again, and McKinnon, who's played very much the anchor role. It's not going to finish in a draw, is it?
Middlesex lead Essex by 35 runs with 2 wickets remaining.
Yeah, that's gone, hasn't it?
Rule that one out.
I think so.
Yeah.
So Essex will win that, which means that Derbyshire have to get to 200. Once Essex win, Derbyshire have to get to 200, and they might win it before Derbyshire get to 200 at this rate. Although they have speeded up a little bit this morning, in fairness, these two. And it's not about speed. As McKinnon defends this next delivery from Balderson back down the track.
Thanks to Glenn Hunt, who says the flight from Liverpool is off to Sofia. Thank you.
All right.
He must have got one of these little fancy flight trackers to tell us where the flight's come to.
Never been to Bulgaria. Well, that's not a surprise to my regular listeners. I've barely been anywhere. Austria, France, Spain. That's about it, really. America.
It's enough, isn't it?
Well, I think so. Balderson bowls and McKinnon pushes it out into the offside. Davis comes in to do the fielding from the covers. You can go anywhere on the internet nowadays, can't you? That's how I always look at it. You can look at pictures. It's the same kind of thing. We went to Anglesey for 15 years every summer on holiday.
What do you mean? You went there for 15 years and didn't come back?
Terrific summer holidays at Anglesey. Balderson bowls on the leg stump, and it's turned nicely by McKinnon down to fine leg, where Jack Morley does the fielding down there in the far distance. It's clouded over a little bit, but I think we're okay. I may have jinxed the weather by suggesting we'd have a full day on when I was talking to Sally Pepper earlier. But in fact, she pointed out that I had in fact jinxed the weather, which I do have a tendency to do. Well, if I had the power over the weather, imagine what you could do if you had the power over the weather. It'd be raining in Chelmsford now, I tell you.
That's mean.
Sadly, I don't have any such power. Hussain back on strike, waits, takes a couple of steps down the track and flicks it down to fine leg for a single. Balderson just goes a little bit too straight. And Hussain moves to 57 on 39 for 7 now, Derbyshire. 61 more runs for the, as Lewis Rees described it twice in the post-day's play interview last night, as the magic 200.
Oh, he's across the magic 200 as well, is he?
I asked Lewis Deploy was walking back to his car when I was walking across to get an interview, and I asked him, I said, have the players been discussing what needs to be done? And he said, in what respect? Hussain goes back into his crease, McKinnon, into his crease and pushes it out into the onside end of the over. 139 for 7, 57 to Hussain, and 23, a career high 23 for Matty McKinnon. I said, in respect of this game, Lewis, and what Derbyshire have to do to qualify, they need 200, don't they? And he said, yes. I thought, that'll do for me. And yeah, every single player is across the fact. Rees was very keen to stress that first and foremost, Derbyshire want to win the game, regardless of whether they can get through, which is interesting. They want to win the game, which is going to be tricky from this position, granted. He said, and then whatever happens, happens. So, but they'll have to get very close.
Lamb balls to Hussain. He's playing and missing, creeping towards the bowler there, and Daniel Lamb with his hands on his hips can't quite believe that he's not feathered that one behind to the keeper.
It's when he goes hard, isn't it? When he goes hard at the ball, he quite often misses it.
Yeah, when he's played back or from the crease, played straight, played late.
He knows exactly what's happening, but it's those when he puts quite a big stride in and goes hard at the ball, and quite often plays down the wrong line, or he just gets fooled by the ball moving.
Getting down the pitch towards the ball and clips the ball backward of square on the leg side for a single. Takes him to an excellent 58. I mean, the two standout performers with the bat in the game so far are Josh Bohannon and Harvey Hussain, and this is just as good a 58 as Bohannon's 94. Yeah. 140 for 7.
Well, somebody had to be Derbyshire's Josh Bohannon, didn't they? Somebody had to step up and get a big score, and obviously the top order was blown away by Lamb, primarily with those 3 wickets that he took either side of the rain delay yesterday.
McKinnon waits, plays forward in defence. Let me just hurry him up a fraction now, but pushes it back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
Steve Kirby, morning, Steve.
First lap of the outfield.
Yeah.
Why not? Nervous energy, you see, that'll be one, a bit of nervous energy.
It could be a bit of that. Could be a bit of that.
And have a little wander around. Did you see Glenn Chappell bowling this morning?
Unbelievable, wasn't it?
Pick him.
46. He'd get in our side.
Well, Lamb to McKinnon, he's forward and defending into the onside, no run. I think Lancashire put a little video up of his of him bowling. So if you're on Twitter, you'll be able to see it. But
it is astonishing. I mean, we've watched in a similar kind of thing, the T20 coach Dominic Cork, who's 50 this year. He bowls, and his action is still Dominic Cork, but there's no run up and there's no. I mean, that was Glenn Chappell. Could have been 20 years ago.
He's not officially retired.
Well, no.
I'm not sure if he's registered as a player, man.
He's playing finals day.
Lamb to McKinnon, who's going back and defending to mid-off, and there's no run.
Lancashire's finals day squad: Glenn Chappell, Flintoff, get Cork back. What a team that'd be. That would be a good veterans team, wouldn't you? You'd pay money to watch that.
Happily, without doubt, he would. Yeah. Get Malloy in, top of the order.
Yeah, he could still do a job, Mal.
Yeah. 3 steps waiting as Lamb comes in and balls to McKinnon, pushed into the offside, no run, end of the over. 140 for 7. 58 to Harvey Hussain, 23 to Matty McKinnon. Yeah, 46 Glenn Chappell, but still, he looks fit as a fiddle.
That was very. It was David Griffin just said, "Just turn around, please. Just turn around." I said, "Why?" Watch Glenn Chappell bowl here. It was incredible, brilliant stuff. It shows his enthusiasm, doesn't it, as well, for the. He's the coach of the team, but he wants to give them as much as he possibly can. And Balderson in and bowls. Hussain takes a couple of steps down the track and pushes it out towards mid-offer. Dane Willis does the filling. He wants to teach them, and the best way he sees as teach them is if he can bowl at them and he knows what he's doing with the ball, then he can say, right, well, if somebody's going to bowl that delivery, you need to be doing this as a batsman. Or
imagine if you're George Balderson, who's 19, or George Burrows, Moulton, who was in bowl in this game, Danny Lamb, even Tom Bailey, I'm sure, learning plenty from
absolutely. Brilliant. Balderson in. Hussain defends it back to the bowler, who stops it with his left hand. Stephen Kirby's made it all the way round to the gathering of Derbyshire coaches and players behind the bowler's arm at the moment. It's a player in shorts. I have a feeling it's Matt Critchley, but I wouldn't swear to it. They're a long way away.
Yeah, Matt Critchley.
Is it Matt Critchley in the shorts? I thought it just sort of moved a bit like Matt Critchley, so it's like a blurred image to me. Sadly, I need to go to the opticians, Scott. I really need to go to the opticians.
He says in the final Bob Willis Trophy match of the season.
I wasn't sure if I was allowed to go at the start.
Oh, that's a good point.
But I'm sure I am now. I'm about to get into the football season when I don't recognise anybody, so that could be problematic. Is Balderson in and bowls to Hussain, who goes back into his stumps, and there's no run. I'll just leave you for a moment.
A little bit of a delay there while George Lavelle, the keeper, wanted the helmet because he's now standing up, because Hussain has been quite keen to get forward, to use his feet both to Balderson and to Lamb this morning. Actually, he was the similar way he played yesterday. So Lavelle under the helmet now, crouching down behind the stumps. Here's George Balderson for Lancashire, off the back foot, pushing into the offside. And Alex Davis is at cover to field. There's no runs. So the Essex-Middlesex match, Middlesex 135 for 8. So just 2 wickets remaining, and the lead is just 38 runs. And the top of the table clash in Worcester between Worcestershire and Somerset, game taking place at New Row. Well, Somerset have lost a wicket this morning. Tom Abel, the captain, is the man out off the bowling of Jack Leach for 7. Balderson to Hussain, nudging the ball off the inner half of the bat, which works out towards Tom Hartley. Mid-wicket, no run. So Somerset 17 for 2 in their second innings. Fascinating contest that, because the lead is 68 with 8 wickets remaining, but the way that Somerset have started their second innings, you look at the number of balls faced by each batsman. Balderson to Hussain, well taken by Lavelle, standing up behind the stumps. End of the over, 140 for 7. Would tell you that perhaps a couple of things. One, that maybe the pitch is a little wee bit tricky to bat on, and that will be reflecting in the first innings scores. How well Worcestershire are bowling, and the significance of getting as many runs in front that Somerset are currently having to kind of absorb that pressure of building an innings. So a really intriguing contest there. Somerset 17 for 2 lead Worcestershire by 68 runs. Clearly the 2 games from Derbyshire's point of view, which we're keeping a close eye on. You wouldn't have thought it would be too long. We'll have a little break as the players sanitise their hands here. I think it would be too long before Derbyshire will know that 200 mark will be absolutely significant, because a couple of wickets away, Essex from wrapping things up against Middlesex, and as it stands, knocking off something that's not massively challenging. So everyone's up and running. They say there's no delays. All the third day games, or the final round of Bob Willis group games, are underway, and there are coverage, links to the commentaries and reports from all around the grounds on the BBC Sport website and app. You're with us on BBC Radio Lancashire's medium wave frequency as well, and watching Danny Lamb on Lancashire's live stream, about to start the next over.
He's bowling from the pavilion end to Matty McKiernan, who goes just slightly back into his crease and pushes it out into the onside In comes George Burrows, who's wearing a fresh pair of cricketing trousers today. Clearly, I think most of them will have more than one pair, and a good job too, because they were a bit of a mess yesterday. It is still a relatively damp. It's not damp on the surface outfield, but it's taken a lot of water over the past couple of weeks, and we've done remarkably well to get a game in here as McKiernan leaves this next delivery alone outside the off stump. I don't want to draw any parallels at all between Derbyshire's current 8th wicket stand and their record 8th wicket stand against Lancashire, but that was also between a wicket-keeper and an all-rounder, which at a push we could get Matty McKiernan the all-rounder. That was, however, Carl Cricken and Dominic Cork in 1996. They put on 198.
Oh, tremendous.
For the 8th wicket.
That'd do, wouldn't it?
It would do very nicely indeed, as McKiernan gets hit on the pad, and I'd almost cursed the entire proceedings. But Steve O'Shaughnessy wasn't interested. It was only a half-hearted appeal in any case. And McKiernan survives. So yes, as long as they get, well, they need another 60, so 139 would do nicely. And they would be chaired from the field as heroes. Possibly. There's still plenty of overs as well. We're only in the 70th at the moment, so another 40 overs to get them as McKiernan leaves this one outside the off stump. You just wonder how much urgency there might be. Say they go along at the current rate, which is fairly sluggish. A couple of runs and over thereabouts. They need these 60 overs. Well, 30 overs, yeah, they can do it if they just bat like they've been batting. And hopefully that'll be enough, but they have to stay out there, and that's the tricky part. Get some really fine bowling, including from this man Danny Lamb, who sends one down outside the off stump and through to wicketkeeper George Lavelle, and there's no run. Thanks to David Hurren for his I think they were kind words, I'm not sure. Downbeat delivery.
What was he?
No, it's great that the live stream's on, even if he only occasionally can catch up with the summary. He said, last summer via 5 Live Sports Extra, I found the joys of the downbeat delivery of Mr. Fletcher as McKiernan pushes this one out into the offside. It's Alex Davis who does the fielding. He says, Derbyshire might be top, but prospects hanging by a thread. As a Lancashire fan, he says it could go either way. Enjoy. It's always good to hear from people. Just realistic. I think realistic rather than downbeat. But apart from that, it's a very nice tweet you sent in there, David. Thank you for that.
I think it is. Yeah, it's wonderfully balanced, isn't it? It'd be terrific for the game if Derbyshire can get to 200. Ideally, get beyond it, obviously. But if they can get to 200 and they're pretty much level with Lancashire, it becomes a one-inning shootout. Yeah, great fun.
Yeah. And the onus is and the pressure is back on the Derbyshire bowlers, isn't it? Then, and poor old Lewis Rees will strap his bowling boots.
Balderson to Hussain. Well, he's leaning back and bellowing in the direction of Graham Lloyd, pleading for the umpire to raise his finger, but he's unmoved, Mr. Lloyd. That's the first real yelp we've seen, isn't it, this morning for LBW?
Yeah.
Ball hit him kind of on the thigh pad, really.
A couple of nicks on there from Harvey.
Yep, a couple of nicks.
The other Derbyshire player, incidentally, is clearly Billy Godleman. Apologies for not recognising him.
Same driving, but to cover where Davis fields, no run.
Walking around the ground, they've left the coaches, and Godleman and Matt Critchley are now in conversation with David Griffin. He's taken up his normal position on that small green bench. He doesn't look like he's going to get up very easily from that. It's quite low down, isn't it?
Yes, he's got his camera lens, hasn't he? Kind of perched up to his right-hand side. He's got a good view there on the green bench. Balderson to Hussain. Driven, but to mid-off, where Villas fields. And there's no run. You can just see on your screen now, behind Dave Villas there, a little snapshot of Dave on his green bench. 140 for 7.
He'll talk to anybody, of course. He loves the chat. Great company.
There's George Balderson. He's bobbing his way up, bowls to Hussain. And ledges, he tries to drive through the offside, it squirts down to backward point where Josh Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a little air really to begin with, wasn't it? It was never going to be a chance for Bohannon, but further evidence that these Derbyshire batsmen are going to live on their nerves for as long as they possibly can cling on out there.
In the 71st over of the first innings, Balderson comes into Hussain, playing a missing through to Lavelle.
He likes an appeal, doesn't he, Lavelle?
He does, yeah. I think he just likes to get himself involved, doesn't he?
He had a big appeal last night when he looked around at Keaton Jennings, who hadn't appealed, did he?
No.
That was fantastic. Big appeal, and he turns around and nobody was supporting the bowler, the slip fielder, nobody.
It was the look around to Keaton Jennings at first slip that was the funniest, wasn't it? He said, "Oh, Keaton, come on,
give us a chance."
Balderson, see Hussain tucked away to mid-on, no run. The end of the over, looks like it is indeed. So 71 overs gone of the Derbyshire first innings. 110 overs is the cut-off mark for bonus points. 71 gone, 140 for 7, 60 runs needed to get to 200.
Yeah, still 39 overs for those bonus points.
Time.
I mean, it's plenty of time, isn't it? It's not like they needed to get to 400 or anything like that.
No.
That would have been out of the question, clearly, but
time is not an issue, is it?
no. The only issue that time will bring in is once they get to bowl at Lancashire again, whatever the deficit or lead might be, it won't be much either way, hopefully, from a Derbyshire perspective. And you're looking at basically 5 sessions, aren't you? Well, perhaps even 4.5. Danny Lamb then to continue from the pavilion end here at Liverpool Cricket Club. Bowls to Matty McKinnon, who defends it towards mid-off. And there's no run. Keaton Jennings has just removed his cap and has, quite correctly, as Stephen Croft told us during the T20, has grown a foot taller. His hair has bounced out of it. It's like spring-loaded, and then he puts his cap back on and he goes back to his normal height. There we go. Incredible head of hair. McKinnon carves this nicely into the offside. It beats the dive of Alex Davis, who's chasing it towards the boundary's edge. He's going to be beaten by a teammate. The ball won't get all the way to the boundary. It was Josh Bohannon, of course it was. He raced all the way to the boundary. Every time I ask who that is, it's Josh Bohannon. That's why I chuckled, but it was Josh Bohannon, and they've come back for 3 runs. McKinnon has moved on to 26. Scoreboard a little bit behind.
It's a gentle pace.
There we go. 143. It moves up to 143 for 7. 26 not out. Matty McKinnon, career high. How he'd love a half century, I'm sure, against his former team. Still a long way to go. Sun comes out. Lamb bowls to Hussain, who pushes it out to the offside towards Davis. An extra cover. And there's no run.
You can see blue sky, Dave.
It's glorious. I've taken the hoodie off already, and that's very early in the day for me. Didn't even bring the coat out of the car. That sweater looks tricky to get off in one go. Always wear something with a zip all the way to the bottom. That's my motto.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. And it's a thicker jumper than yesterday as well, which could have been a foolish mistake.
Swap it for a gilet. Hussain takes 2 steps down the track and flicks this one away out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. It was in the air for a while. There was a man in at mid-wicket. That was Jack Morley, but it was at some distance to his left. And Harvey Hussain picks up his 8th boundary and moves on to 62 not out. Derbyshire to 147 for 7 now. And the more runs they get, the more nervous I become on their behalf, because I'm entirely neutral, as everybody knows. Only once in their history have Derbyshire gone through an entire season of first-class cricket unbeaten. David Griffin informs me.
Oh, right.
Which is also an interesting little sideshow to this game. I know it's only 5 matches, but
Yeah.
they've gone through a few where they didn't win any.
Well, exactly. In a group with with Notts, Yorkshire, Lancashire, having beaten Notts,
No, I think it'd be a terrific achievement.
Absolutely.
147 for 7. Hussein again, a couple of steps down the track, pushes it away into the offside. Good diving stop there by Alex Davis to his right hand side, thrust out the right arm, parried the ball, but it was enough to prevent the batsman from contemplating a single.
I'm sure regardless of whether Derbyshire reach the final or not, there'll be a lot to take going into next year. A lot of good individual signs from players.
Yeah.
Good young bowlers, some very good cricketers. Critchley, they're saying. Look at Rees, obviously a fine cricketer. I'm sure Madsen will find form again. Godwin's a good opening
That's
back.
the key. If the top 4 fire, then Derbyshire are a formidable 4-day side. If they don't fire, Hussain cuts this away off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. They've gone for 1, they'll come back for a second. Bohannon and Davis are chasing. Bohannon picks up, they come back for the 3rd. It's thrown towards the non-striker's end, and Harvey Hussain is home very comfortably indeed. I think poor old Danny Lamb had to look straight into the sun there as he tried to field that ball, the throw in from the boundary, and he just sort of parried it and then turned and rubbed his eyes. 150 up for Derbyshire, 150 for 7 in the 70. At the end of the 72nd over, Harvey Hussain now has 65. Matty McKinnon has 26. 66 not out Harvey Hussain's high score for the season at Leicestershire in the first innings. Much different circumstances there. He was basically the anchor to help Derbyshire get to 400, which they did, and a couple of batsmen batted around him. Anuj Dal notably came in and hit a quick fire 20 or 30 to just boost the run rate. Doesn't often score quickly, Harvey Hussain, but it's all about stickability really, isn't it, in this innings, and so far so good. He's had a couple of alarms, but he's still there.
He is. He's on strike waiting for Balderson to come in and bowl to him. So down the leg side and out of the gloves of George Lavelle, who's continuing to stand up to the stumps with Hussain, who's been eager to use his feet and get down the pitch to the bowlers this morning. 2 slips as well, Keaton Jennings and Rob Jones at first and second slip. Here's Balderson back at the top of his mark, striding up past umpire Lloyd and bowls to Hussain. Dabs the ball into the offside. It's stopped by Alex Davis with his right boot, and there's no run. In fact, Davis stops it with his boot and doesn't bother picking it up, leaves it to the captain. You pick it up. Dave Villas leans forward and scoops up the ball and gives it a bit of a polish. 150 for 7, Derbyshire. Balderson over the wicket to Hussain. Striking the ball cleanly enough, but stopped at cover, and there's no run.
The generator's noisy today, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Why? This whole marquee powered by a generator behind us. It's a fantastic setup.
It's the whole ground, the whole outground generated by the power from behind us. Balderson to Hussain, that's forward in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, the electric scoreboard away on the far side, and the scorers and their equipment, whatever they use. I can see a laptop from here. Shiny red one. Those red ones are slightly cheaper than the black ones. I was looking at laptops the other day. If you want a red one, you can get it cheaper than a... I thought, well, I'd have a red one then. It's no skin off my nose.
Balderson to Hussain, pushed again into the offside, no run.
I don't need one, but it's always nice, isn't it? I love looking at new things and thinking, yeah, I might buy one of those one day.
So you're just going to... Oh, right, you buy it for the sake of buying it?
It would have been.
Right, okay.
Yeah, which isn't a good way of going about it, is it really?
George Balderson, who's bowled so far from the river end this morning, to Hussain off the back foot, trying to work it into the offside. Gathered by Davis at cover, no run, end of the over, 150 for 7.
He's not happy with those footmarks, is he? Look at him.
He's struggled, hasn't he?
He's kicking away at them. Off he goes into the distance. Just be careful about putting his knee out there.
Middlesex are 9 down now, 143 for 9. So lead by 49 runs, 1 wicket remaining. So Essex will be on the charge for victory at some point today.
Yeah, Derbyshire will know exactly what they have to do. They need another 50 runs. There'll be about that many that Essex will require for victory, won't it? In all probability. We're going to see a change of bowling for the first time today. We're going to see Tom Hartley with his off spin from the pavilion end. Bowled nicely yesterday. I don't think he picked up a wicket, but I could be wrong. No, he didn't. But he still bowled nicely.
Batted quite nicely too, didn't he?
Yeah. It's not all about wickets.
Yeah, 16 overs, 5 maidens for 24, Tom Hartley.
Yeah. Difficult to get away. Certainly. And he's going to be bowling initially to Matty McKiernan, who we didn't see bowl in the first innings at all. He may have a part to play second time around, who knows. Jennings, who always stands at slip, is at slip. George Burrows has come away to deep backward square leg, just away to our right hand side. He's there for the misplaced or mistimed sweep. This one is turned into the leg side and he comes in off the boundary, does Burrows, to do the fielding. Single to McKiernan. He moves on to 27 and Derbyshire 251 for 7. Should mean that Essex win. Derbyshire always had to win this game anyway, so
yeah,
that doesn't change. Somerset 24 for 2.
Tough going there, isn't it?
Yeah. They lead Worcestershire by 75 as Hussain defends this next delivery back down the track. Worcestershire bowled out for 200 exactly, and that was very important. If they'd have been bowled out for 199, Derbyshire wouldn't have needed 200 necessarily, because they could have, if Worcestershire win, they could have finished a point ahead of Worcestershire had they won here. Exactly 200. I hadn't realised that. That's very galling. Hussain pushes this up very pleasantly towards Danny Lamb, who's filling at mid-on, and there's no run. A good start for Tom Hartley from the pavilion end. Umpire Shaughnessy at his end. Bowls a couple of steps down the track, plays it straight back to the bowler Hussain, and then has to scamper back into his crease. Does like to take a couple of steps, Harvey Hussain. Next one is in the air and it's just to the left of the man at mid-wicket. Wasn't too far to the left of him either. That man is George Balderson. Can't keep him out of the game. He's actually put his cap on as George Balderson, so we might see a change from the river end now as well, possibly. Generally, players who remove their caps are going to be bowling, and I think we may well see a change. Well, we know he's taking his cap off again. What was he doing? Put his cap back on. Takes his cap back off.
George Burrows has only bowled 5 overs so far in the game. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. We've not seen him, have we, since?
And he bowled nicely.
He did.
Yeah, he bowled nicely.
The seam attack has been carried by Balderson and Lamb. Seam from George Burrows. He's over number 25 for Balderson.
Yeah.
He's only a young lad, isn't it? There's nothing to him.
Rechristened Balderson resend, won't it, really?
Past the umpire now to Hussain. That's eased away into the onside, and there's no run.
Nutries did say at one point yesterday he did feel he might have to strap his bowling boots back on in the afternoon, given the way things were going. I said, well, I did tell him we'd rechristened the River End the Resend, but George Balderson's put in a claim now. He's planted his flag.
That would have been a bit soul-destroying for Lewis Rees, wouldn't it? To strap on your bowling boots again yesterday. Open the bowling. Balderson to Hussain, leans into it and plays it very solidly off the front foot up towards the Lancashire captain Dane Villas at mid-off, who gives it a ferocious polish on the top of his right thigh before handing it back to his young bowler. And he's been given the responsibility of the new ball yesterday and opening the attack with Danny Lamb, and he's done well. And here comes Balderson to Hussain. He runs down through third man here. And there'll be four of them, in fact, just flashed away off the bat by Harvey Hussain. Fraction short and wide from George Balderson. Steered down towards the third man boundary for 4. He moves to 70. This is a really, really good knock by Harvey Hussain.
Yeah. Middlesex are all out for 150.
Okay.
So Essex require 53 runs to win. And edge in front, pole position. And they'll spend the next day and a half watching our stream.
Well, they will, won't they? Yeah, absolutely.
So we better not say anything nasty.
Oh, they're a good team.
Well, Harmer took the last wicket, surprisingly.
Balderson to Hussain. A little inside edge on that. Yeah, they're a good team, aren't they, Essex?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did the double last year, didn't they? The T20 blast. And the county championship title. Fine team. Good young bowlers.
Took Derbyshire apart in the T20 semi-final at Edgbaston. It was quite painful to watch, really. As it often is.
Here's George Balderson into Hussain. Punched away to mid-on, but for no run. I enjoyed finals day last year because Lancashire weren't there, but I was there working, and it was quite nice just to have kind of no.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I know what you mean. Yeah. I mean, I didn't even stay for the whole of the final because I knew the roads were about to close, and I had to get back to a hotel in Birmingham, so we were driving to Lords the day after. But it is the first game on Monday, on Bank Holiday Monday. I watched that.
Balderson to Hussain, forward in defence again. Ball rattles along the ground, bouncing and bobbling its way up towards Dane Villas, who's mid-off. No run, end of the latest George Balderson over. 1-5-6 for 7. There's lots of movement. Are we having a little sanitising break?
Be, yeah.
It could be. I think we are. Drinks are coming on. Hand gel's coming on. Fletcher's doing his bit. I might as well join you with a bit of antibacterial gel.
But it is weird, isn't it? Because I'm doing this job. I have a football team that I support, and people say, "All right, do you go and watch them?" Well, no, because usually when they're playing, I'm working. Touch wood. And the same with cricket. You don't get to go and watch a game just for the sake of watching a game of professional cricket, because if you're not working, you generally just come back from a game or just about to go to a game, given the hectic nature of it. So it was interesting to watch Leicestershire against Durham. Just from the sidelines, stood there with Griff and had a chat about the game and watched it. And very enjoyable. And then we had to go to work. It was enjoyable to a degree. It wasn't a bad game of T20 cricket on Monday.
That was a good one, wasn't it? Yeah.
The other two have been horribly one-sided, against Yorkshire and against Lancashire here. Even though Lancashire took their time to get to their total on Friday, they were always going to win the game, and they just batted very sensibly to reach a very low target, a sub-100 target, which people tell me can be tricky. I have no idea why. Just go out and get it. And Tom Hartley to continue from the pavilion end into McKiernan, who pushes it out into the offside. Every so often I get distracted. Here comes the fittest coach in Britain.
Lancashire's new signing, isn't it?
It should be. It should be. He might go on as a sub later on. McKinnon is, well, inside edge, down towards fine leg. They're going to come back for a second as Burrows goes around the boundary from deep backward square leg to fine leg to do the fielding. No signal from the umpire, so definitely an inside edge. And he moves on to 29, 158 for 7 now.
Somerset have lost a third wicket.
Worcestershire might fancy the chances, you know, just unbelievable that they got to 200.
28 for 3, Somerset lead by 79.
Next delivery off the back foot is cut away quite nicely. There is a man patrolling the cover boundary.
Just interrupt Fletcher. And we've played an hour this morning, and so far a pretty decent hour for Derbyshire. They've not lost a wicket. They've advanced their total. They're edging nearer to 200, which is the target they need to get to, and then go on to win the game for Derbyshire to reach the final of the Bob Willis Trophy this season. But Harvey Hussain on 70 had perhaps a couple of good. A couple of lives this morning, a couple of edges which went through the slips and not taken by Lancashire, but he's batted very neatly for his team. 70 not out, and Matty McKiernan, who's unbeaten, on 30. So all this in reply to Lancashire's 219. Derbyshire are 159 for 7. Update due for BBC Radio Lancashire listeners. Hartley continuing from the pavilion end. Into Hussain, who plays forward and pushes back towards the Lancashire bowler, Tom Hartley. Left arm around the wicket to Hussain, again forward and easing it out into the offside. No run, end of the over. Yep, 159.47 at the end of the over. So 32 for 3 now. Somerset. Just bring you up to date with that game. The latest wicket to fall, George Bartlett, LBW to Ed Barnard for 2. So Byram, the new batsman. So 32 for 3. Somerset top of the table clash at New Road. And as Fletch mentioned, Middlesex all out for 150. So 53 is the target that Essex will need to get to win that game, and that will mean that Derbyshire will need to get to 200 here and then go on to win. George Burrows. There's George Burrows. One George replaces another. There's the other George. So Bolton out of the attack and Burrows in. 1 GB replacing 1 GB. He bowled 5 overs, Mr. Burrows. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. But his first ball since kind of early afternoon, I think it was, wasn't it, yesterday? Here he comes into McKinnon. Oh, sits on the pad. But umpire Lloyd is not interested. First yelp from Burrows of the morning. I'm sure he'd be absolutely eager to have a ball, and I'm sure there's a particular reason as to why he's only bowled 5 overs yesterday. But Balderson and Lamb bowled superbly, and then Lancashire turned to the spinners. But he'll be keen here. Into McKinnon, who's clipping the ball down towards fine leg, and he moves up to 31 not out. Score moves on to 160 for 7. Lunch, by the way, if you're planning your day around the live cricket, I think there will, I'm sure, be a little bit of entertainment for you on the live stream during the course of the lunch interval. We'll find out who the live Lancashire Legends feature is for you. But lunch is at 20 to 1 today. It's pushed full but wide of off stump by Burrows, so ignored by Harvey Hussain. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. We're still playing catch up for time lost in the match. So it's 2 hours and 10 minutes the session in the morning. So 20 to 1 is our lunch interval today. I think I heard that tea was at 3:30 as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Burrows to Hussain. Lavelle, the keeper, is hopping up, both feet off the ground as he takes the catch about waist height, and there's no run. 160 for 7.
I had a bit of a shocker there.
Oh no.
Well, no, there was the big appeal for leg before wicket. So Sally said, "Oh, what's happened there? Are they just cheering because they've heard that there's chips for lunch?" So I explained that it was a good delivery from George Ballison that had hit Harvey Hussain on the pads, and in fact it was a good ball by somebody else who'd hit somebody else.
Burrows into Hussain, who defends into the offside, no run. Yes, it was Burrows to McKeon.
Yeah, she was none the wiser.
Okay.
She was none the wiser. But I wasn't expecting her to ask a cricketing question, in all honesty. It's very unusual to be asked a cricketing question on FM. It's usually more to do with the weather and what I might have brought in my tuck bag.
You're right about the chips yesterday, though. There were spicy wedges yesterday. Did you have some spicy wedges?
No, just like normal chips.
Oh no, I like a bit of spicy wedge. Burrows to Hussain, and leaning into it and steering it out to the offside. That's the end of the first over of the day for George Burrows. 160 for 7. Hussain has 70 and McKinnon 31 not out. A century for Joe Clark. So Ben Duckett hit a century, didn't he, yesterday, and now Clark's joined him. So Nottinghamshire 312 for 3, lead Durham by 18 runs.
Always good to see Notts homegrown players doing well. It's going to be Tom Hartley to continue from the pavilion end. I'll get messages about that. I don't care. I got absolutely slaughtered by somebody last year. Hartley's in balls, and it's defended by McKinnon. There's no run out into the offside. I thought it was relatively justified. Hartley bowls again. McKinnon goes forward, quite a long way forward, and just pushes it out into the on the side, fielded there by Rob Jones, who's under the helmet at short leg. There is a slip and a backward point as well, and this one strikes the pad. Might just got a little inside edge, was very high in any case. Tom Hartley's getting plenty of encouragement out there. It's his 19th over, 0 for 29. Probably deserves a wicket, but not until after Derbyshire have got to 200, of course. As he's in now and bowls, and this one is defended by McKinnon out into the offside. So yeah, Essex are going to go on and win that game. They need 53 runs to beat Middlesex at Chelmsford inside 3 days. Well, inside 3 days. And Hartley bowls, and McKinnon defends again. As Scott was saying, another wicket down at New Road. Somerset 33 for 3, leading Worcestershire by 84 now. It's going to be a tight old finish there, you would have thought, from two teams who desperately need to win to finish top of the central group. As McKinnon goes back into his crease, pushes it up to mid-on, and the over comes to an end. Felt like a maiden over to me, that. Indeed it was. Just one run off the last 2 overs, in fact. And Derbyshire 160 for 7 after 78. Harvey Hussain has 70. Matty McKinnon has 31. 9 boundaries for Hussain in his 70 runs, just the 1 for McKinnon. The partnership with 99 off 87 deliveries, and has rescued Derbyshire from the frankly ridiculous situation of 61 for 7, having been 17 for 4. It was a bit of a procession for a good time of yesterday, or a good deal of yesterday. Burrows to continue then from the river end, bowls to Hussain, who again takes a couple of steps forward and pushes it out into the offside. Davis does the fielding. Every so often I look away to the left hand side where the Derbyshire gazebo is on the far side of the ground. You just see a batsman going through his warm-up routine. Poor old Sam Connors will be so warm by the time he gets out there. He'll be the loosest batsman in Britain. He's next in, then Dustin Melton. Burrows is in again. Harvey Hussain produces the same shot to push it out to Alex Davis. in the covers. There he is again, look. Sam Connors, a little glimpse of him. I think Sam Connors and Dustin Melton are basically standing next to each other, reassuring each other, the two quick bowlers, that everything's going to be all right. Don't worry about anything. We'll be all right. We're about now after bat. They'll almost certainly go out there at some point. The question is when. Hussain turns this next delivery from Burrows into the leg side. They've run the first one quickly. I think there's two there. Yes, there is. The man at fine leg comes around. And that is the century stand between Harvey Hussain and Matty McKinnon. 101 they have added in 290 balls. And they've rescued not only Derbyshire but this game from being very, very one-sided indeed. Great effort. They trail by 57 runs now at 162 for 7, and that is hats off to Hussain and McKinnon, but still work to do. And Hussain, who went down the pitch again, tried to flick this one away down the leg side, missed it as it flashed through to the keeper.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? Yeah, there's still work to do. It's a terrific century partnership, and Hussain and McKinnon's played a crucial part in it. Hussain's been perhaps the lead role, played the lead role in the partnership, but it's still job not done. Derbyshire got to get this score up to 200.
You said there'd be a stand. Burrows, I didn't believe you. This was defended by, I couldn't see where it was coming from. Defended by Hussain, and Burrows fields it in his follow through. There's always a partnership,
always
you kept telling me. I'm thinking, well, I can't see where one's coming.
There's always one. Thanks to Gary Morgan, who says Derbyshire's last 100 stand for the 8th wicket was 150 between Thacker and Taylor against Kent at Derby in May 2016.
Yeah, I was there. Shiv Thacker and Tom Taylor. Burrows bowls. That's defended by Hussain. Back to the bowler, who threatens to throw the stumps down, but Hussain had got back into his crease. It's the end of the over. 162 for 7, 72 to Hussain. 31 to Matty McKinnon.
And the last one for Derbyshire against Lancashire for the 8th wicket was back in 1997. Cricken and De Freitas.
And the one before that was in 1996. Cricken and Cork. 198, which is the record for Derbyshire's 8th wicket stand against Lancashire. That was at Old Trafford. 1996, a season when Derbyshire thought they might be going to win the title. They missed out. They missed out to Leicestershire. Okay. I don't know. I can't remember. I was only 33. How am I supposed to remember stuff like that from my youth?
It's a long time ago. You've had a lot of nights out since then.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So Tom Hartley, with left arm spin from the pavilion end. Silly point to the slip in place. It's Hartley to McKinnon, who plays forward and defends. Ball steered away through the onside. George Balderson coming up at mid-wicket to field, walking backwards back to his mark. A tweak of the cap, and then creeps in as Hartley comes back in to bowl. Forward goes McKinnon, and defends back down the pitch. No run. 31 to Matty McKinnon. It's a terrific supporting role to Harvey Hussain. Done a great job here for his team so far. Forward again, good stride and squeezing the ball into the offside. No run.
Malloy and Glenn Chappell have played together, won't they?
Absolutely will. Yeah, yeah.
Former teammates at Old Trafford.
Yeah, they're leaning on one of the green covers, aren't they, at the river end of the ground, having a little socially distanced chat. Hartley to McKinnon, smothering the ball as he strides forward, right on top of the bounce.
Well, Malloy was knocked out of the record books by Keaton Jennings, I think, wasn't he? Did he not have the previously highest T20 score?
Hartley to McKinnon again, forward in defence, no run. Yeah, he was certainly on the list. He may well have been top of it.
I'm not sure. No, I mentioned it whether he was top, but he was. I knew I heard his name mentioned. Yeah.
Of centurions in T20 cricket for Lancashire, but 108 that Jennings got in the first group game against Durham put him top of that list. Highest individual T20 scores. Back this time, McKinnon. And looking into the onside, that's the end of Tom Hartley's over. 1-6-2 for 7. 31 to McKinnon, 72 to Hussain.
Churning out the maidens, isn't he, at the moment? Tom Hartley, that's another one, 2 in a row. 7 maidens in his 20 overs, 0 for 29. Poor old George Burrows has got nobody to hand his cap to, so he has to run to the boundary just to our right-hand side and then run back to his mark at the river end to continue this spell. It'll be his 3rd over in the spell, only his 8th over in total. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. Good figures. Slightly underused, but then again, it's hard to criticise anybody for sticking with bowlers that have got your opposition at 61 for 7. They're now 162 for 7. And whilst not desperate for a wicket, I think they quite like one. Derbyshire 57 behind and 38 away from that magical 200. Burrows bowls to Hussain, it pushes it out into the offside. So they effectively need a run and over, and at the moment that's how it looks, how they're going to go about this.
Within the 110 overs, yeah.
Within the 110 overs to get to 200. It's the time it's taking out of the game that is now starting to concern me, but I shouldn't really start getting concerned about that before I finish being concerned about the 200, so I can't be concerned about 2 things at the same time. There lies madness. As Hussain cuts, and it's denied by Josh Bohannon, who else diving away to his right hand side. Good stop. He could only parry it, so they do get through for a single. 163 for 7. It was a good stop, and he's pulled off 1 or 2 really good stops at in the backward point area.
Essex are 14 with that loss, so 39 more runs required to win. Walter and Cook are batting, so Essex closing in on victory.
I think they kick themselves if they don't win that one. Burrows bowls, that's struck on the pad as he tried to turn it down the leg side, and McKinnon's been given, and the partnership comes to an end. And is that the end of Derbyshire's hopes? McKinnon goes leg before wicket to Burrows. He didn't look massively happy with it. Perhaps thought it was going to drift down the leg side. We're side on, so I have no idea. But McKinnon goes for 31, and Derbyshire 163 for 8.
Yeah, first replay. It's not going to tell us a great deal, but I'm sure we'll get one from behind the bowler's arm. First and foremost, well battered Matty McKinnon. He's played his wonderful part in still yet could be a significant partnership in this game for Derbyshire. He's played a really good supporting role for Harvey Hussain, who's been the star of the partnership, but McKinnon's played his part, and that was increasingly becoming quite a frustrating partnership for Lancashire. I think they probably dealt with it last night and wouldn't have been too frustrated about the fact that those two have put on 50 last night, but an hour and 10 minutes into play an hour and 15 minutes into play this morning, I suspect that was becoming quite irritating for Lancashire. So they'll be pleased we've got the wicket. Burrows involved in the action, have to wait a long time for his turn to bowl, but he's got himself a wicket. And Derbyshire, well, they can try and find one more half decent partnership in, aren't they? Another 40-run partnership will do quite nicely. Get to 200. Keep in the game and keep in the contest of trying to reach the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. Someone needs to try and get Harvey Hussain and Derbyshire up to that 200. Sam Connors is the new batsman.
Sam Connors, who shared an 80-run partnership for the last wicket.
That'll do.
With Leas Deploy at Trent Bridge. Deploy was on 61.
That squeaky chair's gone.
He came in when Deploy was on 61. Deploy went on to make 130. Here's Burrows bowling to Sam Connors, who leaves this one alone, and I don't think it missed the stumps by much, judging by the bowler's reaction. Flashed through. Connors himself made a very impressive 5 from 55 in 93 minutes. And as far as I'm concerned, will never be overlooked. The part that he played in that victory at Trent Bridge on the opening round of matches of the Bob Willis Trophy. Derbyshire made 239 and then chased down 365 in the second innings. I think that's my daily mention of it. Out of the way.
Well worth a mention.
Oh, I think
absolutely
so. 163 for 8 here. Connors waits and defends. We know he can defend. The ball goes straight back to the bowler Burrows, and there's no run.
For the final time in red ball cricket, Ian Bell has arrived at the crease for Warwickshire, and he's been greeted by a guard of honour by the Glamorgan players.
Nice. And they'll be hoping to do the same in a few minutes on his way off.
Yes. Yes.
As Connors looks a little surprised by the bounce of that delivery from Burrows. It goes down into the gully region, and there's no run. He survived the 2 deliveries that he had to. And at the end of the over, Derbyshire 163 for 8 now. 37 more runs they really do require.
Game, not last season, the season before, when Lancashire were relegated from Division 1, and they had to get to a particular score for an extra batting bonus point, and they didn't, and they were relegated, missing out. I think they missed out by about 27 runs on that point, which in the end would have kept them up. The nearer you get to it, the harder it becomes, isn't it?
It seems further away now than it did this morning for some reason.
That's a bit, yeah. Well, this lad's he's the key, isn't he? Harvey is saying.
Absolutely.
Sam Connors can hang around and try and support him, but Hussein's on strike as Hartley comes into him. He's back in defence. It'd be really interesting to see how he goes about playing this innings as well. He's still obviously a young man. He's batted wonderfully, as we've said so far, but now with 8 wickets down and with the bowlers to come, how does he try and manage this innings? Hartley to Hussein. A little bit of width offered there. She's able to chop it away through the offside for a single.
Well, he's obviously not going to protect Sam Connors.
No.
And I don't think he needs to protect Connors, really. Dustin Melton. You just hope that whoever gets out on the last ball of an over. So that he can be at the non-striker's end when he comes in, Dusty. We haven't seen an awful lot of him with the bat in hand, but what I have seen, I think I could be as good as him.
Today could be the day for him. He bowled well, didn't he?
Yeah. He bowled well at Leicester and was out first ball.
It's Connors. It's Hartley. Brings him forward.
Oh, to drop.
Short leg. Rob Jones. I've said that a little reluctantly, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
I say a drop. It was a very sharp chance because it came off a big edge, didn't it? Not even off the pad to take any of the pace off it.
Hartley back into Connors, pushing forward. And into the offside, no run.
All those minutes of practice in the nets, Sam Connors.
Get forward, block it.
Stop it spinning.
Hartley. And again to Connors. Tickles the ball through the offside, is pushing out to Lancashire. Captain Dane Villas, 164 for 8. Derbyshire's Bob Willis Trophy hopes are resting on these next hour or so. Connors defending from the crease. End of the over, 164 for 8. 82 overs gone. Connors on 0, Hussein on 74.
Stephen Croft's never going to get fit just walking around the boundary.
Yeah, I think that's quite a decent pace, isn't it?
It's not bad.
It is, yeah. I think he's got a little calf injury, I think.
Oh, is he?
That's what's kept him out the T20 match between these two teams on Friday. So, he's doing his laps, wearing his red Lancashire Lightning cap.
How is Hussein going to do this? Is he going to wait until it's down to the last wicket? 164 for 8. Burrows to continue from the river end. Bowls to Hussein, who might get 4 runs for this. He's slapped it out to extra cover towards the boundary. Once it had beaten the man in close, Alex Davis, who dived to his left. It was just a matter of the pace of the outfield, and it was quick enough to get there. 168 for 8.
That'll do nicely for Hussain, wasn't it? A little bit short and wide. Get into it and get 4. Takes the pressure off the rest of the over, that doesn't it? Nice 4.
It does really. You can afford to turn down the odd single now and then get one towards the end of the over, can't you, and not think that they're going to run out of time.
Say good morning to Dave Halliday, who's listening to us.
Good morning, Dave.
Morning, Dave.
Yeah.
He's normally welcoming us into the media centre at Emirates Old Trafford, isn't he, Dave?
Saying only yesterday how he's one of the many people that you miss, or we have missed this season. It's Burrows bowls. It's driven quite pleasantly by Harvey Hussain, but straight to Davis this time. And there's no run. The man with the most incredible memory for names. Unbelievable. I'm just glad he's called Dave.
Even you can remember that.
Because that helps me enormously. Yeah, helps me enormously. But not everybody he meets is going to be called Dave, that's the thing. That makes it tricky for him. Same Wade's Burrows bowls down the leg side, misses out there. One of the wayward delivery from Burrows, taken by Lavelle behind the stumps. So welcome back, 5 Live Sports Extra listeners, to Liverpool Cricket Club here in Aigburth, Derbyshire. 168 for 8. They need 32 more runs to get to 200, which is what they need to keep their Bob Willis Trophy hopes alive. And they've just picked up another single. It's Harvey Hussain plays that down to fine leg. Hussain moves on to 79. It's been a terrific innings from him, just as in the first innings for Lancashire we saw a terrific knock from Josh Bohannon, who made 94. Harvey Hussain has kept things going here. 169 for 8.
He's batted superbly, Harvey Hussain.
Well, this is the number 10 batsman Sam Connors on strike, and he defends this one up towards Dane Villas at mid-off, and there's no run. Slightly unnerving to have somebody standing on your shoulders.
We're quite popular in this little media tent because we do have a monitor, and whenever something slightly controversial happens, we get some friends around us, don't we, watching the screen?
Yeah, I thought it was my charisma. Turns out it's a television screen.
I think it's just that, mate.
Yeah, right. So Connors waits and defends this one without too much foot movement, as we noted with one or two of the lower order batsmen playing for Lancashire. That's when the foot movement stops. 169 for 8 at the end of the over. 83 overs gone, so still plenty of time for Derbyshire to get these 31 runs they require to get to 200. The reason they need to get to 200 is because that will give them the batting bonus point. That should they go on to win this match, and even that's clearly not a given at this stage, it would nudge them in front of Essex by a solitary point. They would lose out on the many and varied tie-break situations that there are that are too complicated to go into.
Well, Essex need just 30 more runs to win. They're 23 without loss. Need 30 more to win. There's Hartley balls to Hussain, who plays forward and defends, and there's no run. So 200 is the figure that young Harvey Hussain will have burning across his mind at the moment. He's 79 not out. He leaves this next delivery from Hartley, who's a tall left-arm spinner. One of a number of players that Lancashire have given debuts to this season. 7 first-class debuts through the course of the Bob Willis Trophy. Derbyshire have given quite a few as well. Players of little experience, given a chance. With a little extra snap and bounce this time from Hartley into the gloves of Lavelle. And there's no run. Bringing Hussain onto the front foot. Nesting into the gloves of Lancashire's debutant wicketkeeper, George Lavelle. And now, Tom Hartley wants Rob Jones to go from forward short leg to a second slip, so 2 slips. Hartley past umpire O'Shaughnessy and bowls. Hussain press it into the offside. It runs up to mid-off where Dane Villas fields, and there's no run. 169 for 8
That's a good lap.
Stephen Croft doing another lap around the outfield. Hartley to Hussein, wide and cut up towards the point boundary for a single. Moves up to 80. And the score moves on to 170 for 8.
I've got some stats about the Century Stand,
Okay.
but I'll tell you when I get back.
Oh, you tease. Sam Connors, who's the man that's new to the crease, replacing Matty McKinnon, who was part of that Century Stand with Harvey Hussein. Connors waits as Hartley bowls. This ball runs down towards third man. He might get 4 for it. It does. It rattles into the boundary rope. And 4 runs for Connors, off the mark with that. Sneaking down towards the fine third man boundary for 4 runs. Nice end to the over, so he's off the mark. Derbyshire are 174 for 8. There's been 2 standout innings in the game so far. Josh Bohannon's 94 for Lancashire on the first day, and this is equally as good. A really impressive 80 from Harvey Hussein. Derbyshire was 61 for 7 yesterday. They're in all sorts of trouble, and they managed to find a partnership late on last night in Hussein and McKinnon, just to give them a little sniff going into today, to try and get to that 200 mark, to get the batting bonus point. It's the first of still a pretty sizable task ahead of them, because they would need still to go on and win the game, but it would keep them in this match, it would keep them in the contest. Here's Burrows to Hussein, flashed away up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Conditions are good today. We struggled a little bit late on last night with a bit of bad lights. We finished a little earlier yesterday, and we had a bit of rain around on the first day, so we had a half an hour delay on the first day, but forecast is okay. There's still a decent amount of cloud cover around, but there's far more patches of blue sky today than yesterday. We've got a little bit of sunshine burning through now. Burrows comes in, bringing Hussein a step down the pitch, pushing out into the offside where Alex Davis fields, and there's no run. As Dave Fletcher mentioned, we're broadcasting square on. We're in quite a sizable gazebo. Well, it's better than a gazebo. It's a proper solid tent. It's a really metal frame. It probably is about 30-40 metres long. It's a big old unit. Square of the wicket. Burrows into Hussein. That's pulled a little short from Burrows, and he swats the ball out toward deep backward square leg. It's not picked up cleanly by Daniel Lamb, as it allows him to come back for a second. So Harvey Hussein comes back on strike. 2 more to him. He moves to 82, and the score to 176 for 8. This game being played at Liverpool Cricket Club. It's technically Lancashire's first home game of the season. They had, in theory, 2 home matches, but they were at New Road and at Trent Bridge. This is the first proper real home fixture for Lancashire on a ground they know well. So Hussein goes back, plays it with a straight bat, easing the ball along the ground. Balderson comes up from mid-on to field, and there's no run. Probably 400 or 500 yards away from the River Mersey, out towards our right-hand side. At the end that Burrows is bowling from, a couple of tennis courts behind that end as well. Various members of both coaching staff from Derbyshire and Lancashire leaning on the green covers as well, watching Burrows bowl to Hussein, who's shuffling back into his crease. Playing it back towards Burrows, and there's no run. The ground is wrapped around by quite tall trees all around the perimeter of the ground, and to one side there's this magnificent pavilion, this wonderful building. It's huge, this pavilion. Red brick pavilion. It dominates the ground at Egbert. That's to our left-hand side, peering up above the sight screen. And clock on the front of it tells us it's just after midday. Burrows in the sunshine. 176 for 8. Comes in past the umpire. Balls to Hussein, who plays forward and defends up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. 176 for 8. Derbyshire. 86 overs gone. Harvey Hussein on 82. And Sam Connors on 4. Edging slowly nearer towards 200, but just 2 wickets remaining.
Sweaty palms. Sweaty palm time for Derbyshire supporters listening. The stats on that eighth wicket partnership of 102 between McKinnon and Hussain, which really did get Derbyshire back into this match from pretty much nowhere, really, produced more runs than the last 12 eighth wicket partnerships combined for Derbyshire against Lancashire in first-class cricket, David Griffin tells us. Sam Connors is on strike and leaves the first delivery of a new over from Tom Hartley alone. It's the 9th 100 partnership for Derbyshire against Lancashire here at Aigburth. As Hartley's in, Connors defends out into the offside. It is also the 44th century partnership for the 8th wicket in the county's history and the 4th in total against Lancashire. Those listening earlier will know that 198 is the record, which obviously still stands. That was pushed out by Connors into the offside again. Carl Cricken and Dominic Cork back in 1996. A wicket-keeper involved in that. A wicket-keeper involved out there at the moment, Javier Hussain. He's at the non-striker's end now as Hartley's loses his run-up, such as it is. He has to go back to his mark, toss himself a couple of catches, blow into his left hand. Connors waits, goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside, where Dane Villas comes across, the Lancashire captain, to do the fielding. So 24 more runs. Derbyshire trail by 43, incidentally. So they would regard themselves as back in the match. As Connors again goes back and just drops the ball at his feet. And again, there's no run. Essex 35 without loss in just the 9th over of their chase against Middlesex, needing a further 18 runs to win now and move edge in front of Derbyshire in the race for the Bob Willis Trophy final. Somerset 67 for 4, leading Worcestershire by 118 down at New Road in the match between 2nd and 1st in the central group. Whoever wins that match likely to go through. It's exciting, isn't it?
It's good stuff, yeah.
Hartley bowls to Connors with an extra slip in place, and it's pushed out into the offside, and he's survived the over without too many alarms there, really did Sam Connors. Another maiden for Tom Hartley, his 8th in 23 overs, 0 for 35 his figures. Connors has 4. It's only 1 fewer than he scored in 55 balls against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Javier Hussain has 82 and Derbyshire 176 for 8.
If Derbyshire do get to 200,
I think they should declare.
well, that's actually not a bad.
I'm not being funny.
No, it's not a bad.
They're only 19 behind. There's no point in wasting any further time, is there?
Kind of agree to
get out there and try and bowl Lancashire out, and then set up some kind of victory.
But I mean, if they did get to 200, and if they did go on to win it from the position that they were in, what an end to their group campaign.
Well, I think
started with a win at Trent Bridge.
It would almost top the Trent Bridge win from 17 for 4 and 61 for 7 or whatever it was yesterday. I mean, it was horrific yesterday.
There's just a little bit of a delay at the minute. You're not missing anything. I wonder whether Lancashire are pondering a bowling change. Or I think they are, because George Burrows has picked up his cap, hasn't he?
See Jack Morley, are we?
I think we are, yeah. Spin from both ends. Yeah, Jack Morley, left arm spinner. He's on debut, and he's coming into the attack.
Quite often those tailenders can't resist a bit of spin, can they? Although he is a tailender, Sam Connors, but he can hold a bat, as we know, as we've seen already this season. He's had a terrific start to life in first-class cricket this season, which has been his first real full season. He's done terrifically well. It's good to see a young man making his way in the game, as David Griffin pointed out. 2 teams that have given debut or fielded the most players with 5 or fewer first-class matches at the start of this season are these 2.
Well, it's one of the good spin-offs of the competition this year, isn't it? Because of the way the international games have been scheduled, and the lack of overseas players, and the fact that this game's back-to-back, and you're going to get a few injuries along the way, aren't you? Certainly to your bowlers. It opens up the possibility of some new faces, some potential debuts. Here's one of the debutants, Jack Morley. So he's had a few twirls of the arm, thrown the ball to his skipper a few times, and now he's ready to come in. Balling to Hussain, who goes back into the crease and plays it to Morley. He got himself the chance to bowl for the first time yesterday, and he started off with a maiden. And he had his captain really to thank for it, whose ground fielding was excellent.
Yes.
Morley again, left arm around the wicket. Hussain going back. Ooh, that just gets a little pops a little bit, doesn't it? Gets a little bit of extra bounce there, and he's gone back and snapped the ball back towards the bowler and looks back down the pitch to say, well, that got a little bigger than I was expecting it to. Morley's left arm swinging back and forth as it comes in to Hussain, who drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. Danny Lamb fields 176 for 8. Morley, 19-year-old left arm spinner, plays for Haywood Cricket Club. Bowls a little quicker this time to Hussain, who goes back, squeezing it into the offside. No run.
Yeah, just 2 swings of the arm, isn't there? 2 swings of the arm and then into his it's not his run really, is it? It's barely even a trot.
Yeah, it's off, what, 7 or 8 paces at the absolute most.
Not wasting any energy, certainly.
No. Little bounce up, here he comes, 1, 2, 3 steps past the umpire now, then a bit of momentum, comes in and bowls to Hussain, who's back and cutting it through the offside behind, and just down in front of our media tent. He's there to field, and Hussain gets a single, moves on to 83 not out, 177 for 8. Brings Connors back on strike. Morley waiting for Connors, who's facing the left-arm spinner for the first time, looking at where the field is. 2 slips and a short leg. He goes back and just dabs it into the onside, and there's no run. That's the end of the over from Jack Morley. So 177 for 8. Connors has 4. Harvey Hussain has 83. We've had another 6 overs, so another time for a bit of sanitising gel for the players. Alistair Cook's 21 and out. Essex have lost their first wicket. They need 12 more to win. 41 for 1.
Good one for Middlesex to win from there. I've used too much gel this time.
You say, I think I've got the judgment just about right now.
Far too much. Yeah, I don't
you squeezed too hard, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't suppose you can have too much, but just means extra rubbing of hands. I was just thinking there about Sam Connors and the social distancing messages and all the rest of it, and teammates have to sort of stand apart if they possibly can. And he is surrounded, or was surrounded, by Lancashire players, all within 3 or 4 feet of him, as he faced that last delivery from Jack Morley. It's not really a game where you can demand that players don't stand together, is it? Cricket, much like most other sports, in all honesty. So 177 for 8, 23. I've been counting down for hours. 23 more runs. My first sight today of Paul Allen. Hopefully he'll have the blue trainers on. I'd be disappointed if he didn't. He's standing by the Lancashire. It's not really their gazebo. It looks more like a tea and coffee area to me. Might be their gazebo. Lancashire's gazebo. Just John T. Norris, the strength and conditioning man, on the bench outside that. Everybody else is. There's one I can see a Derbyshire player peering almost through his hands, just inside the door of the greenhouse that they're occupying. Looks like a 12th man. He's got one of the tabards on. I'll be watching intently as Hartley is in to Hussain and pushes it out into the offside. Josh Bohannon does the fielding. Sun,
glorious,
absolutely fully out now. Blue sky up above, never any doubt. It is a glorious day. With the amount of moisture around, though, you might think it might be a decent day for the swing bowlers. Perhaps Lewis Rees will have a good day. Certainly the spinners. As Hartley bowls to Hussain, goes back into his crease and forces it out into the offside, where Morley does the fielding out on the cover boundary. He's only going to get a single for it though. 178 for 8. Hussain moves to 84 not out. That means that Sam Connors is going to have to face a number of deliveries here, unless he can get off strike, of course. And there's no reason to suggest that he can't. When he got his 5 not out at Trent Bridge, they did turn down a lot of singles actually. He waits and pushes it up towards the man at extra cover, and there's no run.
He's got a bit of company, hasn't he, again, Connors?
Yeah, he's got 2 slips and a short leg. Josh Bohannon's at backward point, a bit further away, waiting for the misplaced cut shot, but he's playing a defensive shot to this one. Paul Allott does have the blue trainers on, I'm delighted to say.
Is he having a lap of the outfield?
He looks like he's going on a lap.
Lovely.
Yeah, he's got the Lancashire jacket on. So Connors down into the ground. It was well grabbed by Jones, but it bounced some way in front of him. Never looked like going straight into the hands of the short leg, I have to say. Connors pushes this out into the offside. I think the single from the first delivery might have been a mistake, because at the moment Connors is in survival mode, which is no bad thing.
No, it's okay.
No bad thing.
Keep it out.
Yeah, keep that ball out and let Harvey Hussain do any scoring there is to be done. He's on 84. Connors has 4. I think they were getting ready to bowl another delivery there, and Stephen O'Shaughnessy's remembered how many he has to count up to. He's got to 6, and then hang on a minute.
I think they look towards
the scorers reminded them.
Yeah, I think
fooled me. I've got to say that is the end of the over. 178 for 8.
They've lost their thread, haven't they? They've lost their count.
Just a little waver in concentration.
Ian Bell sets off like a train for his final innings in first-class cricket. He's 39 not out from 35 balls, 7 fours. Warwickshire 109 for 2, Lee Glamorgan by 92 runs. Essex within 7 now.
Somerset have lost a 5th wicket.
Oh.
78 for 5 now. Davis out, leading by 129 against Worcestershire at New Road.
Moley bowls and back goes Hussain and defends. There's no one. There's some great games around, bubbling up beautifully.
Yeah.
His final round of Bob Willis Trophy games. It's what you want, isn't it? Get to the final day not knowing what's going to happen. Jack Morley bowls. Turned into the onside. The helps of Jonesy's. It's steered towards Rob Jones at short leg.
Chance.
Yeah, another one.
Chance. He's had a few, Harvey Hussain. He's had a few lives. He edged a couple very early this morning, didn't he, through the slip cordon. And there's another one for him. In fairness, Josh Bohannon had 1 or 2 chances. I want to say it too loud because he's feeling right in front of us and batted brilliantly, but he had a couple of chances himself.
Jack Morley brings Hussain forwards. He edged it, he has, and Hussain's gone for 84. It's a big, big blow for Derbyshire. It ends a magnificent knock by Hussain. I mean, that's every bit as good as Josh Bohannon's on the first day. It's a great effort by Harvey Hussain. Out for 84. It's the wicket that Lancashire was searching for this morning, and the one that sees the Derbyshire young batsman turn slowly on his heels and make his way back towards the pavilion. There's nothing more he can do. He's done his best. It's a wonderful effort to make 84 in a century partnership for the 8th wicket, but 9 down Derbyshire and still short of that 200 mark. 178 for 9.
Where these 21 runs are going to come from, I've no idea, and we'll get to that in a moment. What a terrific innings from Harvey Hussain, the Derbyshire batsman who, well, he was out there when they were in all sorts of trouble. At 61 for 7, he's got them up to 178 for 9, 226 balls, 10 fours, and he also becomes the first victim in first-class cricket for Jack Morley. He picks up his first wicket of the innings. He's bowled nicely, he's bowled very, very tidily. 1 for 8 from 8.5 overs for the left armer, and well, Dustin Melton told me after he was out first ball at Leicester that he would never try to block another ball again. So this could be very entertaining. It's a spinner bowling to him. He's Well, he's the very definition of a number 11 batsman. Yeah, 4 sixes, David Griffin's suggesting.
Like it.
That would be some way to get there, wouldn't it?
That would be magnificent.
We've seen it before. Why not? Why not?
Well, congratulations to Jack Morley. First class wicket for him. He's got the new batsman on strike now. And he's pushing into the offside. It's a forward defensive, Dave Fletcher.
Proper shot, proper cricket shot from Dusty.
He's got right on top of it.
He's a big man.
Yeah,
he can hit the ball a long way as well.
178 for 9 is Morley around the wicket. Another forward defensive.
Who shouted catch it then?
The ball is off the face of the bat, pushed into the offside. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Rolls up to cover where Bohannon fields. 22 more runs needed to keep Derbyshire in the competition. Some of them won't win the game, of course. Morley to Melton drilled along the ground to mid-on, no run.
I don't think Sam Connors has ever been the senior partner in a partnership either, by the way.
178 for 9.
But Connors can hit the ball. We've seen it we've seen it. I can't remember where we saw it, but we've seen it. He's I'm not suggesting that he's going to hit the ball hard here. He's got a high score of 21 in first class cricket. Nearly enough.
Almost there.
Yeah. Dusty gets a single. Job done.
Just to recap, Somerset 5 down, 80 for 5. Davis out for 14, ball by Brett D'Oliveira. So Somerset 80 for 5, lead Worcestershire by 131 runs.
Connors on strike. It's going to be Tom Hartley to continue from the pavilion end, and Connors goes forward in defensive. No sign of a change in strategy from Sam Connors from that first delivery. Straight back over the bowler's head. That's my suggestion, Sam. I don't mind even if you put it into our press tent either. Or he's taken a couple of steps down the track and he's gone in the air. Is he going to be caught? No, it's landed safe. Perhaps that's why there was no change in strategy, and the throw comes in and hits Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, as he tried to get out of the way. So Connors picks up another single. 179 for 9. It brings Melton onto strike, which isn't necessarily ideal. 21 more runs. Melton is in. Oh, that's very nice. Plays it, clips it round the corner, and he'll pick up a single. That's a good piece of fielding as well by George Burrows, whose new cricket whites that he put on today will now need to go into the wash with his yesterday's pair because he's just tumbled on the ground. Melton off the mark with a single. 180 for 9. Connors. He's going to dance down the track again. No, he's going to leave the ball outside the off stump to go through to wicketkeeper George Lavelle. Connors on to 5. Melton at the non-striker's end has 1. Still 2 slips and a short leg. Connors goes back into his crease and cuts very pleasantly and almost gets it past Josh Bohannon, who was nearly fooled by the bounce, but he managed to get enough of his body in the way of that one. Went out to Jack Morley, who I'm sure threw in right-handed again then, you know. I must be seeing things. I'm sure he threw in right-handed yesterday. Next delivery is cut, but this time straight to Bohannon, and there's no run. And Stephen O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, still standing behind the stumps. Everybody else has decided it's the end of the over, and he agrees with them. 180 for 4. There are still 20 overs to get 20 runs. And as David Griffin, you might have heard from the back of the box, Dustin Melton has equalled his career best in first class cricket. That's why I had no faith in him, really. So 1 not out beats 1. Poor old Harvey.
Yeah, he was absolutely gutted, wasn't he? It was a lovely moment for Jack Morley to pick up his first class wicket with a beautiful delivery. But absolutely gutted, wasn't he, Harvey Hussain? Here's Morley, and that's played back to him.
Let's put it down.
Pushed back towards the bowler by Dustin Melton. Morley leaping to his right-hand side. I think he got 2 hands on it.
Yeah, just about. Got down well, actually, didn't he? Got down really well, because it was never more than about 6 inches off the ground at any time. couldn't cling on.
Hearty mouth stuff for Melton and for Derbyshire. Morley back in. Oh, he's swinging for this one. He's sending that, trying to get that towards the airport.
Foul ball. As it goes off the bottom edge of the bat, straight into the ground. Blimey.
Well, that's a sign of intent, isn't it? There's no point in me pushing and prodding. 180 for 9. 20 more runs required for Derbyshire. Morley into Melton, who goes back, swats the ball down the ground, but for no run.
I think Melton's already decided.
Enough's enough. Yeah.
They've just started the roller.
Morley into Melton. Trying to whip it away through the onside. Essex have won, by the way. Won by 9 wickets.
Right.
51 for 3 is what they've finished on. So a victory for Essex. They've done their bit. The first result of the final round of group games in the Bob Willis Trophy is a victory at Chelmsford for the home side. There's Melton jabbing the ball up to mid-on, which is quite deep actually, and they'll get through for a little single, and Sam Connors has dropped his bat, and they go hurtling through for one extra run nearer towards their 200 target. 181 for 9. But with that result for Essex, just to confirm, it now means that Derbyshire have to get to 200.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've got to get to 200.
Absolutely.
And a batting bonus point, and then go on to win the game. But from where they were at 60 for 7, it's a great effort to be even at this stage and in it. Here's Morley to Connors, rocks onto the front foot, but doesn't offer the bat into the gloves of the Lancashire wicketkeeper George Lavelle. It's the end of the over. Brilliant stuff to watch. Lunch is at 20 to 1 today, so we're going for an extra 10 minutes, still making up a bit of time for overs lost in the game. Bit of bad light last night, bit of rain around on the first day, that type of thing. There's a delay after lunch on the first day as well, so still catching up a little bit. So a bit of time left in this morning session. In fact, at 9 down, they might even extend the lunch a little bit further.
Well, they will, won't they? Of course they will. If they're still there. Yeah. I'm not sure that Dustin Melton's going to hang around for too long, is he? He's going to be facing Danny Lamb here.
Somerset have lost a 6th wicket, by the way. Ooh. So 82 for 6. Craig Overton out for 2. Another wicket for D'Oliveira. Somerset lead Worcestershire by 133 with 4 wickets
It's going to be a thriller down there, isn't it? That extra bonus point for getting to 200 that Worcestershire got looking to be crucial, because they've taken more wickets than Derbyshire in this competition. Here we go then. Danny Lamb against Dustin Melton. Round 1. Melton launches him down the ground and all the way for 6.
Superb.
What a shot from Dustin Melton. All the way for 6, and in the blink of an eye it's gone from 181 to 187. That was a terrific blow by the big man, and this is now a career best. First 6 of the Derbyshire innings, 2 more of those, and it'll be game on. It's got the photographers running with their equipment, thinking, hang on a minute, this might happen. It's too close. It's too close now. That's the problem. If it had been 50 away, you'd have gone, yeah, unlucky Derbyshire. You were 50 away. Yeah. Now it's 13 with the last pair out there. I don't know. I wonder if Danny Lamb bowls a straight one. That might be his best option here. I don't know how straight that last one was, but it was a big blow, and he got all of it. And he's waiting. Round 2. Lamb is in, and Melton defends it up to mid-on, where Morley comes in to do the fielding. 13 to go. Runs, that is, for Derbyshire. They've still got to win this game, of course.
I think they'll declare if they get to 200.
Well, I would.
Just have a thrash and see what happens.
Well, actually, they could do that, couldn't they? Which is the equivalent of declaring.
True.
Really? Yeah. Melton waits. And he's tempted by a short one and pulls out of it. There is a man here on the square leg boundary, George Balderson, just in front of us, about 10 yards to our right. He'd have been in play there. So would David Griffin with his big camera, and we might have been as well. Just check my insurance on the laptop. See where I stand if it gets hit by Dustin Melton's 6. He waits. This next delivery is defended beautifully. He's got his 6 for the over. He doesn't need any more.
Well, that's it, isn't it? There's no time pressure.
No, there isn't. It's just that, well, the longer it goes on, the more likely one of these two to get out. That's the problem, isn't it? That's the time pressure they're under. But they're not under any kind of... There's still 18 overs after this one, in which to get 13 runs. Wow. What a season it's been for Derbyshire so far. Melton, whoa, and he goes for the big swing and misses it. That was a big swing as well. I'm surprised he didn't dislocate his shoulder. He's going to have to do some bowling at some point, you'd have thought, in the second innings. He's picked up 3 wickets in the first. He indicates to Sam Connors something that the ball might have done, but I'm surprised he could see it.
10 minutes until lunch. Yeah, and great end to the morning session, where Derbyshire need 13 more runs to get to 200 to secure a batting bonus point to keep them in the competition. They still have to go on to win this game, but it would mean they still have a chance of reaching the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. Harvey Hussein's innings has come to an end. Boy, did he bat well. 84 he made from 226 deliveries. It was a wonderful effort to get Derbyshire, along with Matty McKiernan, from being 61 for 7, in with a chance still of getting something from the match. But he becomes a first victim for Jack Morley, the 19-year-old left-arm spinner, making his first-class debut for Lancashire with a really lovely delivery to find the outside edge of Hussein's bat, and caught by the other debutant, the keeper, George Lavelle. So there's nothing more that Harvey Hussein can do about it. So over to the two bowlers for Derbyshire. Sam Connors and Dustin Melton are currently batting. Connors on 5, Melton on 8, and Derbyshire are 187 for 9. They need to get to 200 to stay in the competition. So the end of that latest over from Danny Lamb. Just to recap, lunch in 10 minutes, 20-1 is when we'll disappear for a bit of lunch. But in saying that, that's subject to change, isn't it? With Derbyshire 9 down. We've gone back to seam from both ends. I've had a little twirl with Hartley and Morley bowling in tandem, and of course Morley got the crucial breakthrough that of Harvey Hussein, but they've taken the two left-arm spinners out of the attack. Lancashire gone back to seam from both ends. It's going to be George Burrows. He's in bowling. Comes off a little thin edge and squirts down towards the fine leg boundary for a single. Another run nearer. Connors moves to 6. Derbyshire to 188 for 9. A win for Essex today, the first winners of the final round of group fixtures in the Bob Willis Trophy. They beaten Middlesex by 9 wickets. The county champions, Essex, looking to try and win the Bob Willis Trophy. They've done their bit in their game. Burrows bowls left by Dustin Melton through to George Lavelle. And there's no run. Somerset a 6 down against Worcestershire, 85 for 6, lead by 136 runs. And it looks like Ian Bell's having a bit of fun with the bat as he plays his final red ball game for Warwickshire. Got a guard of honour on his way out to the middle by the Glamorgan players. He's 43 not out from 46 deliveries. And Warwickshire are 121 for 2, lead Glamorgan by 104 runs. Burrows to Melton, who's squared up a little, and the ball squirts off the edge of the bat, runs down towards backward point. Slight fumble by Bohannon. There's a bonus 2 for Melton. It's come back for a second. 190. 10. Just 10 more runs, boys. Dustin Melton and Sam Connors, just 10 more runs. Keep your team in the Bob Willis Trophy. Burrows has picked up 2 wickets, including a really bizarre dismissal yesterday when Matt Critchley ducked into a ball that didn't pitch and he was given out LBW. Burrows to Melton. Oh, and that balloons down towards third man where Hartley fields. Melton gets 1. He moves to 11. Score moves on to 191 for 9 in the sunshine in Liverpool. Derbyshire, the North Group leaders, they started their group with a wonderful win at Trent Bridge. Famous win for Derbyshire. An absolutely breathtaking run chase to clinch victory against their East Midlands rivals. And now they're trying to stay in this game against Lancashire to keep a fingertip or two on the prospect of a Lord's final. Connors waits as Burrows comes in and balls. He's lifted that over mid-wicket. And there's a couple here as Balderson runs out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They're going to ponder a third. They will come back for 3. It's good running. Connors getting the ball up and over mid-wicket and out towards the boundary for 3 more. Within 6. Within a Dustin Melton 6 of getting to 200. 194 for 9. Melton's hit 11. He's had a couple of forward defences when he first came in. Got his head forward, pushed it a couple of times, and then he's kind of opened up those big, broad, muscly shoulders of his to try and clear the ropes. He's resting his bat on his shoulder, short sleeves. He's a strong, powerful man, and he's going to try and finish it with one lusty blow. No, he ducks underneath his short ball, which balloons in and out of the gloves of the keeper. They think about going through for a bye. They decide that will be a little foolish, and that's the end of the Burrows over. In theory, we've got 5 minutes left of the morning session in glorious bright blue skies and sunshine now. And Derbyshire 6 away from a batting bonus point. Think of all those little bonus points that teams have missed out on. Thinking, oh man, we missed out on a bowling bonus point in that game, or we were just shy of another batting point in this game. Every point counts. You hear the coaches and the players say it before a season starts. Because so often you see games and situations like this where teams are scampering Dave Fletcher for just one additional bonus point.
Yeah, 6 runs to get it. It's nerve-jangling stuff. Sam Connors on strike. And Danny Lamb from the pavilion end bowls to him, and it plays quite an expansive looking shot into the leg side and gets a single for it down to Josh Bohannon on the square leg boundary. It brings the big man back onto strike.
Oh, it's been brilliant effort.
If he hits a second 6, they're there.
They are indeed.
If he hits, I'm going to stand up and applaud. I'm not. That would be very unprofessional. 195 for 9. Remember yesterday they were 17 for 4 and 61 for 7. And look dead and buried as far as qualification is concerned. They're still got to win this game. Lamb in and bowls to Melton, who defends it beautifully. Back
solid,
down the
calm,
pitch. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
I'll just play forward and defend this
No
one,
messing
please.
about here. I'm a proper cricketer now. I've hit a first-class 6, you know. He's into double figures. Well, hats off to him. He's got 11. Sam Connors has 10. And these two so far have added 17 in 28. It's probably been the quickest scoring in the entire match. Melton waits, and he's flashed at that one. He's been bowled. He's been bowled. I thought he'd got it over the slips. It actually came off the middle stump and races away. And with that, Derbyshire finish 5 runs shy of the bonus point. And by my calculations, they're out of the Bob Willis Trophy. Melton goes for 11. Danny Lamb picks up his 4th wicket, and that will be lunch.
Thank you, Dave. Well, it was a valiant effort from Derbyshire, from the position they were in an absolute mess in their first innings. To even get to a stage of thinking about getting to 200 is a super achievement, and it was orchestrated mainly by Harvey Hussain and Matty McKiernan. But such a shame for Derbyshire that they couldn't squeeze out 5 more runs. Such a shame, and for the game itself as well. But Lancashire have done what they needed to do. They've pulled them out. They've denied them the chance to get into that 200 mark. But a valiant effort by Derbyshire, by these two towards the end as well, by Melton and by Connors, McKiernan and Harvey before that as well. But yeah, as you say, not to be for Derbyshire in terms of getting that batting bonus point and keeping themselves in the competition.
Yeah, I think it was probably, I'm not sure what kind of shot it was. It was an aggressive shot. That's what it was from Dustin Melton. It had worked for him against Danny Lamb in the previous over as he launched it out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 6, and he was looking for something similar, and unfortunately missed the ball, and Lamb gave it the you miss, I hit delivery, and it knocked the stump back, and that pretty much, unless there's biblical rain around the country, which seems unlikely, means that Derbyshire's hopes of qualification, because they've won fewer games than Essex, even if they win this one, and they've taken fewer wickets than Worcestershire. If Worcestershire win their game at New Road, and they'll be behind Somerset on points anyway if Somerset win that one. So a real shame, but Derbyshire have taken this as deep as they could 5 sessions before the end of the season. Their hopes of reaching the final are finally over.
Thanks, Dave. We're at lunch here at Egbert. Listeners on medium wave on BBC Radio Lancashire, you're going to be rejoining FM programmes. For those on the BBC Sport website and app, back with you in around about 40 minutes. And on the live stream, a chance for another edition of the latest in our Legends episodes. We've had Mike Watkinson and Michael Atherton so far this week. It's now the turn of the legendary Sir Clive Lloyd in conversation with Warren Heck. Right, okay, in a week that's seen the return to our screens of Test match cricket and a terrific performance by the West Indies, a great performance by the West Indies, I'm so excited to welcome our next guest on Chatting with a Lanky Legend, a massive hero of mine growing up, and an honour to stand next to him on the field of play at Trent Bridge in 1986, in probably my first taste of a big boys cricket. A true great of our game, not only here for the Red Rose County, but worldwide. I'm delighted to be joined by former Lancashire and West Indies captain, the decorated Sir Clive Lloyd. Clive, how you doing?
I'm fine, Maggie. As I said, trying to keep well and keep safe.
Keep safe. Well, that's the main thing. I've just said off air, you never look any older. You must be looking. You must be moisturising. You must be doing right and eating the right foods.
Yeah, being treated well by the young ladies. It's fine, Yes, everything is cooking, as they will say.
Tell me about Clive. Tell me about lockdown. I mean, we're in 14 weeks now of restricted travel and staying in our. What have you been up to? How have you been keeping yourself sane and keeping your time ticking over?
Well, I've been looking at films, walking the dog. I'm not really going too far, because they said when you get to my age and you get this virus, it's a bit dicey. So I've been keeping myself pretty safe during that period. But I know every cowboy film now, and all these different documentaries. Yeah, I've been keeping myself fairly busy. The television now, I've got square eyes.
Brilliant. Yeah. So have you learned any new skills? Tell me you've learned how to cook or something like that.
Oh yes, I've improved my culinary skills 100-fold. I can knock up anything now. I'm the black Jamie Oliver.
Right, we'll keep you to that. We might do another piece on that of cooking with Clive at a later stage. But we're here to talk about your career, most decorated career as a cricketer, and a true legend of our game, Clive. Tell me about your early days in cricket in the West Indies and in Guyana in particular. How you got into cricket?
Well, the point is that you would know that Lance Gibbs is my cousin.
Yeah.
And the cricket ground that we produced quite a lot of test players. It was only about 120 yards from where we lived in Queenstown. Uh-huh. And we, the Demerara Cricket Club produced Lance Gibbs, Barclay Gaskin, Robert Christiani played for a while there, Morris Pacheco Fernandes, first he's the first West Indian captain. Roy Fredericks played there, Roger Harper. So we've had quite a few. I think a guy called Andrew Light too. I think might have played for the West Indies A team. So our ground Our cricket club produced quite a lot of Test cricketers and guys playing for the country. A fellow called Colin Wiltshire who was there and was unlucky not to play Test cricket.
Yeah.
And where we lived at in Crown Street, we had a backyard which we can play on. And what we did was turn the thing around. We were at one stage we were bowling in one guy's yard and batting in the other yard. And as the weeks and months went along, we had the palings there, and they got broken down, so everything got wider. So we had a fairly big area to bowl and bowl well and field. And we had guys who would come and have a little knock in the yard too. Some of the elder guys, Lance would come and bowl there. So it was one of those things that cricket was the most important thing at the time. We had one or two good athletes and so on, cyclists, but still cricket was the game that everybody wanted to play. And I soon moved across, because my school was just next door, was opposite to the cricket ground. Mm-hmm. So any chance you got, you went across where I either watched and so on. And as a youngster, you as an associate member, which you paid half the money. You didn't get a bat, so you fielded and you bowled to guys and so on, or you have a little net probably in there after the practice session. But as you got older and so on, and they realized how good you are, you got a net, and we ended up playing White Cup, which is like a second division.
Yeah.
And then Case Cup, which is the 3-day, and you were chosen for the country from your performances in the 3-day competition. So I graduated from that, from playing for DCC, got quite a lot of runs, and then called to trials, and then I played for Guyana in 1964, played against Jamaica, got about 12. Then I played against Australia, 1965. Didn't get too many there. I think I got 25 in the second innings. But from then on, I continued to play for, my club. Then got another chance to play, and I went on tour in 1966 with the Guyana team. I didn't play in the first game. It was LBW by Gary Sobers for North, but got 100 in the second innings. Yeah. And then I got 195 against Jamaica in the next game. And I was told that I didn't come to England in 1966 because Gary Sobers wanted a fellow called Bino to play. And Bino didn't get a game, so I was sacrificed. And in those days, you did bartering. There's a selector. You probably had about 12 selectors to select 11 people. So you're always going to have problems unless you did something extraordinary. Yeah. But I missed out on that tour, and I went to India instead, 1966. Did very well. I think I made probably the most runs on that tour. And then when the tour was over, he asked me if I wanted to play league cricket. I said fine, because they'd offered him the job to play for Haslingden, but he got a job with Banks Breweries.
Who was that?
Wes Hall.
Oh, Wes Hall, right, got you.
So that's how I ended up at
Haslingden Cricket Club.
At Haslingden Cricket Club. And not only that, is that I did fairly well, but I used to play a lot of cricket in midweek for Derek Robbins. Yeah. And we play up in Sussex. And I used to, have quite a few good innings there. And they offered me a contract too. But then Lancashire offered me a contract at the same time. But Lance and Rohan and these guys were already there. and Derek Murray,
Hmm.
Cali Chiran came afterwards. But I said, well, no, I better stay with the, I'd known the people in Lancashire,
Yeah.
and I had quite a few friends in the Lancashire League. So I stayed with Lancashire. Farouk was the immediate registration, and I had to wait a year. Um, I qualified in 1968,
68.
but I had offers from Hampshire too. Um, but I just thought that Lancashire was the place that I would stay because I got accustomed to everything, the
You must.
pies, the you know,
What about? But Clive, you come from the West Indies. You come from Guyana. It's probably 30 degrees. You turn up at Haslingden in the Lancashire moors. It's probably about 3 degrees playing cricket. How did you cope with coming into such a harsh environment to play cricket?
oh, well, I used to have those sort of, used to call the Jetro underwear. You
Right.
know, the long trousers and the
Yeah.
vest to match. And it's amazing that when the Lancashire guys saw me with them, they used to laugh at me. But when the cold wind hit them, I noticed a lot of people asking me where I got them from. So eventually, everybody had these Jethro things on, long johns and sweater and tops to match. But it was a good experience. I must tell you, it was, as those guys would say in the Lancashire League, that it took 3 minutes the wind to go through your body. So if you're down by well, I was never really down on the boundary as such, because that's where the cold air is. And the point is that you got accustomed to quite a lot of things in Lancashire. That here you were, the rain had fallen, um, and you said, oh no, we can't play today. And the guys would get on the thing and the Wellingtons and these sort of trying to. We didn't
Soak
have
up
super
all the wet.
droppers in the days. Those sponge to get the thing going. The guy said, he said, oh no, no, we have to play. Clive Lloyd is here, and we're gonna get a good gate. So you were playing when you're running up the bowl. You squelch, squelch. The trousers were wet today. Oh, it was terrible. And you had those buckskin boots. Oh, and as Peter Lee would say, when the water got in, it's like walking with divers boots on. You know, it was interesting because you played in some terrible conditions.
Oh, I bet you did.
But there was the joy. You get a you got a 50, and then you got a collection. You got a 100. You got another collection. The guys took half of the collection to put in the kitty, so that at the end of the season we would have a day out in Blackpool. So it was excellent. It was good camaraderie.
Oh, brilliant! It probably taught you a lot about teamwork and stuff like that. But Clive, you've always been an attacking batsman, and that attacking batsman came with you from early days into the Lancashire League, the very very strong cricket of Lancashire League, and then on to play for Lancashire. Like you said, has it always been in your DNA to be an attacking batsman and make long innings and lots of runs?
Yeah, yes. The point is that I manage it more often than not. And the point is that when you attack some of these guys who were, and you knocked them off their length, they didn't know where to bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You dominated them,
Yeah.
and the minute you sort of settled in and sort of prodded around, eventually, you got taken with a bad one, the one that popped or something. So you try to get on top of them before they got on top of you, sort of thing. And
Yeah.
it was a good contest. It made you realize, although I like to hit the ball, at times you have to fight your way out of situations. And I
Yeah.
did that fairly often because when you're the pro, they expect you to perform well. You got to lead by example. And I had a very good captain, John Winter, and he did extremely well with me. And we had a lot of good little players around.
In 1986, I joined the staff, and we played in a semi-final at the Oval. And you were our star batsman, and their overseas player was a gentleman known as Sylvester Clarke. And I, as a young 18-year-old boy who just joined the staff, came down to that game with the great Jack Bond as cover for Chris Maynard, and I nearly played in that game. And after watching that footage of Sylvester Clarke bowl the speed of sound, Clive, I thought, I'm in the wrong game. I should have stayed being a chef and being a hotel manager, which I was training for. And can you remember that game? I mean, fast bowling is something that you've grown up with, and how do you get on top of bowlers like that?
I remember that because when he was running in, these guys from some West Indian friends of his were telling them that I was keeping him out of the test match, and what you should kill him, and what he should do. And Sylvester Clarke don't need a lot of encouragement. And it was bumper after bumper. And every time the guy said that was one for the over, you still got another one. So it was amazing. But I got quite a few runs, and I think we won the game. It was
we won the game. We won the game. Yeah, we did. Incredible thing.
It was, and I didn't have a helmet, and I presume that wearing glasses probably they thought, well, this is a blind man coming to bat here. So, and I was fairly tall, so I was a good target.
Oh, I've never seen anything like it. That those days for me thinking, why wasn't I a chef? Why have I picked cricket as a career? But you've grown up with that fast bowling, Clive, and you were captain of a great West Indian team with a battery of fast bowlers. And how was it? How did you, as captain, how did you manage those fast bowlers, the great fast bowlers, such as your Joel Garners, your Andy Roberts, your Malcolm Marshalls, to name a few? How did you, as captain, manage those great bowlers?
Well, the point is because I was older than they were, and when they were young, learning the game and so on, so you can impose things on them of such. And the point is that they learned their skills under me, because a lot of them started just after they'd played for their country, so they didn't have that much experience. And the point is, one guy did say, he said, when you're annoyed, we know that we've overstepped the line. And not only that, you had to perform, right? You had to perform too. You didn't have to. You didn't wait on them, to make all to make all the runs. For the first 3 or 4 years in my captaincy, my average was over 70. So the point is that I was showing them the way, and they were learning their skills, and we never had any particular problems really, because there was that great camaraderie. And as there's always insularity in West Indies, because we're island people. And if you lose, everybody want to know why X wasn't picked, or why Y wasn't picked. But once you're winning, you get rid of that insular behavior, and that is something that we, you picked up as we went along. People weren't clamoring for other people to get in. The players, some of them wanted to join because you had a winning combination, and you're now becoming world champion. You're being called world champions, and you're getting all the adulation and so on. So people wanted to join. So youngsters were putting in the effort. Malcolm Marshall was coming through. Even Sylvester Clarke played eventually in Australia. And the training that we had, they realized how difficult it was, but it was enjoyable. Yeah. We had a good time, really good, and a good bunch of lads.
Yeah, it looked that way as well, Clive, and I think that era and that team in particular was responsible for a lot of cricketers getting into the game and enjoying it and playing the way they did. There was one way of playing for the West Indies. It was attacking batsmen who were stylish, with the likes of yourself and Viv and Richie Richardson, and then the fast bowling was a joy to watch, unless you were stood 22 yards away. That wasn't the other side.
Well, we had people like Lawrence Rowe, terrific stylist, Alvin Kalichiran, Larry Gomes, and we really had a lot of good young cricketers coming through, and late developers, but they did extremely well. Then we had we had Roy Fredericks. Then we had we had um, Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich as our permanent openers for quite a while. So in the 70s, we sort of getting it together. And I'm looking at this side now, the West Indies side, and they're now developing some good young cricketers. The guys in the wings, waiting in the wings, some very good batters, and we have a good bowling attack. And we got one or two guys there who on the sidelines. So I think that this team could develop into a very, very good. I wrote about it a couple of weeks ago about the changing of the guard, and these fellas can moving from PM to AM, a dawn of a new era. And I think they looked that part the other day. They played extremely well, and England have now realized that they've got a fight on their hands.
For sure, there's no Clive. There's no doubt about that. This is a team. This West Indies team is a team to be reckoned with. But that team of yours, let's just skip back again to that team of the late 70s and 80s. For me, was a complete team. Even down to the balance of the fast bowlers. You could bring Roger Harper in to bowl spin. You had a brilliant wicketkeeper in Dujon just before him with Murray, and you had your batsmen who were a mix of people who could stay there all day to people who could take the game away from a team within a session. For me, it was the perfect storm.
Yeah, well, it was actually. When you look at the team that we had, where the batters and bowlers are concerned, they were excellent. And you see, the point is, people think they don't realize that if you have 4 fast bowlers, but if you have them with contrasting styles, doing different things, you had Crofty used to run wide, but still get a terrific leg cutter.
Yeah.
You had Malcolm Marshall swinging it both ways. Andy Roberts swinging it. Malcolm Marshall, who's probably the best, one of our best, if not our best fast bowlers. Joel Garner.
Yeah.
His pace and his bounce, Yorker bowling, some of the best Yorkers you'll find. So we really had a top class set of bowlers, but they came in, some of them came in later, and they fitted in quite well. Roger Harper, one of the finest fielders you'll find. Off spinner, he can bat, can field anywhere. So I think during that time with Roger in there, we had the perfect, as you said, the perfect storm.
Yeah, it was brilliant to watch. A brilliant era of cricket. But let's touch on the Red Rose, because I know that it holds a very, very special place in your cricketing heart. The time you spent with Lancashire, and especially under the leadership of Bondi, who's sadly no longer with us. But those must have been some great times and some great memories, especially the trips down to London and to Lords to play in the finals.
Oh yes, they were. We really had some wonderful. We had great team spirit, and and we looked out for one another. Harry Pilling was a great friend of mine. Sorry, he's passed on.
Yeah.
Peter Lever, you had Shuttleworth, Farouk, David Hughes, David Lloyd, Barry Wood.
Yeah.
John Sullivan. I remember once we played against Yorkshire, and Sully and I won the game for Lancashire. And as we were coming up, a guy said, "You Lancastrians are a dirty lot." And so he turned back and said, "What did you say?" And the fellow repeated, and he gave him one right hand, and he fell like a sack of potatoes. And as you know, Sully was an ABA boxing champion.
Yeah.
So, but he wouldn't stand for nonsense. But they were great guys. I think the best years of my life. I spent 19 years there. So it's quite obvious that that there would be, unforgettable moments.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and you'll always hold a special place in the hearts of the Lancashire supporters, and in particular the Lancashire members who speak really highly of you. So that's great. That's great to hear. But Clive, the lads that have come on before you, the likes of your Yozzers and your Simos, have spoken so fondly about you. And what are your memories of the Lord's finals and the travelling Lancashire fans? Because you were there lots and lots of times.
I remember people like Jesse Lockwood, as you know, Jesse from Carnforth.
Yeah.
And Jesse, they would book their hotels before the season started because they knew we were going to get there. And it was amazing. And they used to travel with us all over, and we made people feel proud. It was great to be a Lancastrian and playing for Lancashire. And that's the thing about me. I felt like a Lancastrian. I didn't, I was a West Indian, yes, but you felt that you were part of the scene and, and the people there. And, I'm wondering now, if we had a first and second division, how many of those championships we would have won?
Yeah.
Because we did not win them because we were used to lose 12 days, 14 days to rain.
Yeah.
So whilst the others were playing, we were we were watching the rain. I remember when I took over from David Lloyd, when he got hit in his face by Bob Cotter.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't play till the end for the last couple of games. Last game, I think. I took where I was vice captain. We were 2 points off winning the championship.
Wow.
And we went to Sussex, and it rained for 3 days, and we brought fourth, but we won the Gillette Cup. So the point is that we had chances of doing so, but never really got there. But I think in this day and age, with the covering that they have now, and so on, we would have given a better account of ourselves. That's the only regret I have, that we didn't win the championship on more than one. We didn't on one occasion. The point is that one year we were not beaten at all, and we still didn't win.
Wow.
Didn't lose a game.
Well, I know you've got a really strong point. So me and you, when we chat at Emirates Old Trafford, one of the things we always talk about, Clive, and we must mention it now, is putting a roof over the stadium.
Yeah, I think that is still something that should be done. I spoke to Ali Bakr about it. I said, rain stop play is all hat. We should have a retractable roof.
Wow.
Because, at Old Trafford especially, because, a lot of rainfall would fall there. You know what it would be like to know that it's raining and we're playing cricket. It would, at Old Trafford, it would be a great, great scene. And I think that we can have a roof put there with the different the university. We have UMIST and where these engineers are, and they can be somebody should be their thesis should be putting a roof over Old Trafford. Yeah.
I can see. Well, it's a great stadium now, Clive. Let's get the bosses onto it, and let's have a look at it. It'd be great.
You're the marketing side. It's up to you now, sir.
Thanks, Clive. That's a bit of pressure on the. Brilliant.
Think about the achievement.
I'm glad you touched on that part of the Lancashire setup. It was a family, and you felt part and you felt like a Lancastrian, because that's what Lancastrians think of Sir Clive Lloyd as one of the family, one of our leaders, one of our great players, and obviously one of the great friends. And it's always great to see you back at the stadium. We're delighted to have chatted to you today, Sir Clive. It's brilliant. It's an honour for me to catch up with you. We always have a bit of a giggle when we catch up, and I can always say that I took the field with you as a Lancastrian player. And have you got any message for the Lancashire members before we sign off, enjoying these difficult times?
Yeah, well, I hope that they stay safe. The Lancashire people are very warm. They've always been, very kind to me. I've thoroughly enjoyed playing there, and I couldn't think of playing for anybody else, any other county, because my heart is there, and it will always be there. And I wish that our youngsters that are coming through realize how how great a club they're playing for, and that they would put in the effort to keep our cricket at the top of the tree, because it is. You have the other Old Trafford down the road. You have to live up to that reputation, and it's been it's been a great life for me, and I'm sure those who play for Lancashire will will probably enjoy the same sort of camaraderie and success that we had.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Clive Lloyd, great to speak to you. Well worthy of the Lancashire legends. That they don't get bigger legends than you, mate. And I'm
Thank
looking
you.
forward to catching up, and we see you in happier times, 2021. We're all back together. Fingers crossed.
Good. Pleasure, sir.
Thank you, Clive.
Cheers.
Welcome back to Liverpool Cricket Club, where we're going to see the start of the Lancashire second innings. 24 runs the difference on first innings between the two teams. A dramatic end to the Derbyshire first innings, falling just short of what would have been a very, very helpful bonus point, both for them and for everybody else trying to work out exactly what the permutations are.
I've got it now.
Excellent.
I think I've got it. Unfortunately for Derbyshire, the Somerset-Worcestershire game has to end in either a draw or a tie, where they pick up 8 points in addition to the bonus points they've got. Somerset would then finish on 89 points. Derbyshire have to win this game, and that would give them 90 points. They would get 19 points out of this game. 16 points for the win and 3 for the bowling points that they got in the first innings, which is why they were 5 runs shy of that crucial point, because that would have put them ahead of even Essex, who have finished on 90 points, 4 wins and 1 draw. Shows the value of winning. This is going to sound a bit strange, but it does show the value of winning, because they've only got 18 bonus points in total. Derbyshire have got 23, but they're going to finish behind them. So Derbyshire played by far the more exciting cricket, clearly. But no, that's not true. I haven't seen Essex all season, and it'd be wrong for me to comment. Yeah, so there we go. What Derbyshire need to do now is bowl Lancashire out quickly, so they can win the game. They're 24 behind.
And then they need a bit of jiggery-pokery from elsewhere, don't they?
A torrential rain at New Road. I mean, New Road is susceptible to a flood. I've seen it underwater.
We welcome back our medium wave listeners on BBC.
Have they missed all that?
Unfortunately, I think they did.
Oh, that's good for them then, probably. They needn't worry themselves about that. Sam Connors is going to open the bowling from the pavilion end, and he's going to bowl to Keaton Jennings. He's in, and Jennings avoids a golden pair, or whatever they're called, by not being out first ball of the second innings. Connors got him first ball of the first, of course. They were struggling early on, Lancashire, I was going to say much like Derbyshire, but we didn't think it could get any worse at the top of a batting order, and it did. It's very difficult to explain in a 30-second update.
It's almost impossible.
The situation, isn't it? I used the phrase all but over anyway. I went for that one in the end. As Jennings turns this one down towards fine leg, Lancashire are off the mark, and Jennings is off a pair. One without loss. Picked up in the far distance by poor old Dustin Melton, who looked absolutely crestfallen when he was bowled middle stump with 5 runs to go before the batting bonus point. It makes it worse. It would have been better if they'd been 70 shy. The fact that they got to within 5 just makes it worse.
It's irritating, isn't it?
Oh. Gloriously sunny, incredibly warm.
I know.
Really warm. The jalfrezi at lunchtime was sensational. And all is well with the world, because Lewis Rees is warming up, ready to bowl the first over from the river end. That's good to see. Here's Sam Connors again, though. In and bowls to Davis, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the hero of the day, really, Harvey Hussain. 84 not out before he was caught behind by George Lavelle off the bowling of Jack Morley. Well done to Jack. First wicket in first-class cricket. If he could have waited a little longer, I'd have liked him even more. But he bowled nicely. And, well, who'd have thought Derbyshire would have been as close to Lancashire as they eventually ended up, given that they were 61 for 7. Davis waits and tries to swing this one away into the leg side. It's a good take by Harvey Hussain going down to his left. But ended up playing a one-handed shot there, did Alex Davis. Took the bottom hand off the bat, waved it through to the keeper.
Yeah, it was I say, it was a great story to describe the recovery and to get Derbyshire up onto the edge of getting to 200, because I think he wouldn't have been, he'd be forgiven to saying that it was all done and dusted at 60 for 7 and they would be nowhere near it. So just getting somewhere close in itself was a great effort. Hussain batted superbly, got some good help from McKiernan, but utterly irritating that she was just 5 short in the end of getting that
5 days in London. Cheers, boys. Connors balls and Davis pushes this up to mid-on. They'd have enjoyed it too, I'm sure.
However, as we know, it's not done yet.
No, well, the other part of the equation was they have to go on and win the game, and they're a long way from doing that at this stage.
In terms of the game itself, actually, we're set for.
Oh, it should be good, shouldn't it?
Should be a good finish.
6 o'clock tomorrow night, be terrific.
Should be a good end.
We'll already know who's through to the final. We'll still be playing cricket.
I know, but it could be a good game.
Could be a good game. That's right. Sorry, could be a good game. That's what I meant. And we'll still be here.
You'll be missing this in December.
You're not kidding. I'll be missing it in October. Connors is smooth action, bowls, and he's hooked away for 4 runs. Pulled away for 4 runs. Down to the deep backward square leg boundary. Nice shot. Too short, not quick enough. 5 without loss after 1 over.
It was onto it pretty quickly, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Alex Davis, loads of times. He just dropped a fraction short. We've seen it throughout the course of the game so far that batsmen have got time to play it. Nicely played by Davis. He's in good form. He's had a pretty decent year actually, both in the red ball and white ball format for Lancashire.
Keaton Jennings with the slightly taller hat than normal. He's standing next to Alex Davis is quite comical in itself, really, because it's probably the tallest member of the playing staff standing next to the shortest member of the playing staff. I think Josh Bohannon might have a word to say about being the shortest or not, but
it's proper little and large combination,
isn't it? Yeah.
Which they reckon actually works in their favour. I mean, one's right-handed and one's left-handed. One's tall and one's short. They reckon all that
different lengths.
Yeah. Kind of works for them a little bit.
Right.
It will be, I'm sure you could well imagine, and you can see on your screen, Lewis Rees from the end in which he loves to bowl from. So here he comes up from the river end into to Keaton Jennings. Just drops the ball down into the onside and gathered by Rees off his own bowling.
He's ready to do what it takes, Lewis Rees. Final game of red ball cricket, final time he'll be bowling with a red ball in his hand for this shortened summer.
Is it, I suppose it's a question for him in the winter, isn't it, in terms of his, maybe it's one he asked last winter in terms of opening the bowling and opening the batting,
Yeah.
But he's a fine cricketer. Here he comes in from the river end again to Jennings, through to Harvey Hussain, and there's no run. So 3 slips to begin with for Rees. Point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Clouds just rumbling across the ground at the minute, but we've had some pretty hefty bouts of sunshine. It's got quite warm in the tent as a result. Rees into Jennings, who leans into it and pushes safely to mid-on, and there is no run. So we know Essex have beaten Middlesex. What is happening at New Road, which is the game?
I don't look.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Just make it more complicated.
92 for 6, Somerset. Lead by 143 runs.
Do they need a few more?
2 wickets for D'Oliveira, 2 for Barnard, 2 for Leach. Jennings just presses back towards Lewis Rees. Up comes Matt Critchley, who we saw quite a bit of Critchley. We've seen quite a bit of spin in this game, haven't we? With Tom Hartley bowling 25 overs, Jack Morley bowling 10 overs. In the Lancashire first innings, Critchley bowled 22 overs.
We're surprised if we don't see McKiernan in the second innings with the ball. I mean, he must be relatively confident after his century stand with Harvey Hussain for a start. I mean, he's part of the team now, isn't he? He's definitely in there.
Rees to Jennings. Nips past with decent pace and carry into the gloves of the keeper. There's no run.
I think we're going to have another lengthy delay here. There's a member of the ground staff to the left with a bucket, a bag of something, and a spade, and that's never good, is it?
That's not a good sign, no.
He's going to dig the pitch up. He needs to go to New Road. He's definitely going to go back on, though.
There's some running repairs, I think, required at the pavilion end. He was doing his work at the river end this morning. He had a big kind of hammer that he was belting into the ground.
They have all sorts of strange equipment, don't
They
they?
do, yeah. Runs through the onside for Jennings, just clipped away off his pads. And pinch the strike. He has. It's the end of the over, so here we go. Bit of work being done by the ground staff. He comes on with his bucket and his spade.
Looks a very specialist spade, that, doesn't it? It looks like one of those spades that you would dig a trench with. It's quite narrow, very sharp and quite shiny, but it's got a very long, whatever the thing's called that a spade's made of.
Yeah,
yes. What's that called?
I have no idea.
No, neither have I. But he's sort of shaving.
Oh yeah.
And he's just carefully shaving some bits off the landing area for Sam Connors. So we'll have to get rid of all that. Then he'll have to be replaced. They do replace the footmarks at the end of every day, and they sort of flatten them off with almost like a mixture of soil and concrete.
What I always like about this is that everyone likes to watch, don't they? The umpires like to watch.
Players are fascinating. Yeah, a bit more off the edge.
Batsman's watching. Bit of advice. Now, hang on, both umpires will have a little wander across.
Sam Connors is actually telling him where to shave the bits of the pitch.
Oh, it's a major talking point, this, isn't it?
I think it's terrific.
There we go.
Apart from when you have to go on and repaint a penalty spot if it's been raining heavily, and that sort of thing doesn't seem to happen nowadays as much as it used to back in the 70s and 80s. I can't remember any other, or think of any other sport where the umpires or a bowler can just summon on a member of the ground staff who've been preparing this pitch for them and say, I need it altering here, I need a bit digging up there, and you need to shave a bit off there. It just doesn't happen.
6 without loss, Lancashire in their second innings. The lead for the Red Rose on first innings was 24. It's now 30. But there we go. And he goes back and forth with that little spade, scraping away, shaving a little bit off. He uses his hand now. Yeah, get rid of that. Don't need that. Still being watched pretty closely by Connors, and Lewis Rees is there as well. Double teapot from Matty McKiernan, stood just behind the groundsman, hands on hips. Oh, he's not happy. No. Thought he'd done his bit there, the groundsman. Connors says, no, I'm afraid not. Just keep going a little bit more if you don't mind. In terms of preparing the pitch and the ground and here at Liverpool, it's been a great effort by Lancashire just to staging home games at an outground, as well as having to all the work that's gone into Emirates Old Trafford to get that all ready for international cricket and being a biosecure venue. Staging a game at an outground in itself is a big task, let alone a COVID one. Yeah, back underway with Lancashire batting in their second innings, 6 without loss, a lead by 30. After Derbyshire were all out for 195, they just fell short of 200 and what would have been potentially a crucial batting bonus point for them. They're trying to reach the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. 4 wickets for Daniel Lamb, 3 for George Balderson, 2 for George Burrows, and a first-class wicket for the debutant Jack Morley. He bowled very nicely, along with his other spinner, Tom Hartley, who bowled beautifully for his 25 overs as well. So a first innings lead of 24 runs for Lancashire. It's now 30 with Alex Davis and Keaton Jennings batting. Lancashire 6 without loss. And still not happy. Still, Sam Connors looks on. The umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy is there as well. 2 batsmen nattering away. Keaton Jennings has taken his gloves off, as has Alex Davis. He's got rid of his gloves as well. Now I think we're okay now. Are we happy now? No. He picked his bucket up and his little bag and his spade, and I thought that was it. I thought he's coming off there, but no, he's left his bucket and his little bag and his very special spade because he needs some more. I think he might need that big hammer. Oh, I like it when they bring the big hammer out. He's going to get the old big plunger thing and give it a bit of a bosh. That'd be very exciting. Elsewhere, Somerset still 6 down, 98 for 6. Lead by 149 runs. Elsewhere in the North Group, Nottinghamshire. Oh, here we go. Look at this for a piece of equipment. Magnificent. At Nottinghamshire, 385 for 5. And lead Durham by 91 runs. Clark still going, 130 not out. Duckett made 150. Moore's batting alongside Clark, but the big moment of the day is the arrival of this big square hammer, flat hammer, which he's going to pound the ground with. It's like a big plunger. I mean, you'd need an enormous toilet to use that, but here we go. So he's put a little bit of sawdust down. There we go, give it a bash. Give it a bit of a thud. Still, there's even more people watching this now. It's 4 Derbyshire players and the umpire keeping a close eye on this. Give it a bit of a bash. Bit of sawdust required. That'll do the job. Hamid made 21 in that game for Nottinghamshire. A lead of exactly 100 now at 394 for 5. And they're playing at Headingley, where Yorkshire are 170 for 5 and lead Leicestershire by 49. In fact, 173 for 5 lead Leicestershire by 49 runs, but they had a bit of a rotten day yesterday. Not a single ball bowled in that game in Leeds. Are we done? Oh no, we're not done. We need a bit more. So he's gone back to his little bag. And he's going to spread, there we go, back on down on one knee. Pushing it all around. And might have to give that another bit of a bash as well. That spade looks a little bit of a lost soul all by itself behind the back of the bucket. Led there on the ground. Not discarded now, the spade. Not required. Going to have to be one more bash with the big plunger. Oh, he's going to the other end. Oh, we're going to the other end. We're getting a bit of work done at the other end as well. So we'll take you into the central group where Glamorgan all out for 203. Last time we looked, Ian Bell was giving it a bit of a bash. There we go. You can hear on the effects mic the sound of the big hammer. Bell is still there, 48 not out. Sam Hain on 42. Warwickshire 132 for 2, lead Glamorgan by 115 runs. Aside from the Somerset Worcestershire game, a couple of games taking place in the South Group as well. Kent 25 for 1, so they've got some runs to win there. They've got a target to chase down. Hampshire all out for 159 in their second innings. Kent need a further 156 runs to win at 25 for 1. As the groundsman has done his bit, he's been busy. To sit down, it's quite a warm day, isn't it? Have a little sit down in the shade, have a cool drink, put your feet up. Worked hard there. Derbyshire bowlers have been to do a bit of work at both ends. Deserves a bit of a rest now. Surrey against Sussex. Surrey 268 for 6. Sussex made 415. So Surrey still trailed by 147 runs. Burns eventually out for 103. Half century 2 for Scott Borthwick. Game made 50. Ben Folkes made 39. There's the Bob Willis Trophy fixtures into their third day. Some games are a decent way behind where they probably should be on day 3, but there's been quite a bit of rain around, especially in Yorkshire. We're good to go. Here's Connors to Jennings. And Jennings up onto his toes and easing the ball out into the offside, but for no runs. So Derbyshire have got themselves 3 slip fielders. And Dahl, who's just backward of point. Cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And fine leg underneath the electronic scoreboard. Connors from the pavilion end to Jennings. There'll be a leg by as the ball disappears past the keeper and down towards the boundary. Just a 1 leg by signalled. Score moves on to 7 without loss.
Sorry I left you with absolutely no, but I think you've had 2 deliveries since I left, haven't you?
Yeah, we've been enjoying the work of the
They got the big stamper thing out,
I like
didn't
that.
they? I like that.
Yeah,
I'd love to know what that's called.
No, yeah, me too, yeah.
Sort of tampers. It's a tampering device, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Used at both ends again. Might as well while you're out there. Not to give it a bit of a bash at the other end, haven't you? No point in coming back out again in a few overs.
And then they fill what's left with sawdust. Bizarre.
Davis waits as Connors comes in and balls to him. It's in behind and defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
again, fully expect Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire skipper, to rotate his bowlers certainly at one end, not necessarily at the Lewis Rees end, but certainly at one end. There's Finn Hudson-Prentice, there's Dustin Melton, there's Anuj Dal, who can all bowl a bit of medium to quick, and then there's of course Matt Critchley, Matty McKiernan, Leas Deploy, left arm spin. So he's got plenty of options. Wayne Madsen as well with his off spin.
Connors, Davies waiting. Could be four. It will be four. It's clipped out towards square leg. It hits the rope and then thuds into the advertising board.
It's come over. Dustin's going to have to almost come into the ground, into the press tent here.
Little tent, yeah. There's a bit of metal fencing in front of us. The ball's rattled around its way in between a bit of the fencing. Nice shot for four.
It was a nice shot, wasn't it? It was. I reckon.
Oh no, not back to this.
No,
All right.
no, nothing to do with that. Just to do with his Billy Godleman's bowling options.
Okay.
The only two people who I would rule out from bowling are Harvey Hussain and Godleman himself.
Connors to Davis, he drives. It's partially stopped by Lewis Rees at mid-on, but he's looking towards the ground. Maybe got a bit of a bobble in front of him. As you say, it's almost on the crown, isn't it? The square. It's slightly elevated, coming down this middle slope and maybe bobbled away from him. One run for Davis. He moves up to 9, and Lancashire 12 without loss.
Yeah, there won't be many pitches that the bowlers will bowl on in county cricket. I wouldn't have thought where you have to run uphill at both ends, which is the case at the end of the run up here at Liverpool.
Connors in the sunshine, bowling to Keaton Jennings, who gets forward and jabs it down to McKiernan at cover, and there's no runs. That was a pretty lengthy over, but we got through it at 12 without loss. Lancashire in their second innings.
Anuj Dal already swinging the arms around. I didn't see him until after tea on day one. He came on and bowled 4 overs and 4 balls without conceding a run, or before conceding his first run. And that's just the Lancashire highlights. The only bit of Anuj Dal bowling was him being clipped away for runs. I thought that was a little harsh. Poor old Nudge. Barely conceded a run. Lewis Rees to continue, inevitably from the river end, bowling to Alex Davis with the 2 slips and a gully, 3 slips, and driven very pleasantly up to mid-off, where of course Billy Godleman does the fielding. He's at mid-off. Hudson-Prentice at mid-on. The man at mid-wicket is Dustin Melton. Looking down towards, it's almost like a deep backward, a square leg. Is where Sam Connors has positioned himself. Anuj Dal's waving frantically to the gazebo, and they've ignored him. As Davis leaves this next delivery by Lewis Rees alone. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he didn't want somebody to come and take his jumper off him. He's wearing a long sleeve sweater at backward point. It's warm out there. No, he's still getting nothing. Yep. He wants it, and he wants a drink as well. Blimey, he's only been out there half an hour. It's like room service. Matt Critchley, who's fielding at extra covers, already swinging his arms around as well, just keeping himself nice and loose. We'll see plenty of him, I'm sure. As Derbyshire look to force victory in the final game, Lancashire will be thinking exactly the same. As Rees is in, and that's cut away nicely. That's going to go for 4 as well. Dal's chasing it, but he can stop because it's going to hit the boundary boards without a thud for some reason. Clearly didn't hit the boundary boards, but it hit the rope, and it has gone for 4. And Lancashire move on to 16 without loss, a lead of 40 now. Probably got enough.
Oh, Fledge, what you like.
Do you think Lancashire would try and force a result? There's nothing to lose, is there?
Absolutely not. No.
Nothing to lose.
No, I'm sure they will.
I see Billy Godleman's not one for speaking to the opposition captains in that kind of way.
Right.
As Rees bowls outside the off stump, it's left alone by Davis. So I just wonder, the game at Headingley, against Yorkshire in the Bob Willis Trophy was destroyed by the weather, really. And I was asked, I think that was the same round that Leicestershire and somebody else, was it Durham? Leicestershire and Durham forfeited an innings each in a bid to get a result in a match.
Yeah.
I thought, there's no way. As Reece bowls, and there's a wild swing at that one from Davis. It shoots past Harvey Hussain. He gets his right glove to it, and they just go through for a bye. I don't think he touched that, did he? Did he? He did. That's an opportunity then. If that's gone down as a run.
I didn't see a signal for that.
I didn't see a signal. I thought he'd missed it completely. But it's gone down as a run, so that probably goes down as a chance. Harvey Hussain got his right glove to it. Couldn't hold on. 17 without loss. There's a Reece bowls to the left-handed Keaton Jennings. Yeah, it's gone down as a run to Alex Davis. That is a chance then, really.
I mean, it might not come down to having to try and set something up. I think Lancashire, there's bags of time left today, isn't there? So if Lancashire bat through the rest of their overs today, there'll be a decent way in front going into tomorrow, and still a chance for this game to be, to have a really kind of natural, exciting finish.
63 overs to go after this one. That's a lot of cricket, isn't it? Yeah. That's a lot of cricket. Plus tomorrow, another 90 tomorrow. So here is Anuj Dal for the first time today. I had to wait until tea in the first innings. First change, second time round. That's some promotion, that, isn't it? That's the Derbyshire, but he's got so many options, Billy Godwin. I don't think he knows what to do with them all. We get the glorious sight of Finn Hudson-Prentice coming down the field in front of us.
Dole bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 8 in the first innings.
The crucial thing about Hudson-Prentice fielding in front of us, he's wearing a cap.
He's got very fancy bleached blonde hair, hasn't he? And he's bowling to Davis. He just goes back and neatly plays the ball through the onside to the right of mid-wicket, to the left of square leg where Hudson-Prentice was fielding. Davis moves up to 15, score advances on to 18 without loss.
2 overs for 10, Sam Connors. Thanks, Sam. Take a rest. Opening bowler from the pavilion end. Huge amount of time to make an impression.
Yeah, Melton was the first change, wasn't he, in the first innings?
Yeah.
And turned out with 3 wickets as well, 3 for 46, with 17 overs.
He's not had a bad game, to be fair. I mean, I know he was down on his knees for a long time out in the middle after he was bowled, but the damage had been done far, far earlier than he came in swinging.
He's Dahl to Jennings, through to the keeper, no run. Yes, it was a bit of a crushing blow, that, wasn't it, when he heard the ball clatter into his stumps. He got his team a little nearer. There was a kind of very handy little partnership at the end, wasn't it? Worth what, 28, something like that?
That's a terrific question.
Dahl, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Keaton Jennings, who's forward and pushing into the offside. No run.
7. Oh no, I've got the wrong one there. There's 17. 178 for 9 to 195.
Okay.
Probably.
The slowest walk off the ground was Harvey Hussain, wasn't it? He took forever.
Yeah.
Don't blame him. He batted so well. Got a good ball from Jack Morley. He'll have enjoyed taking that wicket, finding the outside edge, the left arm spinner. Jennings happy to leave, through to the keeper, no run.
David Lester informs me on Twitter that the long, thin spade is called a border spade.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
It's almost a cross between a spade and a shovel, isn't it? It's got that little angle on it. I know a shovel's got more of an angle for picking things up. You're definitely using the groundsman to shave a bit of the footmarks down. And
it's like a hybrid. Spade hybrid.
Yes.
Dahl to Keaton Jennings. He ignores that ball, which he passes off stump and taken by Harvey Hussain. And there's no run. I was just saying before, when you were off doing your update and the groundsman was doing his bit, that the work by Lancashire just to stage the venue, to stage the game here, bearing in mind what they're having to do at Emirates Old Trafford to stage international cricket. Darling Jennings, it's full ball, he drives. Connors will chase after it, but he quickly realises that ball will beat him. And through extra cover for 4 runs for Keaton Jennings. And he moves up to 6, and the score moves on to 22 without loss. That's why they had to wait until September, basically, to play host to a proper home fixture. Yeah. Just getting this ground able to stage a first-class game, and then to do it in a COVID-secure way.
Prior to July, they probably didn't contemplate moving away, did they? Really, because there were no fixtures until July. Yeah. Derbyshire's ground staff, most of them were furloughed during the height of the pandemic. Lewis Rees to continue, of course, from the river end. First deliveries outside the off stump and left alone by Alex Davis. Tractor's just gone past us. Or behind us, not past us.
There was a suggestion made to me this morning. As we welcomed viewers on the live stream, that tomorrow morning I should sit on the back of a tractor to do it.
Oh yes.
I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous.
No, it's not. That's a great idea. Davis almost falls over playing this defensive shot, picked up by Melton at mid-wicket. That is a fantastic idea. There's no run. Yes. A couple of bales of hay around you. Perhaps a straw hat.
I'd have to wear one of my check shirts for that.
You would, yes, you would.
I've got a good selection, so I'll have to dig one out.
You're going to go right round the ground.
I don't know what they're talking about.
I think that's the best idea. Just point out some points of interest all the way around the ground. Here are the scorers. This is the scoreboard. Davis waits and pushes it straight back to Rees. This next delivery, no run.
Well, I think it'll. The final day of the Bob Willis Trophy. There's a couple of T20 matches still to go, but I've enjoyed kind of being able to welcome the viewers.
Well, you've looked to the part, I might say.
It's been good fun.
You've looked the part.
But this suggestion was just ridiculous.
They did another tractor for the cameraman, of course. Unless this one's defended down into the ground by Davis, and Rees picks up at the end of his follow-through. Unless you're both sitting on the same tractor.
Yeah. Well, I said, surely you won't be able to hear me. The tractor will be too loud. The noise will be too loud.
No, you can get microphones.
I don't think you should be encouraging this.
I think. Or from right at the top of the pavilion.
What, on the roof?
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. No, I was
thinking. Good luck getting that signed off.
It's that edge down along the ground. Kieran dives to his right-hand side and pulls off the stop. It was always along the floor, but edgy from Davis on that occasion. 22 without loss. No, I was thinking more of the balcony, really.
Okay.
46 lead.
That's out of bounds, isn't it? That's
well, let's say
you've got your outer zones and your inner zones, and you go around your zones.
There's all sorts of arrows behind us on the floor outside and in the media centre. This one is leading edge. He goes into the leg side. He was trying to turn it into the leg side. He got through the shot a little bit early there. Lewis Rees walks down, has a look at the pitch. I don't think he necessarily said anything. I think he's just telling Alex Davis which bit of the pitch to tap down. There we go. He's tapping it now. And 6 overs have gone in the Lancashire second innings. 22 without loss. They lead by 46. 6 to Jennings, 15 to Davis. Hand sanitisation break time to 10 to 2.
Glenn, who's listening to the live feed, says Ian Bell, 55 not out in his final game. Why is he retiring?
I think it's the grind, isn't it? It's the grind that ultimately gets to you. This hasn't been a bad season for anybody who thought, well, am I going to do another one? Because it's been quite short and sharp, hasn't it?
Yeah, true. And you want to go out on your own terms, don't you?
Yeah, you do. You do.
Can't go on forever.
And he may love batting still, but it's the fielding side of it.
Yeah.
You've got to pull your weight.
Now, 144 for 2, Warwickshire. Bell still going, 57 not out. Sam Hain beaten on 45. Any further wickets at New Road? Let's take a look for you. No, still 6 down, 103 for 6. A lead of 161 runs for Somerset. Lammonby's batting, 62 not out. Gregory unbeaten on 11. Essex have already won today.
They're through.
Yeah. Did you see that little cheeky tweet from Lancashire?
I did.
That was cheeky.
I'll be having words later.
And who's Dahl? Right time around the wicket to Keaton Jennings, through to the keeper, no run. They put a tweet up saying, like Derbyshire all out for 195. You're welcome, Essex.
Yeah, one bonus point batting, and Derbyshire, albeit they have to win this game, would have gone through had they won it.
Yeah.
But no longer. They're now relying heavily on the situation at New Road.
Jennings waits, Dahl in. Through to the keeper, Harvey Hussain, and there's no run.
It's a bit like the last day of the football season. Apart from that, all happens in 90 minutes, and it's fairly straightforward to work out because you know how many points each team's going to get.
Yeah.
Whereas this lasts for 4 days, and you also have to take into account the weather and that kind of thing. So
You do, yeah.
Makes it slightly more complicated.
One of my favourite questions from my colleagues is, so when will it happen?
Yes.
Lancashire last season, when in Division 2, so when's it going to happen? Dahl sends this one down the leg side. That's a good take by Hussain, leaping to his right-hand side, got both gloves on it. 22 without loss.
They've got schedules, you see.
Well, the first thing's done, isn't it? Essex are there, we know that.
Yeah.
Essex are at Lord's, aren't they?
I think so. No, I'm confident, reasonably confident that Essex are there.
Use Dahl ball right arm around the wicket again to the tall Lancashire left-hander. Rocks onto the front foot and allows the ball to go through to Harvey Hussain. No run.
See, somebody lobbed Yorkshire into the equation right at the end of lunch, but
can't be doing with that.
no,
Not
well,
an extra one
I
into
thought
the equation.
not while you're eating, certainly. And Yorkshire are 192 for 5, leading Leicestershire by 68. They're still in the first innings of that match at Headingley, where they've been blighted by the weather.
Dahl to Jennings. Through to the keeper, no run.
So ideally, Somerset would get. So they're 6 down now, 110 for 6, leading by 161. If they can get another 120, that could be quite an exciting finish tomorrow, and then this could be an exciting finish, and Kevin Howells would have no idea where to turn. That'd be the best.
Dahl to Jennings to complete the over, I think it is. The one which Jennings is content to allow to travel through to the keeper. So 22 without loss in second innings. Lancashire lead by 46 runs. Alex Davis has 15. Keaton Jennings unbeaten on 6.
The report I'm reading here says unbeaten Essex confirmed their place in the Bob Willis Trophy final as South Group winners. So another game at Lord's for Sir Alistair. You'll enjoy that. Here, Lancashire lead by 46, and Derbyshire searching for a breakthrough in the second innings of this match. Behind by 24 on first innings. And it's Lewis Rees in and balls to Alex Davis, who pulls his bat away at the last minute. And goes through to Harvey Hussain, and there's no run. Usual slip cordon for Derbyshire of Wayne Madsen, Leas Deploy, and then Matty McKiernan, who seems to have worked his way in there in place of Matt Critchley. He'll have some bowling to do, no doubt. He's got the towel sticking out the back of his trousers. From the Chesterfield Brewery. This next one is, we're not allowed to name them, is pushed back to Lewis Rees. It's Brampton.
Can't beat a good local brewery, can you?
No. Wayne Madsen also has a towel sticking out the back of his trousers. I don't know if he's got any kind of sponsorship deal. They're both very dark, and even if you went in a close-up, I don't think you'd actually see the name of the brewery on the back. They're like black towels, actually. Reese is in, and that's short and cut away very much in front of square out towards the extra cover boundary for 4. He really did get hold of that one. Alex Davis, Billy Godleman went chasing after it. There was a dive from Matt Critchley himself. He would have disappeared out of your sight if you were honing in on him with your binoculars. And 4 more to the total. 26 without loss now. Lead is 50. Anders Dahl wants something else now. What's he want now? Waving furiously to the gazebo. He's being ignored by everybody. No, nobody's looking nudge. Hang on. Fran's stirred. She's not going to bring a jumper on, is she? She's the physio. Reese is in, short and pulled for 4 more out to the mid-wicket boundary this time. Dustin Melton just slows to a very steady trot as he goes to retrieve the ball. They're back-to-back boundaries for Alex Davis. Moves on to 23, 30 without loss now. And all very straightforward at the moment for the Lancashire batsmen. You'd imagine that the Derbyshire players would be a little frustrated. Having fallen 5 runs short of what they really require. Got to get themselves up and try and win this match. Looking for a 3rd successive boundary here, Alex Davis, but goes back into his crease and defends it towards Lewis Reese, who threatens to kick it back towards the batsman. I think his foot was a long way from the ball when he threatened it. It's picked up there by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who immediately starts tamping down an area of the Lewis Reese run-up. I mean, it's almost bound to be damp out there in the bowlers' run-ups, given the amount of rain we've had in the last couple of weeks. Reese is in again, driven by Davis to Godleman. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 30 without loss, Lancashire, after 8 overs of their second innings. Jennings 6, Davis 23, and they lead by 54.
Somerset lead by 171 runs. 4 wickets remaining, 120 for 6. Kent a bit of steady start to their run chase. They're 41 for 3. They're playing Hampshire. Game taking place at Canterbury. So a further 138 runs for Kent. Zach Crawley currently batting, 20 not out. And here's Dahl in conversation with his captain, Billy Godleman. Had a little natter, and here he comes. Forward. Jennings plays forward and pushes back to the bowler, and there's no run. Knots are now up to and beyond 400. 417 for 7. Tom Moores is 48 not out. Joe Clark eventually made 133. Dials into Jennings. He wants a couple here. I think Jennings is down towards a wide 3rd-man boundary. Matt Critchley chasing after it, but in the end just escorting it towards the boundary rope. Jennings with that shot moves into double figures. Moves to 10. Lancashire 34 without loss. It's a bit 2 big centuries in that Notts game at Trent Bridge. Lancashire are there on Friday. The return of the Vitality Blast. Notts Outlaws against Lancashire Lightning this coming Friday. But yeah, Clark made 133 and Ben Duckett made 150. Tom Moores had just gone LBW to Ben Rain for 48, so Notts are now 8 wickets down. Lead by 123. Here's Dahl running in from the pavilion end to Jennings. Struck back towards the bowler, who stops it with his right hand. And there's no run. Yorkshire are 197 for 5 against Leicestershire. Harry Brook 53 and Johnny Tattersall made 52. Oh, he's actually 52 not out. It's Johnny Tattersall. In a rain-affected game at Headingley, Yorkshire lead by 73 runs at 197 for 5. Rees tosses the ball back to Dahl. And leaning forward and straightens up as he comes up to the stumps and bowls and brings Jennings forward in defence. No additional run added to the total. 34 without loss it remains. Warwickshire now 150 for 2. Oh, wicket's gone a new road. 7 down. Somerset now 121 for 7. Lead by 172 runs. Lewis Gregory the man out for 17. Oh, I think they've lost another. As Dahl comes into Jennings, who's forward in defence. And there's no run. Oh no, just the Gregory dismissal. Gregory out for 17. It's a 7 down, 121 for 7. Lead by 172 runs. The 3 more wickets needed for Worcestershire. And then the set about a run chase. Battle of the top 2 in the central group there. Jennings waits. Drives back towards Dahl. And there's no run. And Lancashire batting in their second innings. They're 34 without loss, so they lead by 58 runs. They bowled Derbyshire out for 195 with 4 wickets for Danny Lamb, 3 for George Boulderson, a couple for George Burrows, and 1 for Jack Morley, who picked up his first wicket on his debut for Lancashire. So a first innings lead of 24 runs. Lancashire in their second innings at 34 without loss, lead by 58. That was the end of the Anuj Dahl over as well. So we've had 9 of the Lancashire second innings.
Lead.
What were you pondering? I sense you're pondering something.
I don't know what it was. Somebody just told me some bad news. Well, disappointing news. Lewis Rees pushes the bowls, and this is pushed into the leg side by Alex Davis. Then there's a horrific throw from Finn Hudson-Prentice that misses the stumps by a considerable distance. It might have been from Dustin Melton. Obviously, I'm a Bolton resident, and somebody's just suggested that the takeaways in Bolton might be closing because of the latest lockdown.
Right, okay, yeah.
Which is really bad news. Well, I'm not there this Friday, so not as alarming as it might be.
You'd have to cook for yourself, Fletch.
That's not happening. Here's Rees over the wicket, bowls to Keaton Jennings, who defends this straight into the ground and then just walks away disdainfully from the ball, making Matty McKiernan pick it up.
The Bolton News are now reporting that pubs, bars and restaurants in Bolton restricted to takeaway only under new lockdown measures.
Oh, okay, we're all right then. Like a pizza on a Friday. So I'm not there this Friday, we're up in Durham. And Rees is in a ball to Keaton Jennings, gets an inside edge out into the leg side, he'll pick up a single. Just seen Matt Critchley warming up slightly more vigorously than normal. There he goes again. I think we're going to see him fairly shortly. 36 without loss now, Lancashire leading by 60. They need some wickets and they need them quickly, not some quickets. When old text speak then. Down with the kids. A bus to our left, just to boost the Wi-Fi. And here is Lewis Rees to Alex Davis. He pushes it out no more than a yard into the offside, and hence Keaton Jennings wasn't particularly interested in taking a quick single. There wouldn't have been one there. So I don't think it'll be long before we see Matt Critchley. I'd be surprised if it was. Wouldn't be surprised to see Matty McKinnon for the first time. Certainly the first time in this match. Davis waits, takes a step down the track and then hoiks it into the leg side to Hudson Prentice. They get through for a comfortable single. Hudson Prentice at mid-on was reasonably deep, and as a result they scamper through comfortably enough in the end, but it wasn't a particularly pleasing shot to the eye. It was more of a hoik from Alex Davis, and he's better than that.
Coming into this game, Davis made 73 in the Roses match at Yorkshire. Prior to that, a 69 not out in a century partnership with Keaton Jennings at Trent Bridge.
He's got a chance here to fill his boots. Although at the moment he's at the non-striker's end. Keaton Jennings was ready. Lewis Rees wasn't. He was still polishing the ball. So Jennings takes a little time out, walks into the leg side and comes back. And now he steps away. Something was going on there. Now what that was, I've no idea. And Lewis Rees isn't best pleased. Just as he got into his delivery stride, he stepped away there, Keaton Jennings. I don't think that Deploy, Madsen and McKinnon are necessarily chatters. Harvey Hussain will... There he is in the background now, talking the usual rubbish that wicketkeepers talk about, into the gloves and good lines and one more and all that kind of nonsense. I think that's part of his contract. Perhaps a fly was buzzing around him. Now he's walked away again. He's not happy with something here, Keaton Jennings, at all. I think it must be a fly, unless there is some chat out there. But Jennings is unhappy with something. He's complaining to Steve O'Shaughnessy now, and Steve O'Shaughnessy, sorry, it's Graham Lloyd, of course. The umpires have swapped ends, and Graham Lloyd's saying, get on with it. I wonder what he's unhappy with. He's not happy with something that, if he steps away now, there could be ructions. He doesn't. He clips it into the leg side, down towards long leg, where it's fielded by Sam Connors for a single. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it's the last ball of the over, and there's some bat pointing and some chat going on out there between Lewis Rees and Keaton Jennings, who's walked halfway down the track. Now he's complaining that Harvey Hussain about something. He's pointing. Oh dear, he's not happy at all.
Well, it can't be Harvey Hussain's fault. Look at that innocent face.
He's only 12.
Yeah.
He doesn't know any naughty words.
To say.
Harvey. We're going to see some leg spin now, as I suspected we might.
He's not happy about something, isn't he, Keaton?
No,
he's a very mild-mannered
He's
fellow,
still complaining to Harvey
Yeah.
Hussain here, and that's, you're right. He just says the usual things that wicketkeepers say, Harvey Hussain. Anyway.
Running repairs for Alex Davis.
If he is saying something, he can whisper it now because he's standing up.
True, he is, isn't he? Yeah, he is, yeah. Al Davis wasn't paying any attention. He was taping up the bottom end of his bat.
Hello.
I think it is the keeper and the batsman, isn't it? Because they are turning away to each other.
Yeah, I never had Harvey Hussain down as somebody who caused controversy.
So Critchley in to the attack for the first time today.
After just 10 overs.
Mm-hmm. So we've got Duploy, haven't we, strapping on some pads
Well,
there.
we will have.
Okay.
Eventually.
Right.
He seems to be taking a long time about it. There's going to be another delay here. This is just the maddening kind of thing that Derbyshire tend to do. They can slow a game down very, very comfortably. But I think the trousers now almost come apart, don't they, at the bottom?
Mm.
So it makes it easier for them to... I've had a few of those in my time. Makes it easier for them to strap those pads on. I was used to have the...
They're flares, you think
I
about
used
that?
to have the big flares. No, you're absolutely right. The big flares, and you used to walk on the back of it, and at the back of them used to fray, because you'd basically walk on the back of your trousers with your shoes, wouldn't you? Well, back in my youth, you would have done. I'm sure back in yours, it was more... Well, it was something else. I don't know what it was. I've never really followed fashion since the 1970s. I didn't really follow it then.
But we're ready for Critchley, who's been standing for a while. Now comes in and bowls to Keaton Jennings. And Harvey is saying the keeper is leaping low down to his right-hand side to get it. Critchley in sunglasses. He looks the part, doesn't he? Towel hooked under the back of his trousers. Ball sticking to Keaton Jennings, but again, little leg-sided, so taken by a keeper. He's got a slip and a forward short leg. So he does have a wee bit of company. Is that Madsen at first slip?
Yes.
And Duploy at...
Duploy under the lid. Now we're going to have a second person under a helmet. It's going to be Dustin Melton's having his helmet brought on by... well, it's either Alex Hughes or Michael Cohen. I think it's Alex Hughes, that. But they pretty much look the same with the gloves and the mask on and everything.
Maybe a leg slip here for... Derbyshire. See where he positioned himself. I suspect he will be.
It makes sense for the left-hander, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Somebody else to chirp at Keaton Jennings as well. I think Dustin would chirp.
Critchley into Jennings, who likes to sweep and sweeps well enough for a single. Takes him up to 13. The score moves on to 39 without loss. Brings Davis on strike. 25 not out, Alex Davis. Lancashire lead by 63. Field changes for Davis. So Lewis Deploy has removed his helmet. Dustin Melton has removed his helmet. So there's two position behind the keeper. Still a slip in place, but there's now a backward point. There's a short. There's a backward square leg. There's a deep square leg. Davis shuffles down the pitch and hits it back towards the bowler. May have just clattered into Matt Critchley there.
Not sure how we stopped that, really. Because it was hit with some force, wasn't it? Graham Lloyd looked slightly concerned. He did hit that hard. A couple of steps down the track and bang.
I'm fine, thank you very much indeed.
39 without loss. Our latest aircraft leaving John Lennon Airport. As Critchley fizzes one in and Davis goes back, muscles it through the onside. Connors, who stood in front of us on this leg side boundary, he's up to field. And Davis moves on to 26. Lancashire 40 without loss. So everyone comes back around the bat because Keaton Jennings, a tall left-hand batsman, is back on strike. So we've got helmets being dished out here, leg slip, forward short leg.
You wouldn't want to be Deploy, would you?
We're in the firing line, potentially, aren't we? Not on this one, no, he's pushing into the offside. Good stop by Billy Godleman. That's fizzed into the keeper as well. Good job, Harvey Hussain's. Nice and athletic. Went low down to his left. It's at the end of the first over from Critchley. It could be the first of a few, I suspect.
Yeah.
40 without loss. Lancashire lead by 64 runs.
So we've had 3 bowlers bowling from the pavilion end in the first 11 overs, while at the other end, Lewis Rees just going in and bowling. The man gets through a mountain of work for Derbyshire. I did say to him, yeah, you've only got 5 more T20s to go after this. He said, oh, they're easy. 1 off. Or 1 on, 2 off, 1 on. So he doesn't mind bowling in the T20s, only the 4 overs, of course. We've now got Anuj Dal on the backward point boundary, effectively. He's about 10 yards in. He's just checking. And Lewis Rees says, yep, you'll do there, nudge. So he's not too far away from us. As Rees is in, and that one is pushed into the offside. In comes Matt Critchley to do the fielding. They got the single, and now we can resume the contest between Rees and Keaton Jennings, which never threatened to boil over at any stage. There was just a lot of pointing and backing away and all that kind of stuff. It was just a bit of something and nothing, but spiced it up a bit.
It did.
Lead to 64, 65, 41 without loss. Jennings on 13. He kept waiting by Rees, who is in now, and Jennings defends it straight back to him, and he picks it up and threatens to throw the stumps down, but Jennings is well inside his crease, so there was no point.
His men work, well, almost exclusively his entire work, Lewis Rees, had been with the ball, hasn't he? He only faced 10 balls.
Yeah.
in the first innings, but boy, he's put the miles in bowling. 29.3 overs in the first innings.
Yes, he likes a bowl.
He's having a chat to umpire O'Shaughnessy as well.
Because Mr. O'Shaughnessy is telling him not to do anything silly. We did see, I can't remember who it was now, a Durham bowler threw the ball, very similar to the incident at New Road.
Okay,
Threw the ball at Billy Gottleman up at Durham. He was batting out of his crease, but perfectly entitled to stand where he was standing, and he threw it and it hit him flush on the pads in front. Harvey Hussain, if it was him, has now come up to the wicket. It's terrific stuff, this. Reese is in and bowls, and it's defended by Jennings up to mid-on, where Hudson Prentice does the fielding.
Yeah,
I asked Billy about it afterwards. I thought, I'll better mention it. I said, what about the incident? They said, Fletch. The older I get, I've grown to avoid controversy.
It's quite a nice way to do it, isn't it? Yeah. It's too much like hard work, isn't it, controversy?
Of course you have, Bill. It's Lewis Rees. That's pushed out. Oh, into the offside. There's a misfield there by Dustin Melton, who got a fingertip to the ball, and he's in a bit of pain now because it might just have chipped the end of his fingernail off. He's holding his hand. It was eventually retrieved by Arnold Dahl to go through for another single 42 without loss. But he said, look, I stood my ground. But once the game had gone, once the incident had gone, I think it was Gareth Hart, that's who it was, he said, Harty's not like that. I said, okay, Bill, we'll gloss over it then. I think he was perfectly entitled to stand his ground. But I heard nothing further about it, unlike the one at New Road.
Yeah, Dieter Klein got done for it.
Yeah, they're all made to right lines and everything, weren't they? This one is turned into the leg side by Davis. Quick single, picked up there by Finn Hudson Prentice, who actually hits the stumps, everybody. That doesn't happen very often. And unfortunately, the batsman was probably about 5 yards beyond the stumps when they were hit, but he did hit the stumps.
Well, Alex Swan, who was the cricketer liaison officer at this game, was the cricket liaison officer in the game at New Road. Yeah, and he had to get statements from the bowler and statements from the batsman and statements from the umpires.
He won another incident.
Too much paperwork involved.
Yeah.
Crack on.
Well, I'd heard they were made to write lines and explain themselves. Heat of the battle. You really shouldn't throw the ball at another cricketer. Here's Reese bowls, that's down the leg side, and it's away for 4 byes. Harvey Hussain thrust up his right hand to try and stop it. I don't think he really knew where the ball was. Couldn't, and it's gone away for 4 byes. 12 overs gone in the Lancashire second innings. They're 47 without lost out. 71 runs in front with 10 wickets remaining, and in a very strong position once again, as they have been for pretty much all of this game since Josh Bohannon came to the crease.
Here we go. Alex Davis wants another grip on his handle.
Oh yeah.
There we go. Good technique that. There we go. Pull it back up. There we go. Well
they're
done.
Not easy either, are they?
And that was done pretty smoothly, wasn't it?
I used to find those almost impossible to do. Had to get that big wooden sort of cylinder that points. Yeah, one of those, and roll it down it.
Aye.
And then roll it back. Oh
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I could never do it.
Well, that was done pretty effectively.
That was very impressive. Tools of the trade, though, I suppose, aren't they?
47 without loss. Somerset still 7 down, so lead by 189 now.
It's Stephen Croft again, look.
Doing more laps.
Well, no, he's got a bat in. Stephen Croft's actually got a bat in his hand this time. He's not just wandering aimlessly around the pitch.
That little net. Davey on 4, Lammonby on 75 for Somerset, so 138 for 7, lead by 189 runs.
I'd like another 100.
Here's Critchley from the pavilion end to Davis, pushing it out into the offside, but only a yard or two in front of his off stump, so the keeper enthusiastically comes from behind to field. Yelp of no from the 2 batsmen. Got the old sunglasses on, big smile on his face, Matt Critchley. Could be in for a long spell.
Yeah.
Into Davis, who comes towards him. Strikes the ball through the offside for 1. Edging towards a half-century partnership, these two. 48 now without loss. Davis has 29. Jennings back on strike. 14 not out. Everybody comes back in around the bat. Short leg slip. And adjusting the helmets. Jennings peering over his left shoulder. He sees a deep backward square leg. He's gone a little finer just as Jennings taps the bat. Comes towards Critchley. Play back to the Derbyshire leg spinner, and there's no run. There's a little breeze out there, so it feels quite humid in our tent, but it might just be not quite the same out in the middle. There's a little breeze around. Pushed off the front foot by Jennings through mid-on where Reese fields, no run.
I did notice Deploy had rolled himself up into a ball there. He feared the worst.
Yeah. Deploy with the pads and the helmet on, short sleeves. Crouches down as Jennings again down the pitch, and that's played very neatly back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce and along the ground towards the rope for 4 runs. Handsome shot from Jennings. Nice lofted drive back over Critchley's head. And he moves on to 18. That does bring up the half-century partnership as well for Davis and for Jennings. Little punch gloves. 52 runs put on for this first wicket. These two have found some good form in the Bob Willis Trophy as an opening pair and in the T20 Blast as well. Critchley comes around the wicket, and that's just kicked away by Keaton Jennings. It's the end of the over. 52 without loss. 18 to Jennings, 29 to Alex Davis. And I said the reason why I said it with a slight surprise, a tone in my voice about the partnership in T20 cricket, is because these two have never really upped the batting together in the T20. It's only been Davis and Livingston, certainly for the last 2 or 3 years. But obviously Livingston being away in the England bubble, he's not allowed to play. So they had to find a different way to open the batting in the T20. They went to the 4-day opening partnership, and they play very nicely together.
I see a change of bowling here. Lewis Reese is coming off after bowling 6 overs for 21, and he's going to be replaced by Dustin Melton from the River End. I've just had an incident with the bottle of alcohol wash. It's all over my paper. That's the trouble with too much liquid around. Well, we're certainly heading for disaster at some point. So Dustin Melton for the first time in the Lancashire second innings, 3 wickets in the first, bowls, and that one is driven very nicely indeed by Alex Davis for 4 runs. Straight back past him, hits the rope now. Over pitched and driven with some force by Alex Davis, who moves on to 33. Lancashire to 56 without loss and 80 in front. Remember, the second part of the equation that's already fallen flat was that Derbyshire had to win the game. Well, at the moment, it's looking slightly less than likely. So Melton will have another go. And this time, Davis tries to swing him. Well, it does swing him, but not particularly convincingly, into the leg side, out towards long leg. The throw comes in from Connors from out in the deep. A little wayward to get through for 2 more. 35 to Davis and 58 without loss, Lancashire. And he tells me that it's Wayne Madsen who's actually sponsored by the brewery, but then adds, even though he doesn't drink. It's a little unfortunate. He's got a lot of crates of beer in his garage ready for the next car boot sale. Got to supplement your income somehow. Davis waits, and this one is wide and short and put away for 4 more. 10 off the first 3 balls of the Dustin Melton spell. Not quite what Billy Godleman had in mind, I'm sure. And in the blink of an eye, Alex Davis is on to 39. And Lancashire up to 62 without loss. And Derbyshire have the look, just the look at the moment, of a team that know that they can no longer qualify for the Bob Willis Trophy realistically.
Yeah.
Having battled so hard, it must be difficult for them to get themselves up.
Yeah, they needed that 200, didn't they? Just for their own, obviously, mathematically needed it. And
give themselves a boost.
Absolutely, yeah. Give them something to go out to ball with.
Yeah. Somebody ought to tell them the other scenario. Here's Melton in and balls. That one's guided down to the vacant third man area for 4 more. Danish Dahl set off in pursuit, but he was never going to get there. And now he's looking at a way to get over the advertising board if he possibly can. He's only short. What a good leap that was. That's an excellent leap by Dahl. 43 now to Alex Davis. 66 without loss.
Plays that shot well. Davis cuts well, he plays late, he pulls well. That's just a really clever shot, wasn't he? Waited for it.
Yeah.
Opened up the face of the bat. Guided it down towards wide third man.
Well, Dustin Melton must be wondering where he's going to bowl the next one, because the first one was slightly over-pitched and driven straight back past him. He's banged one in short that was cut away for 4, and that one was guided down to third man. Melton's in again, and this one is defended by Davis, and Melton delighted with the dot ball. Sadly, as I look on my computer screen, it appears that the third ball of the over was also a no ball that went for 4. So this is proving to be quite the expensive over from Dustin Melton. It still says 66 without loss on the board. We think it might, or I think it might be 68 without loss. Either way, it's quite a lot for no wickets, and a lead that is starting to get close to 100. There's Melton is in and bowls, and that's guided away down to the vacant third man area by Alex Davis for another 4. And Lancashire move on to 70 without loss.
Well, I guess if you keep bowling it there, keep putting it there.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps that wasn't a no ball. No, there's still one to go. Yes, it was a no ball.
They're a bit uncertain, aren't they, whether there's one more or not?
It was a no ball. So the scoreboard's 2 behind, Scott.
Okie-dokie. Yeah, a little confusion out in the middle there. I think the Derbyshire player thought that was the end of the over, and Barry said no, we've got another one to go. Yeah, Lancashire have enjoyed a good day here at Liverpool Cricket Club, because they bowled Derbyshire out for 195. That denied Derbyshire a crucial batting bonus point to get to 200, which they needed to do to try and keep alive their hopes of reaching the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. They're batting in their second innings. Lancashire, they secured a first innings lead of 24 runs, and second time round that lead is increasing up towards 3 figures, because Alex Davis unbeaten on 47 and Keaton Jennings on 18 have Lancashire at 72 without loss, lead by 96. And that now is the end of Dustin Melton's first over, which turned out to be a pretty expensive one. Davis just kind of milking runs down through third man. Gets to 47. I mentioned the last red ball game that he played for Lancashire. He made 73 against Yorkshire. The game before that, a 69 against Nottinghamshire. And he got a 54 in the first game of the Bob Willis Trophy against Leicestershire. So that'd be a wee bit disappointing. He's not gone on to get a big score, but certainly he's batted very well for his team in the 2 formats so far. He's Critchley into Keaton Jennings, comes down the pitch to him, bat and pad. I say together, the bat just a fraction in front of the pad and squeezing it back towards Matt Critchley. Bowling his leg spin from around the wicket, slip and leg slip in place. Quickly to Jennings. Clipped into the onside, and he knew that was going to beat the efforts of McKiernan to cut it off at short cover, because it went to his right-hand side along the ground, and with mid-off pretty deep, he knew there was a single there. So he moves up to 19, I think, and score on to 73 without loss. Critchley again to Davis. That's pushed up to mid-on. Davis jogs through for a single, so he's on to 48, 74. Jennings waits as Critchley comes in and balls again. But climbing a little and taken by Harvey Hussain with his gloves at about shoulder height and leaning slightly back as it nestled into the gloves of the keeper. Leg slip coming a little closer in, helmet on as Critchley comes around the wicket again to Jennings, turned into the onside. And Ujdal comes up from mid-wicket to field, throwing towards the keeper's gloves. 74 without loss. Davis has 48. Jennings on 19. Pulled by Keaton Jennings just in front of square to begin with, and then it hits the ground and rolls behind square on the leg side. And that completes the over. We'll go with the scoreboard at 74 without loss, with Jennings on 19 and Alex Davis on 48.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a discrepancy at the moment, isn't there? But I'm sure it'll sort itself out momentarily. Beautiful piece of radio on Radio Derby a few moments ago. We're going to play Outcast immediately after me. You know that Hey Ya song? I think that's the only one they've ever done, isn't it? I imagine. Yeah, so I finished my report, hit the button, straight into it. It was almost like proper radio.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like it when a thing works out like that. Wasn't sure about being called an outcast, but
no, it'd been harsh.
Well, that's what happened. Introduced me as Radio Derby's very own outcast.
Harsh.
Yeah, I thought so. Anyway, 74 or 75 without loss, one or the other. And it's going to be. Is Dustin Melter going to carry on?
No, he's out of the attack.
No, he's gone. 20 runs off that first over, I think. Let's double check. Yeah, 1 over for 20. Dustin, thanks very much. Here's Sam Connors. And he's standing, bless him, Dusty, who's had a disappointing day all round really so far, despite hitting that 6 at cover. Connors is in and bowls. That one is clipped away down to fine leg. There is a man down there. It's Hudson Prentice, and they go through for a single. 76 without loss. Or yes, see, the scoreboard's now caught up. There we go. 76 without loss. And we're only in the 15th over. They're going along at 5s, which, given the way this game has gone prior to this Lancashire second innings, is a lightning pace.
Lead for Somerset's over 200 now. 207 at 156 for 7.
I think the Derbyshire end of the bargain might be the problem here. Unless Lancashire declare generously, which seems unlikely. As Davis leaves this one alone outside the off stump, goes through to Harvey Hussain, the keeper. A little extra grunt there from Connors. Yeah, unless Derbyshire win this one, it's all immaterial from a Derbyshire perspective. The last thing they want, of course, is to end up losing the game and Yorkshire overtaking them in the table, which wouldn't allow Yorkshire to go through, but would be very irritating indeed for so many reasons. Probably too many to mention. The next delivery, this one is through to Harvey Hussain. Shortest net in history is completed. Stephen Croft walks back. Using the using the bat he was carrying as ballast. He's gone back to the Lancashire players area away to our left-hand side. David Griffin and one of the, I think there's the Lancashire photographer having a chat away to our right-hand side, socially distanced of course. As Davis waits and clips this one very wristily into the leg side. That's nice, and it might go all the way to the boundary. No, Melton's got around to get there, but it's 50 for Alex Davis, and a very fine 50 it's been as well. Just 45 deliveries by my reckoning, with 9 fours, and in the context of this game, that is rapid.
Fourth 50 of the Bob Willis Trophy for Alex Davis, I make it.
There's 45 balls. Most helped by that over from Melton, of course, as Connor's balls back into his crease goes Davis. There probably was a single there. It was eventually cut off by Matty McKeon, but they decided against it. No need to take risks. It's been a very fine knock by Alex Davis.
It has, yeah, and he has the ability to score quickly like this. I'm sure he can play different ways, and we've seen him play different ways, but tends to score at a decent pace.
Yeah.
Comes out, and it's quite a nice little partnership. I think they kind of complement each other quite well. Davis is naturally a little more quicker than Keaton.
Davis waits again now, and just guides this familiar shot from the past couple of overs down towards third man, but this time there is a third man. It's Leas Deploy, and they just go through for a single. 81 without loss. Lancashire in their second innings, leading by 105 now, and of course this is a problem that Derbyshire didn't have first time around, because they managed to get rid of both of them inside the opening 4 overs, so they didn't have to work out how to split up this opening partnership, and now they really do, if they have a chance. Matty McKeon standing right in front of me. Excellent. As I know he's moving further across, he comes in and bowls to Keaton Jennings, who pushes this up towards Billy Godleman at mid-off, and there's no run. That is the end, I believe, of the Connors over. Yes, it is. Confirmation as everybody starts dashing in all directions. 81 without loss at the end of the over. Jennings has 21. Davis has 51. And Lancashire 81 without loss, as I say, leading by 105 now.
Good start for Kent in their run chase. Zach Crawley, 57 off 49 deliveries.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Kent need 90 to win now, so 91 for 1. Just 90 further runs. Kent to beat Hampshire. Nottinghamshire all out for 422 against Durham. Here's Critchley into Davis. Worked up to mid-on, wants a single. Throw comes in, actually direct hit as well.
That's twice he's hit the stumps now, Hudson Prentice.
Pick up and throw.
I think he's been practicing, you know. Because it never happens.
Nottinghamshire 422 all out. 7 wickets for Chris Rushworth, 7 for 108 from 26 overs.
How many overs did they bat? Sorry,
101 overs.
So they've got maximum batting points again. They've got loads of bonus points, Nottinghamshire. They just can't win matches. It's weird, isn't it?
Critchley to Jennings. He likes to sweep and does so again for 1 run. 22 to him now, 83 without loss.
Oh, well, I'll get all the bonus points and then forget the important bit about the 16 at the end.
Durham are batting in their second innings, 19 without loss, trailed by 109 runs.
If I was a betting man, I'd go for a Durham win there.
It's Critchley to Davis off the back foot, hopping into his crease and pushing into the offside, no run.
Which goes against everything that I believe in. That's a horrible fixture, in Durham against Notts. Who on earth do you want to lose that?
And comes Critchley to Davis. Oh, he's met that on the full and slaps it over the bowler's head. That'll be 6 for Alex Davis, will it? No, bounces this side of the rope. 4 for Davis, coming down the pitch to Critchley and lifting it back over the bowler's head. but just this side of the ropes, a 4 for Davis. Chucks a little skip down the pitch, doesn't he?
Indeed.
56 not out now. He's pushed away through the offside. For 1 run takes him to 57. Score moves on to 88 without loss, and Lancashire's lead up and above 100 into 3 figures, and plenty of time left to go today to keep building that lead, and 4 days play tomorrow as well. Critchley bowls to Keaton Jennings, that's smothered into the onside. Into the over. 88 without loss.
I think we've got 50 left, haven't we now? I think.
50 left, okay.
I think we've got 50 left. I've got to do, again, I've got to do some maths on that, but yeah, I think it's 50. The pessimistic Derbyshire fans are already getting in touch. Could end up 6th behind Yorkshire, Somerset. Well, that'll be 7th, wouldn't it? Oh no, Yorkshire, Somerset, Worcestershire, Essex and Kent could all finish with more points than Derbyshire. That's the spirit.
He's been a really good bob with this trophy, hasn't he, for Derbyshire? He can't really dress it up. He can't turn it any other way.
It has. It's had its highs. No question about it. We've sat and watched it rain a bit as well. As we have all over the country, yeah. Unfortunately. Sam Connors to continue from the river end. In and balls to Davis. He pushes this out into the offside. McKinnon comes in from cover to do the fielding. Ambulance. Just in case anybody was wondering.
It is 50 overs left.
Is it? Yeah, I think so. I thought it was, but so still more than half a day's play. Tea will be
3:30.
3:30. Yeah. The bags have already arrived. Connors is in and bowls. It's pushed into the offside. Dribbles backward of square to Anuj Dal at point. There's no run. Yes. Objections to the word pessimistic. I think if you said that Derbyshire were going to be the 6th best team in the country over the course of a 5-game season involving every county, they'd probably take it. They'd probably take it. It's when you get so close, isn't it? As Connors delivers this next one down the leg side, and Hussain takes it nicely as Davis tries to flick it away but fails to make contact. Sun shining brightly. There are clouds up above, but presumably from behind us where the weather is coming, there are far fewer clouds, because it is very, very nice here at Liverpool now. Glorious scene. Tennis courts just to the right. Beyond that, a rugby pitch. As Connors bowls, he's driven. Might get all the way for 4. This Billy Goldman's giving chase. Is he going to put the dive in? Is he going to put the dive in? He is, you know. And he stops it. Does he? No. It's touched the rope. And he acknowledges the fact straight away. Billy Goldman signals the 4. Put the dive in, but the momentum of him sliding towards the rope and him trying to stop it just meant that there was a couple of revolutions left on the ball, perhaps even just half a revolution, and it nestled into the rope. Another boundary for Alex Davis. He moves on to 61 now, 92 without loss. Must be more than that, surely. I think he's got 65 and it's 96 anyway. It's the next delivery that's driven very neatly. No, in fact, at the moment they're just giving him 3, and it is 92 without loss. For that last delivery, there we go, it's been corrected now. 92 without loss. It's a mess. But it is 92 without loss. The lead is 116. Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis want something. In fact, Alex Davis was waving on Keaton Jennings' behalf, which is nice. Wants a gloves and a banana by the look of it. I don't know what that signal was. I can't wait to find out what they bring him out. It's Connors again. Davis guides it down to 3rd man. This time it's Finn Hudson-Prentice who's fielding down there in the deep. And it's the end of the over 5 runs came from it. 93 without loss after 18 overs, so that means it'll be hand sanitisation time as 18 is divisible by 6. And Lancashire lead by 117 at 93 without loss.
Yeah, edging towards another century partnership stand between Alex Davis and Keaton Jennings. Been some of those in T20 cricket this year. 170 they put on in that T20 matchup at Durham.
Blimey.
Been good stuff to watch again by Alex Davis.
I did listen to a fair portion of that game. Martin called it after about 5 overs, didn't he? Called it on Lancashire, a Lancashire victory. Well, they'll never get 200, he said, and they were on about 37 for none.
It was a lot of runs to get, wasn't it? What was the target? It's 191, wasn't it, to win the game?
No, he called it early.
Got within 27, Durham.
Probably had the worst of the conditions.
Somerset, their lead continues to grow.
Good.
And a century too for
they've lost a wicket. They're 8 down now.
They are 8 down, yeah. Davies gone for 21, so Jack Leach now joining
well, we know Jack can bat.
Aye, we've
seen that. We've seen that.
Absolutely do. So 182 for 8, lead by 233. Built that lead really well, haven't they, Somerset? They built it nice and slowly, but
yeah,
it's Critchley to Davis. Lots of runs, dropping it into the offside. It could be tight with a quick pick-up and a clean throw in from McKiernan, but it's a wee bit of a fumble from McKiernan. Jennings striding with those long legs to get himself through to help Davis get an extra run. Takes him to 63.
You'd say Somerset were favourites, wouldn't you, given that they bowled Worcestershire out for 200 first time around, but they'll have plenty of time, Worcestershire, to get the runs, so could go either way.
Critchley to Jennings, back over the bowler's head and on bounce again, and 6 this time. This one does reach the boundary rope, and that brings up the century partnership. What a lovely way to do it. Keaton Jennings with a beautiful lofted drive back over the bowler's head, down towards the sight screen for 6 to bring up the 3 figures for Lancashire. 100 without loss, so excellent century partnership between Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis. And they got there with a flourish, a 6 off the bat of the Lancashire opening batsman.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it? Absolutely. I wasn't sure whether it had bounced or not, but straight away Reece signalled.
He's just nudging the ball into the onside. He's up to 29. Yeah, it was a handsome shot, wasn't it? Lofted drive back over Critchley's head. Davis hit one straight as well, didn't he? In similar fashion, which just bounced this side of the rope. That one got full value.
Well, you just get the feeling these two are toying with the Derbyshire bowlers.
101 without loss. Make that 102 for no wicket. Davis squeezing the ball through the onside for a single. 64 to him now.
So Billy Goodman's got all these options at his disposal. Do they risk Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's been missing for a while? Not sure.
Quickly to Jennings. Turned out towards the onside for 1 run.
Could be quite startling if we didn't see Matty McKiernan at any stage. It's not trying to save anybody for the T20 in all honesty, because they've got 2 points from their first 5 matches. It's going to be a little tricky to qualify, despite all the rain-offs and draws elsewhere in the country. And the fact they've got to go to Trent Bridge twice and to Headingley.
That's tricky. Quickly to Davis. Chops that ball through the offside for 1 run. 65 now to Alex Davis, and he keeps the strike as well. 104 without loss, Lancashire at the end of the over.
And it's effectively with this squad that's playing today, because it's a small-ish squad. Obviously there's Alex Hughes who'd come back, Michael Cohen might, Ed Barnes probably would. Ben Aitchison out for the season, of course, with the ankle ligament damage. He's recovering nicely, we're told. And he'll go again in 2021 and will be a useful asset to this club, I'm sure. Dahl swinging his arms now. Alex Hughes is going to take the place of Lias Deploy momentarily. I'm trying to work out who on earth should take the tap out. It doesn't look like anybody wants to field now. He's gone off to take his fielding pads off, so it might be the end of Matt Critchley. Potentially. So the end of leg spin for the moment. Sam Connors to continue from the river end. Balls to Davis and clips it out towards deep backward square leg. Picked up nicely by Melton. He's got a good arm as well and hurls it in. It was a decent throw, but they get back for the second. Two more inevitably to Davis, who moves on to 69. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 67. They got it on before I looked. 106 without loss. 130 the lead. Davis waits very upright and he cuts, and that's a nice piece of fielding by Anuj Dahl, diving down to his right hand side. Gets both hands to it, gets some applause, and as ever just touches the peak of his cap to acknowledge the applause of his teammates. It would be far better if you were acknowledging the applause of a crowd, but likes to do things right, Anuj Dahl. Lias Deploy's now rid himself of the fielding pads, I'm delighted to say, down at fine leg, so he can come back and take a full part in the game. As Davis waits and defends this next delivery from Connors out into the onside. Matt Critchley races in. The batsman hadn't even contemplated a run.
A century for Tom Lammerby, 20-year-old, the opening batsman at Somerset. It's his second first-class century in 5 matches.
It's not bad.
Lead approaching 250 now for Somerset.
2 wickets left, haven't they? Plenty of time, you would have said, in the game for any result to be possible, as this next delivery from Connors is pushed back to him by Alex Davis. The key to that game is if it ends in a draw and Derbyshire win this, but trailing by 130, and Lancashire with 10 second innings wickets still in the hutch. It's difficult to make an argument for a Derbyshire win here at the moment, much as it was difficult to make an argument for Derbyshire reaching 200. They narrowly failed to do that. And Davis just guides this one down into the gully region. Anuj Dahl comes around to do the fielding. We're down to 1 slip now. Davis scampers through for another single. He moves on to 68. 107 without loss.
Look at the other scores on that Somerset second innings. Green 0, Abel 7, Bartlett 2, Byram 12, Davis 14, Craig Overton 2, Gregory 17, Davey 21, and then this 20-year-old kid at the top, 103 not out.
It's a good job he's there. Terrific effort. Jennings clips this into the leg side out towards the mid-wicket boundary, fielded by McKiernan. A comfortable single. 108 without loss at the end of the over. Jennings on to 31. 68 to Alex Davis, and Lancashire's lead 131. Anuj Dahl's going to return from the pavilion end. Still no McKiernan. No Rees, no Hudson Prentice. So he has been carrying a bit of a thigh strain, so it might be that there's no major need to flog him.
Yeah.
5 games of the season remaining. Prentice and McKiernan just swap sides of the pitch. 100% sure why.
Came at Canterbury. Kent 115 for 1, so now 66 more runs needed for Kent to win the game. Zach Crawley 74 not out.
A lot of chat between
There is.
Anish Dahl and Billy Godleman. Fielders moving almost without instruction. Melton's come in closer at mid-wicket. The deep backward square leg moves a little squarer.
I think we're good now, aren't we?
I think so.
Ready to go. There's Dahl to Jennings. Drops it into the offside. There's no run. Ian Bell, Fletch, 87 not out.
Oh, he couldn't, could he?
Oh, how good would that be? 87 not out. Final red ball game for him. Warwickshire 200 for 3 to lead Glamorgan by 183 runs. How about that? Bell with a century, Warwickshire win. Call it quits.
Yeah,
that would be nice, wouldn't
that's
it?
the way to go.
Dahl to Jennings. Just with an angle back. Drops it into the offside. And there's no run. Yorkshire still going. 237 for 5. Who's got runs there? Johnny Tattersall 71 not out, and Jordan Thompson 53 not out.
He's a good player, Thompson. I like him.
And they lead by 113 runs. Dahl to Jennings, leans forward but tucks his hands in towards his hip, and the ball angled across him and through to the keeper. There's no run.
Always seems to either get wickets or score runs against Derbyshire, Jordan Thompson, whenever the two teams meet.
And here's Dahl from the pavilion end in the sunshine. Jennings again, but doesn't offer a shot. And allows the ball to travel through to the wicket keeper, Abi Hussain, who batted so bravely, so well for his team earlier today, and almost was the man that got them there. 84 he made, 226 balls he faced, batted for 63 minutes for his 84. Is a fabulous effort. Dahl to Jennings, who comes down the pitch to him and tries to cut it, and the ball nips through into the gloves of the keeper. No run.
Just keeping everybody on the toes. Keaton Jennings.
That's that little flurry of excitement by Keaton Jennings. He then leans on his bat and waits for Anish Dahl to walk back to his mark. The pavilion in the sunshine looks terrific now, doesn't it, with the sun gleaming down. He runs for Jennings here, need to drive it, comes off the thickish edge, squirts down to backward point. Critchley picks the ball up and loops it in towards the gloves of Hussain. Jennings has come back for a second. 33 not out and 110 without loss. Wonderful century partnership, unbeaten so far for the first wicket between Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis. They're having a little natter. Jennings towering over Alex, but they've enjoyed each other's company out in the middle this season. This shortened season that we've got, when that's been with the red T20 strip or in the whites, they've enjoyed batting together. Our century partnerships now in 3 successive games. 110 without loss. Davis on strike. Connors will start his latest over from the river end. The entire outfield bathed in sunshine now. Big expanse of blue sky above us. As Connors to Davis at Shorten, that's pulled down to long leg for a single. Takes him to 69, 111 without loss. Lancashire players on the balcony. on the third level of that big building, that pavilion which towers above the ground. Got a great view looking right down the pitch. Sun shining. I think they've got the sun cream on. I'm sure they have. The sunglasses and the caps are all on. But they're watching their teammates. And they'll be enjoying what they're seeing so far. Connors to Jennings. Rolled out to Anuj Dahl at point. And there's no run. Glorious afternoon. Third day. Bob Willis Trophy fixture. With Lancashire Cricket TV. And BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Radio Derby as well. Commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. Plenty of ways to follow Lancashire and Derbyshire for the respective supporters of this game. Jennings just nudges the ball into the offside. Shaping to play it through mid-wicket actually, and the ball just creeps out into the offside, and there's no run. And a century partnership for the first wicket between Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis for the third successive game. Davis on 69, Jennings on 33. Earlier Derbyshire all out for 195. So Lancashire now lead by 135 runs. A single for Jennings. Clipped away off his pad through square leg. Matty McKiernan comes up a few yards from the boundary to field. Score ticks along to 112 without loss. Jennings is up to 34. Brings Alex Davis back on strike. Beaten on 69. Alex Davis, his best score this season, I think, was that 73 against Yorkshire in the last game. Pushed up towards Billy Godleman at mid-off, but for no run. Yes, he's had a 73 against Yorkshire, and game before that 69 not out. Before that 8 against Durham up at Chester Street, and then a 54 in the second innings against Leicestershire, and 21 in the first innings. So 73's top score for the season in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Pretty consistent though. Some good scores in there. Great opportunity to finish the campaign with 3 figures.
A little tap of the bat, bends his knees a little. Connors comes in and bowls to him. Punched into the onside. Critchley does well. Good stop by Matt Critchley at mid-wicket. His teammates appreciated his work. Low down to his left. That's the end of the over. 112 without loss. 69 to Davis, 34 to Keaton Jennings. And as we enter the final half an hour of the afternoon session on the third day.
Indeed, and Ajdal is going to continue from the pavilion end here at Liverpool Cricket Club. As Scott said, it looks splendid in the sunshine. Huge building away to our left-hand side.
I found out what that little additional annex building is attached to it. It is a squash court.
Dahl bowls, that one is just guided into the offside by Jennings, no run.
I said to you yesterday, I think it was some kind of indoor court. I think it's a squash court, which I think Derbyshire are using as part of their changing facilities.
And the building I was asking about.
Oh, the one in front of it?
No, it's the one in the corner.
Oh, right.
Which has got the same colour scheme.
Oh, I'm with you, yeah.
Must be part of the cricket club, surely. As this next delivery from Dahl is driven up to mid-on and there's no run. Yeah, I hadn't even seen the squash court. But you're right, I mean, it's squash court shaped, isn't it? It's like a box.
Oh, so the one with a little triangular roof on the top. Oh, right,
which is painted in the same green as the main pavilion. And it looks like it's the fence. It just feels part of the ground. And I've no idea whether it's another function room or I don't know. Sorry, I've sold you a pup there.
No, now I know which building you're referring to. Yeah.
Now that I've managed to describe the building correctly. Dahl, his next delivery is guided into the offside by Jennings to Hudson Prentice. very much a green colour scheme. The covers are the same colour green as well. One at the pavilion end and two down at the river end. While play goes on. So they like a bit of green round here.
Something tells me, having been here for quite a few years.
Jennings, oof, guides that straight into the ground and it almost bounces over Harvey Hussein's head.
That it might be not a school, but almost like I think it might be a nursery, something like that. I think.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've seen it. I'm sure I've been to games here previously.
It does look a bit like a nursery. Now you mentioned it with the sort of nursery fences.
Yeah. And I'm sure I've seen kids like playing in that little bit in front of the building. It might be a nursery.
It's very attractive anyway, whatever it is. As Jennings waits and plays the ball into the ground, Critchley stops it with his shins. And it rebounds to Hudson Prentice. Again, there's no run. Decent over this from Anoj Dahl. They've just dried up the scoring a little bit after that real flourish by Davis from the less than average over from Dustin Melton that went for 20.
Ken tells me it used to be the ladies' pavilion.
Well, I didn't want to use that term because I know there are a number of them around the place, aren't there? This one is guided by Keaton Jennings down to Backward Point, and there's no end of a maiden over. I know they still have the ladies' pavilion at New Road, don't they? Where they supply us with cakes. That's why I know that one. And it just looks like a secondary pavilion.
Oh, it looks like it could be used as a nursery school now, yeah.
I prefer the ladies' pavilion, but no, it's clearly part of the ground, but they're using it as a nursery now. In fact, if you look at the left-hand window that we can see, it's got some like bits of what look like bits of paper. I bet that's some youngster's artwork that's been stuck on the window or something like that. They like to do that, don't they?
Yeah. Little Tom who's drawn a picture of a dinosaur or something.
Yeah, which looks nothing like a dinosaur.
Connors to Davis. It's cut down towards us.
I'll get it.
Short and wide. And into the tent.
Well, we're not allowed to touch it. If we touch it,
fortunately, we can't touch it.
Matty McKinnon, he's got to take his shoes off to come into the press box. Yeah. No, we won't make him do that.
4 runs for Davis. Moves to 73.
He's in the press box, Matty McKinnon now. There he goes. Yes. There was a time when a commentator would have grabbed that and taken a photograph of himself, and it wasn't there. You know, I can't do that anymore.
Can't do that anymore. No.
Should have seen Brace's face when we were at Trent Bridge, and I said, if somebody launches the ball straight into our commentary box, we can't touch it, you know. What do you mean? I said, well, if we touch that ball, it's disinfectant and all sorts of things. And he was most put out. A famous time when the ball was clubbed into the commentary box there. Martin Emerson and Dave Bracegirdle from Radio Newcastle and Radio Nottingham had a photograph taken with it, didn't they?
They did. Yeah. Alex Hales did it, didn't he?
What's it?
Connors to Davis. I think York him, but he brings his bat down and keeps it out.
Now you mention it, yes, I think Alex Hales actually presented the ball to Dave Bracegirdle afterwards. Or something. Or a ball. I mean, it could have been any ball, couldn't it, really, in all honesty. They got on pick of the week.
Which was the game where it smashed the window of the commentary box? Was that at Taunton?
That's happened certainly in games involving Glamorgan.
I'm sure it was at Taunton.
Ed.
Yeah.
Ed's been there and commentated it.
Yeah.
It's coming our way, smash.
Right into the glass.
And then complete silence for a few moments while he recovered his composure.
Connors to Davis. Trying to flick it down towards the leg side. A big puff of dust came up as the ball disappears into the gloves of the keeper. No run.
And as much as it's been lovely to travel around the north of England for every away game this season, and every game has been an away game, I do miss the trips further south. I do miss seeing some of the lads that we normally mix with down south and in the further South Midlands and places like that. I just hope that if they do stick to 3 conferences of 6, that they do mix it up a bit.
Connors to Davis, drives, but ball's worked up towards mid-on, no run. Yeah, I'm not against the idea of staying with the 3 conferences if that's the way forward, but I'm with you in utter agreement that you've got to have it national, not regional.
You can't just play the same 5 teams.
It needed to be regional
year,
for this season,
yes, it did,
for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. You can't play the same lot every year, can you?
I'm not sure I can stand another 12 months without a night out in Worcester.
116 without loss. Connors from the river end. Some beating down, comes in and balls to Davis, who drives into the offside this time. And he gets through for one. McKinnon stopped it with his right hand. Had he been able to stop it and the ball stuck in the hand, maybe an opportunity to have a little shy at the stumps there from Matty McKinnon. Anyway, Davis gets one, so he's up to 74. The score moves on to 117 without loss. Ken sent me a text message, but he's not in the about the ladies' pavilion, but he's not in our media tent, so I'm assuming that Kent must be on scoreboard duty today. Must be over in the pavilion, in one of those many rooms, pressing the buttons to operate the.
That could have been him waving then.
Guy could have been, couldn't it?
If he's behind the glass there, it'd be extremely warm.
Connors to Jennings, cramps him up for room as he tries to work it into the onside. And the ball just he's rolling out through the offside. That's the end of the over. Has another 6 gone? That was quick.
Wasn't it? Blimey, no wonder my hands are getting dry.
Another sanitation break.
Yeah, we were due to go back to Cardiff this year. That's always a good trip, isn't it? The Cardiff trip. Yep. Having had 2 years at Swansea. No, I've got nothing against Swansea. I hasten to add, but I do like a trip to Cardiff. We would have missed out on Bristol and Northampton this year, of course, wouldn't we? No, we'd have missed out on Bristol. We'd have gone to Northampton, or is it the other way around? It's one of them. I can't remember which. I did look at the fixtures and cast them to one side.
Yeah, I did quite a bit of stuff during lockdown, proper kind of lockdown, when we weren't allowed to do anything. And we did a couple of podcasts with Lancashire, so Keaton Jennings, Rob Jones, Kate Cross. We got together with a little podcast, and well, I think you can still be able to access them and listen to them. And I remember in one of them saying to Keaton, "No, I think we're supposed to be down in Hampshire or wherever it was." Anyway, I wouldn't know, mate. I've kind of deleted the fixture list from my mind and my diary.
Yeah, I did. Had it for a while and then thought, we're not going there. Real shame. Hopefully we'll be back to normal or something resembling normal next year.
This is controversial. Is Lewis Rees not bowling from the Lewis Rees end? No, I thought for a second he was.
No, he can't bowl from the pavilion end, can he?
To say. No, it's going to be Annie's Dahl.
Dahl to continue. Finn Hudson Prentice standing right in front of us.
117 without loss. Davis has 74. We've got 15 minutes remaining of the afternoon session. We're under the impression that we'll be tea at 3:30, irrelevant of overs remaining in the day's play.
I think so. That's the gist. Somerset now 9 down. 192 for 9. Lammonby's still there. He's got 106. They lead by 243.
If you can, there's Dahl coming in. Balls and Forgers, Davis in defence, and there's no one. I suppose if you can get that lead above 252, it means that Worcestershire will have to score the biggest score of the match to win it. But I mean, that looks set for a belting finish, because obviously Worcestershire have to win.
It's clearly going to be a result one way or the other, isn't it? Which will probably suit Derbyshire if they don't win this game, because the last thing they need is for that to end in a draw and then this to end in a draw as well. I mean, that would be just terrible. Further salt.
Dahl to Davis. Shovelled off the hip by Alex Davis. Finn Hudson Prentice, who was stood in front of us, he's instantly into the action, sweeping away to his right hand side by 10 or 15 yards to field. Davis ticks along to 75 and Lancashire to 118 without loss.
It's caught sight of the lesser spotted Ed Barnes, who's taking a drink around the boundary's edge now. I think he's chasing Sam Connors, in all honesty. He seems to he's gone the wrong way around the pitch, as it turns out now. Yeah, I had a quick chat with him in the car park yesterday when I was hunting down a victim. Spoke to Alex Hughes. Said, "Look, it's great to speak to you lads, but..."
Dahl to Jennings, forward in defence. No run.
I'm not sure my boss would settle for a closer play interview with the 12th man. Some people had already left. I started to panic at one point, and then the knight in shining armour, of course, Lewis Rees.
Obviously, Lewis.
Batsman, bowler, fielder,
Perfect.
interviewee.
Yeah. Lovely lad. He'll do it.
Yes, they always do it.
Dahl to Jennings. Solid front foot press by Keaton Jennings. The ball fizzes off the face of the bat into the offside. No run.
And Somerset are 193 all out. Lammonby 107 not out at the end, so he's carried his bat for 107, 12 fours, 3 sixes, 220 balls, and Worcestershire will need 245.
And again, play back towards the bowler, no run. Well, that's going to be a good finish, isn't it? That will be a very interesting.
Wow. All the games that Kevin Howells picks are usually good finishes, aren't they? He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think that's the 5 Live game, isn't it? The Sports Extra game.
He knows what he's doing. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Dahl round the wicket. Jennings striking into the offside. But Matty McKiernan is there at cover to field. End of the over. 118 without loss, Lancashire in the second innings. 25 overs gone of the Lancashire second innings. A lead of 142 runs with Keaton Jennings on 34, Alex Davis on 75.
Sam Connor's 5 over spell from the River End for 22 runs has come to an end, because we're going to see a bit of Matt Critchley before tea from the River End. It didn't really work out for him at that end in the first innings from memory. Dahl's bowling nicely, 3 overs for 3 runs from the Pavilion end, so it would be a little churlish to remove him so early in his spell. Matty McKiernan patrolling the boundary in front of us. Still to see him with ball in hand. Career best 31 earlier on today for Matty McKiernan in that century stand with Harvey Hussain. Both of them batted really nicely. Ultimately, for no real reward, sadly.
No, it was a valiant effort, and it was a terrific.
There's a bit of excitement there before lunch.
Oh, it was. He got nervous, didn't he?
Plenty of excitement before lunch. It's good stuff. It was good stuff. Yeah. So Critchley to Davis, who pushes it out into the offside. Dahl picks up, turns and thinks about throwing, and is told not to, even though there were 2 men backing up, but Davis had already got home. Picks up the single. 119 without loss. Davis on to 76 now. Had a runner ball. 12 fours in that 76 as well. It's been good stuff from Alex Davis. Keaton Jennings a slightly more leisurely 34 from 77. As Scott said earlier, that's the way these two, the dynamic between these two is. Davis all hustle and bustle and shots around the wicket. Keaton Jennings happy to occupy the crease for as long as he needs to. Just checks his guard. Matty McKiernan very much at square leg on the boundary now, right in front of us. Actually slightly to the left. He's been directed by Harvey Hussain, who's taken up quite a bit of that when the spinner's on, just guiding the fielders around. He crouches down behind the stumps. And Keaton Jennings defends the first delivery he faces in this spell from Matt Critchley out into the offside. Picks up a single as well because it was nicely placed. Billy Godleman had to run around to do the fielding. Jennings 35, 120 without loss, 144 the lead. And you would think no matter what happens between now and the actual tea interval, as that one seems to pop a bit on Alex Davis, and he plays an awkward looking shot into the leg side. No matter what happens between now and tea in 9 minutes or so time, Lancashire's session 100%. As strikes the pad. He'd come a long way down. I don't think there was any bat in there, although Dahl looked quite interested for a moment.
Might do another lap at tea, I think. Lap at the outfield, yeah. Okay. Got one in during lunch. It's not much, that is it? One. Try and can't do 2.
Well, next delivery from Graham barely got out of this chair. Next delivery from Matt Chris is defended back to him by Alex Davis. I don't really know what to say there. I live a fairly sedentary life. Critchley's in again, 2 steps down the track, defended back to him by Davis, and the Critchley over comes to an end. A couple of runs off the first 2 deliveries, the only damage. Lancashire with Jennings on 35 and Davis on 76. They're 120 without loss, leading by 144 with just under 10 minutes to go until the tea interval.
They're at tea elsewhere, including the game at New Road, with that dismissal for Somerset, all out for 193, leading Somerset, Worcestershire needing 245 to win the game. Also taking tea at Canterbury, with Kent 42 runs away from an excellent win over Hampshire. 139 for 1, need a further 42 to win. It's Dahl balls to Jennings, taken by the keeper, and there's no run. Zach Crawley 91 not out at tea. We've got that one confirmed result, the first one of this final round of group games. Essex beating Middlesex by 9 wickets, which is where all the drama came before lunch. Derbyshire trying to get to 200. Dahl to Jennings, driven back down the ground, stopped by the bowler. No run, 120 for the first wicket so far.
We're going to see Matty McKinnon bowl, you know.
I'm sure he'd be itching to have a little twirl.
He's just had a word with Billy Godleman and sort of pointed to the pavilion end.
I say twirl for Matty McKinnon. It's not quite a twirl action, is it?
No, it's a flurry.
Yes, Jennings is forward in defence, and there's no run. I suspect he needs the odd back massage, was Matty McKinnon, after his bowled a lengthy spell.
Spent the entire last season out with a stress fracture of his back. Said after the T20 when I spoke to him, he's just glad he was out on the pitch, in all honesty. Bowled nicely on Friday night.
Jennings waits as Dahl bowls. He presses forward, but I suspect just tucking the bat inside the line, and a hopping Harvey Hussain, the keeper, trying to get to the ball. It crashes into and out of his gloves.
It's quite a quick bowler to stand up to the stumps for Harvey Hussain. I'm surprised the odd one doesn't stick. Some medium pacers don't even like it, do they, when the wicket keeper's up.
Dahl to Jennings. It's cut down towards, or through gully, towards the boundary for 4 runs. Flashed pretty firmly by Keaton Jennings, just a fraction of width on offer there from the bowler, and Jennings said, "Yes, please, if you don't mind."
And that's part of the problem that you've got if you're at Anuj Dahl's pace, that once it's been flashed at, it races away, doesn't it? And that one did. A bit too short and wide.
Takes Jennings on to 39. And this partnership now on to 124. Dahl into Jennings, forward resolutely in defence. There's another overdone. Another one chalked off as Jennings takes off his gloves and goes down for a wander and a chat with his mate. 124 without loss, Jennings 39 and Davis on 76.
Just 40 overs left today. It's going to be quite a lengthy evening session. Scheduled close of play at 6 o'clock. We'll be going beyond that, I think.
Yeah, conditions are good as well, aren't they? The
Yeah.
light's all pretty good, the forecast is clear.
Yeah.
It's a lot of time to bat and a lot of runs you can score in that period of time.
Also, 2 batsmen sort of have a long distance conversation there. It's going to be Matt Critchley to continue with his leg spin from the river end. And that's a full toss. It's when he misses out there, there's Alex Davis, because he clubbed it straight to Anuj Dahl at extra cover. He threw the ball in, the bails were whipped off. Harvey Hussain's not allowed to touch the bails. with the protocols, so he just sort of kicks them towards Graham Lloyd, the umpire.
You deal with it.
Yeah. It was quite dainty for Harvey. That normally demolishes sets of stumps. This one's turned into the leg side by Davis. Think about a single, but there's a very loud shout of no from Keaton Jennings. Yeah, Matty McKinnon's definitely coming on. First time we've seen him do anything like this with his shoulders. Mostly bowls. Pushed up towards mid-on, where remarkably Billy Godleman finds himself. He's at mid-on. What's he doing? Well, it's more of a mid-wicket really, but very unusual to find him on the onside. That one's cut away by Davis for a single. McKinnon can use those loose shoulders to throw the ball into Hussain. Another one to the total, 125 without loss. Davis on to 75.
Ian Bell's out for 90.
Oh. Another guard of honour on the way off. Tear in his eye. He's defended by Keaton Jennings. Big stride, and he has got a big stride. The same comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding. That's a shame, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is a shame. Matty McKinnon has now removed his cap.
Oh.
As Critchley comes in, that's another full toss that's just clipped into the leg side by Keaton Jennings for a single. And McKinnon does throw the ball in, even though he's going to get it back fairly soon, because he's going to have his first bowl of the match. Matty McKinnon, bit of unorthodox leg spin from the former Lancashire man. Lancashire with Keaton Jennings on 40 and Alex Davis on 77. 126 without loss, leading by exactly 150 now.
Yeah, Bell out for 90 in his final first-class innings, but
Good effort.
good effort.
Really good effort.
Congratulations on a magnificent career.
Yeah. Wonderful batsman to watch. Ashes winner. He must have got one of the honours, did he? Got an MBE
He's
or
got
an
a-
OBE or something.
I thought they all did.
Yeah. Well, Paul Collingwood got one, didn't he? And he played in one test. I think Ian Bell would be a bit upset if he didn't get one.
He was brilliant, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Bell in that.
Yeah.
Well, they all were, obviously, but it was great to watch. One of my favourites to watch, Ian Bell.
They were talking about it on television the other day, and they were saying he was slightly overshadowed because he played in the same team as Kevin Peterson. I think that suited him, really.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. Kind of a bit under the radar type thing. So here comes Matty McKinnon for the first time, and Keaton Jennings gets a little forward to him and eases it safely enough into the onside. The Ian Bell cover drive. Glorious. Billy Godleman having a little natter with his bowl up, bringing up deep backward square leg. We're approaching tea on the third day, and a century partnership for the opening wicket between Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis. Jennings unbeaten on 40 and Davis on 77. It's the third successive game that these two have at least shared a century partnership. They did it against Yorkshire, they did it against Nottinghamshire as well in the previous game, so they're in good form, these two. Earlier, Lancashire bowled Derbyshire out for 195 to secure a first innings lead of 24 runs, and now that's been pushed up to and approaching 150. In fact, it is now exactly 150. 150 in front at 126 without loss. Dropping that next delivery out into the onside, and there is no run. Matty McKinnon from the pavilion end, slip, crouches down, Jennings waits for him, turns it through the onside. They think about taking a single, but Davis is sent back by Keaton Jennings. Content. Jennings just to push and poke and tickle the ball around for 6 deliveries. and get to tee 10 away from a half century. Keenan from the top of his mark, looping the ball from right hand to left. And slowly drifts in and balls to Jennings, who's right forward again, defending. And there is no run. Tee being taken in the majority of games across the Bob Willis Trophy, heading into the the final session of the day, the penultimate day of the Bob Willis season for the majority of the counties. And Jennings is working it up to mid-off. That'll do. That will be tee. The players disappearing back towards the pavilion, and Lancashire, I'm sure, the two batsmen here, Alex Davis and Keaton Jennings, will be receiving a wonderful round of applause from their teammates. They're just slowly drifting out from inside the pavilion, and the Lancashire players leaning on the balcony on the third level of that grand old pavilion, waiting for Keaton Jennings, who's carrying his bat in his left hand, and Alex Davis, who's got it tucked under his left arm, both right arms swinging in perfect harmony, those two. A little rattle of applause there from the teammates, because that's an unbeaten century partnership as we get to tee on the third day, and Alex Davis will be hoping that can be his 77, his top score of the competition so far. He'd be desperate to try and turn that into to three figures, and Keaton Jennings will be eager to get at least up to 50, and I'm sure he's got ambitions of going beyond as well. So a very good afternoon session for Lancashire, and scored at a good rate too. They've moved the lead, which was 24 on first innings, up to 150 at tee on the third day, still with all 10 wickets remaining. It's in 7 overs from Connors, 6 from Rees, 7 from Dahl, 7 from Critchley, 1 from Melton, and 1 from McKiernan. Jennings 40 not out from 92 deliveries, 4 fours and a 6. Davis 77 not out from 84 deliveries with 12 fours. Tee on day 3 in Liverpool, Lancashire, 126 without loss. We'll catch you in about 20 minutes. Well, hello everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back to Egbert for the final session. Look at the weather, Dave Fletcher. It's a stonker of a day,
isn't it? And it is warm out there.
Oh,
blimey! Did you make it all the way around?
I got distracted. I ended up speaking to people, and then
I didn't think you'd made it all the way around.
Yeah, dear.
20 yards outside the marquee doesn't count as all the way around.
No. There's our view. That's where we're commentating from. Square on as Critchley comes to the ball. That's cut away by Davis through the offside for a single. Yeah, I got distracted. He ended up. I've not seen Ken. You see, Ken, who's operating the scoreboard.
Yes, I had a chat with Ken.
I've not seen him for ages, so I spotted him, so I had a natter to him. And before you know it, they're coming out again. Didn't get my lap in. It's poor, really.
38 overs in this session, which is a lot of overs.
The first one being bowled by Critchley to Jennings, and for no run. 127 without loss. Well, Matty McKiernan's twirling his arms around again, so we might see a little bit of spin from both ends.
Well, that would be no bad thing, would it? In all honesty.
Critchley into Jennings, worked in towards the onside. And who's Darles at mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
Very, very bright now. Too bright. Not used to it.
Jennings from the crease, just tapping the ball off his hip into the onside for a single. 126 without loss. Yeah, I went for the thicker jumper this morning because I checked the forecast. I mean, I don't know why I bothered, but I did. And it kind of cloud cover, and it looked a bit grey and dreary. Shuffled down the pitch by Davis, trying to squeeze the ball out into the offside, but there's no run. Turned into an absolute stonker of a day. Mr. McKiernan's removed his cap, so he's definitely coming into the attack.
Yeah, we'll see him soon.
Pops his Derbyshire cap on the grass just in front of us. One slip in place as Critchley still in the sunglasses. Balls to Davis, who turns it into the onside for one run. It'll be McKiernan to Davis because he's pinched the strike. As Alex Davis, it's the end of the over. 129 without loss. Davis on 79 and Keaton Jennings on 41.
Previous to this spell, Matty McKiernan in first-class cricket had bowled 20 deliveries, taken 2 wickets at 8.
Good effort.
Not bad. Bowled at Trent Bridge in the game that he played there for Derbyshire. That was his only previous match for Derbyshire. Back at the beginning of August. Remember the beginning of August?
Not really.
No, I can barely remember it. Yeah. Yeah, 2 for 3 and 0 for 13. Anyway, he's going to bowl now, continuing a spell that he began the other side of tee. Comes in, balls to Davis, who launches him back over his head for 6. Huge shot. That's going to hit one of the cars in the players' car park, I think. That went a long, long way. Might still be going now. Graham Onions has gone to retrieve it. Actually, it's lodged just in the bottom of the hedge, the privet hedge, away to our left-hand side. That was a mighty blow from Alex Davis. He moves on to 85. Lancashire to 135 without loss. Second and 6 we've seen today. Third, in fact. Second in this innings. 1 each for Jennings and Davis. 1 for Dustin Melton earlier. This time he goes back into his crease and just pushes it away into the offside, out towards Dustin Melton, who's fielding on the cover boundary. They go through for a single. 136 without loss. The lead 160. And with those 38 overs, if they go at the same rate they were going this afternoon, they'll stick another 180, 190 onto their lead. They'll be leading by the thick end of 300 by the close of play. Just a sense of deflation amongst the Derbyshire bowlers and fielders. Hudson Prentice is blocking my view. Jennings goes for the little sweep around the corner, and he's going to pick up 2 runs as Melton comes around from deep backward square leg to do the fielding. 2 more to Keaton Jennings. He moves to 42, 138 without loss now. Steady start for Worcestershire. 2 without loss after 6.5 overs. Not taking any chances early. That game down at New Road against Somerset. The winners of that will play Essex in the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. If it's a draw, Somerset will be favourites. As McKinnon tosses himself a catch and then just walks slowly up to the wicket. Jennings, it's a ball on the half volley that he pushes into the leg side. Dahl tumbles to make the stop. So 9 off the first 4 deliveries, 9 off the first 3. Jennings waits and plays the ball this time to the left of Anuj Dahl, and there's no run. People all over Lancashire and Derbyshire waiting for the latest word. It'll be with them in a minute. People in Derbyshire were slightly more excited this morning, I imagine, than they are this afternoon. 138 without loss. Lead 162. Final ball of the McKiernan over. Down the track comes Keaton Jennings. Can't get that one away either. It goes straight out to Anuj Dahl at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. Jennings has 43. Davis 86. 138 without loss. A lead of 162.
Golden chance, isn't it, for Alex Davis and for Keaton Jennings. Spoke to Davis a few times this season, and he's played really well both in this competition and the T20, but he's mentioned about, you know, having got to 50, 60 or 70, something like that, and got out and wanting to, and admitted he was kind of disappointed to have got runs on the board and got in and not gone on. So another chance for him now. He's had a good year though, opening bat, keeping wicket. Good partnership with Keaton Jennings. A lot to admire with how these two perform, and also how they apply themselves as players, as individuals. I think they're both impressive characters on and off the pitch. So Critchley just tinkering ever so slightly with his field. He's looking, sure he's happy where everybody's located. Peering left and right. Here he comes. Davis goes back and leaves this delivery. Harvey is saying the keeper takes the catch. Critchley again in. Shuffled down the pitch by Davis and worked away back towards the bowler. And once more to Davis. Says catch, because Davis has hit it straight to Anuj Dahl and leans on his bat. Can't believe he's done that. Has to tuck the bat under the arm, takes off the gloves and will make his way back towards the dressing room, but he chipped it straight to extra cover, and Dahl did what his teammates asked him to do, which was catch. And Davis has gone for 86, an excellent 86 from Davis, and a terrific opening partnership between Alex Davis and Keaton Jennings. 138 runs put on for that first wicket, but Davis unable to go on too much after tea. Falls for 86, and Lancashire lose their first wicket. And Critchley picks up his second wicket of the game, but there's the replay of it. Look at Alex Davis there, leaning on the bat. Can't believe he's done it. But good knock by Alex Davis. He's got Lancashire off to a good start. Another impressive opening partnership. It'll bring out Josh Bohannon to join Keaton Jennings. But that, from Derbyshire's point of view, is a good way to start the final session. Needed a wicket, get themselves up and running and feeling a little bit more chipper about things. And they've got the wicket of the dangerous Alex Davis out for 86. So 138 for 1. Keaton Jennings actually walks out to meet Josh Barnum. A little conversation with the Lancashire number 3, and passes on a wee bit of advice. Conversation between Rees and Critchley as well. Jennings pops his gloves back on. Bohannon goes through a couple of... And Lancashire just lost their first wicket. Alex Davis, the man out for 86, played one into the hands of Anus Dahl at extra cover off the bowling of Matt Critchley, ending a century partnership. Well, 138 runs that Davis and Jennings have put on for the first wicket. Lancashire still in a really strong position here. Derbyshire 195 all out in their first innings. Lancashire second time round, 138 for 1, lead by 162 runs. Here comes Critchley into Bohannon. Oh, he's going back. Flirting with a bit of danger when you're going back into your crease.
Yes, absolutely. Just had a conversation, 2 Lancashire players walked past having a conversation. It was just magnificent. You'll enjoy it.
Okay, Critchley to Bohannon, cutting the ball through the offside. McKiernan comes round to field.
I won't use all the words they used.
Oh, right, okay.
Player A said to player B, well, their caps are rubbish, aren't they? The player B agreed. Player A said, they look like pancakes. The floppy blue Derbyshire caps, I rather like them actually, the floppy cap. Sort of baggy cap. But player A thought they look like pancakes.
Magnificent.
Marvellous. They obviously had no idea that we could hear we. And you were busy concentrating, waiting for the cue.
It's funny. 139 for 1. Critchley into to Jennings. It's cut down towards the third man boundary, and probably be 4 runs. Indeed, it will be for Keaton Jennings. And that's the end of a wicket taken over from Matt Critchley. Jennings moves on to 47, and Lancashire 143 for 1.
Well, they certainly needed it, didn't they? After that afternoon session, they did some kind of pick-me-up. Derbyshire, and Alex Davis basically provided them with it, really. Slapped the ball straight to Anus Dahl, who barely had to move. He hit it hard as well, so it was a good catch. And a 143 for 1. A lead of 167, only the 35 overs left today. Over in the blink of an eye, I'm sure. Matty McKinnon's going to continue. It was a leg spin at both ends. This doesn't happen very often in this country. We get leg spin at both ends, and they're 2 very different leg spinners. Matt Critchley's a very classical leg spinner, whereas Matty McKinnon looks like he's diving in at the start of the 100 metres breaststroke. When he delivers the ball, there he goes, and the ball's played back to him by Josh Bohannon. It was aerial for a short while, more butterfly, I think, rather than breaststroke. Actually, thinking about it, but he looks like he's diving in. Not sure whether he can actually see anything when the ball gets up the other end. He must be looking at his feet. This delivery is driven very nicely indeed by Josh Bohannon. He's going to get 4 runs for that. It's been chased down by Lewis Rees, but the ball wins that particular race. That was a glorious shot by Bohannon, who has picked up where he left off in the first innings, really. He moves to 5, 147 for 1. David Griffin, who takes lots and lots of pictures of lots and lots of cricketers, said it always looks, when the pictures come out of Matty McKiernan bowling, as though he's bowled it with his left hand where he finishes up. Very peculiar action. Unique,
Yes.
one might say. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
As long as he can get it up the other end and get some spin on it. And he's in now. And it's pushed out into the offside by Bohannon to Dahl, filling at cover. If you watch, his right hand comes over and delivers it, but then his left arm comes over as well, as though it's delivering another ball. Now that would be a clever trick if you could deliver two at the same time and take your pick at the far end. He's in, and this is pushed back to him this time by Bohannon. Ever since Scott said how glorious it was, it's completely clouded over now, and there's some grey clouds up above. I don't think they're particularly threatening grey clouds, but
Apologise for that.
it has. Well, I promised 96 overs this morning at 10:30. Bohannon gets a full-length delivery. A little puff of dust comes up as well as he gets bat on ball there. Pushes it back towards McKinnon, the bowler. Current run rate 4.5, and it's been pretty much 2 and just above 2 for the entire match up until the lunchtime interval here today, and then all of a sudden the Lancashire openers exploded in that 138 run opening partnership. Bohannon goes back into his crease to play this one out into the leg side. Billy Godleman decides to have a shy at the stumps for no apparent reason. It's backed up there by Lewis Rees. And it's the end of the over. Just the 4 runs from it, from that glorious drive that went to the boundary, took Josh Bohannon up to 5. Keaton Jennings is on 47 from exactly 100 deliveries at Lancashire. 147 for 1, leading by 171. In complete control of this game, and the destiny of this game is in their hands.
It is, and there's an excellent partnership between Harvey Hussain and Matty McKinnon. A highlight for Derbyshire last night and through the morning session, but across the piece so far, Lancashire have been the team in front of the game. Aside from those first 2 or 3 overs when we were 2 for 2, weren't they, on the first innings? But felt that when that recovery was put together by Bohannon and Jones, they've kind of been largely in front. Reverse sweep attempted by Keaton Jennings. He's such a tall man, he gets a good stride in, and those big long levers of his. Yes. It's all very flamboyant, that, isn't it, from Keaton Jennings. A lot of moving parts involved in the Keaton Jennings reverse sweep. Made no contact with the ball. He'll try it again and gets it away this time. Down towards the boundary. He'll come back for 2, but no need to run too hard for the second, because that's 4, and that brings up 50 for Keaton Jennings. Very nicely played on the reverse again, a very popular shot for Keaton Jennings. 51 not out. Brings up the 150 for Lancashire as well. 151 for 1. Jennings turns and waves his bat in the general direction of his teammates on the balcony of the impressive pavilion here at Liverpool.
102 balls. That was his 6th 4. And he's hit a 6 as well.
Glorious hit for 6, wasn't it, too? Extra run here for him, reaching for it. He's turning the bat across his front pad. Moving through for 1, moves to 53. 153 for 1. Yes, he hit Matt Critchley, didn't he, with a lofted drive for 6. Keaton Jennings. And then Bohannon is on strike, but as you can see, first slip and second slip are having a little natter, and the keeper's getting involved as well. Oh, now Matt Critchley spotted something. He wants a word with his skipper.
Of course he does. Worcestershire 5 for 1 in the 10th over, chasing 245 to beat Somerset at New Road and get through to the final of the Bob Willis Trophy.
Everyone's happy. Critchley will come in and bowl, and left by Bohannon through to the keeper, no run. Is it Libby or is it Mitchell? Well, either way, they've both been in good form this season.
Mitchell, who's gone. Ball by Lewis Gregory for 3.
Critchley in, left again, and he is. Harvey Hussain says that thuds into the gloves of the keeper, no run.
So the required rate to win the game is 2.02 and over. Worcestershire.
As Matt Critchley balls to Josh Bohannon, dropping it through the offside, but for no run. It's the end of the over, 152 for 1.
The current run rate is 0.49. I mean, they're taking it cautiously.
It's how Somerset started their second innings, isn't it? It was a very slow, patient, dig in type thing from Somerset, where they just wanted to make sure that they had a platform to try and build. So it's loads of time to get the runs, isn't there?
Yeah, there is.
It's whether you can hold your nerve, I suppose. Worcestershire's players, they'd be tense there. Imagine if that was full New Road. There'd be plenty in for that game, wouldn't there?
Big West Country derby.
Absolutely, yeah.
I know, before I get complaints, I know that Worcester's not technically in the West Country, but it's not too far away. It's more it's only just below the West Midlands, and it's sort of in no man's land, really, Worcester. Really nice city. It's a cricket ground and it's rugby union ground on the outskirts. With its football team that in 1949 knocked Liverpool out of the FA Cup. I think they were in the Southern League back then, but I think they've gone bust in recent years, and they certainly don't play in the city anymore. Worcester City Football Club. Been there with Halifax.
You've been about, haven't you?
No, I've been to all sorts of places. We'll leave it at places for now. Here's McKiernan, mainly non-league places. It begins a new over, and it's clipped up towards mid-on when it's fielded by Lewis Rees, who hurls the ball in, and Keaton Jennings just had to move out of the way of that one. A little nod from Graham Lloyd, the umpire. There's a bit of history between Rees and Keaton Jennings. Dot ball to begin his 4th over for Matty McKiernan. Jennings this time clips it nicely. He gets the proper connection on it. It's out towards the mid-wicket boundary where Dustin Melton does the fielding. And they go through for another single. Jennings moves on to 53. 153 for 1. Just thinking there, I've now got the Derbyshire side. I can spot them all wherever they are in the field and all that kind of thing. Now the season's going to come to an end. Do it all again at the start of next season. Just the one slip from McKiernan. Always the way. Down the track comes Bohannon, and he's launched that one back over McKiernan's head, probably beyond the sight screen as well. For 6. That was a huge blow and very, very straight. Another 6 to the Lancashire total. Bohannon moves up to 11. Lancashire to 159 for 1, 183 the lead now. This lead could be anything by the close.
Yeah, there's a lot to go tonight.
Absolutely anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Lancs obviously will want to win the game.
Of course.
They want to try and use as many of the 90 overs as they possibly can tomorrow to try and take 10 wickets. So
forecast good.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I think so. Forecast good for tomorrow, so that's good.
So they might just want to look to. I mean, they've been scoring, to be fair, at a good rate, haven't they? The run rate's been good through the course of this inning.
It's over 4.5 now, and it was 5s to begin with.
Yeah.
Derbyshire have chased down 365, of course, so they won't be taking anything for granted, Lancashire. Quite whether lightning would strike twice in the same season, I'm not entirely sure. Bohannon waits, and this time he plays it along the ground to Anuj Dal at cover.
No, but the beauty about that win, well, aside from the fact that even though it was a fantastic victory, it'll play in the mind of one or two of the Lancashire players. The captain will think, well, they've chased down loads at Trent Bridge to win, and that just perhaps changes his mind.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? I mean, I don't think Lancashire will bowl as miserably as Nottinghamshire did. This one is into the ground and taken by Anuj Dal. They've claimed a catch here. This is interesting. They've claimed a catch. I thought that was a bump ball. That was my instinct, was that it was a bump ball, but Matty McKiernan shouted catch. It was claimed by the bowler, and now the umpires are going to have a little confer. They can't use the replays that we might get, which seems a little bit daft. But
that's a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
Matt Critchley seems relatively confident. I don't think he's going to be given, in all honesty. Bohannon's going nowhere. They're having a chat. Well, it was taken cleanly, certainly by Matty McKiernan. The umpires are still conferring. Well, they can't give it now because they're not sure, can they?
They can't. No, there's obviously too much doubt in.
No, not out, not out. If you go to the other umpire and he straight away says, well, yeah, I thought that was a clean catch, then you give him, and fair play. But if you have to discuss it for 30 seconds or a minute without any further evidence, the memory starts to fade of what you've just seen. So, but my instinct was a bump ball.
I thought he hit it into the ground,
Yeah. And McKinnon didn't celebrate wildly. Bohannon makes sure there's no repeat by putting in the biggest stride of the day, even bigger than one of Keaton Jennings, to smother the spin. And it's the end of the Matty McKinnon over. He's bowled 4 overs for 20. Now 159 for 1 Lancashire. Keaton Jennings on 53. Josh Bohannon has 11. The lead is 183. And with 32 overs to go today, you'd expect them, well, they could score another 120, 130 runs. That would give them a lead of around about 280, 290. Graham Lloyd and Matty McKinnon still in conversation. It's all fairly pleasant and civil.
Well, as you say, it's the standing umpire gives it not out unless instantly from the square leg umpire says, yeah, that's out. And the longer you chat about it, the more it's unlikely to be.
He just asked me, Matty McKinnon. I didn't see a replay, did you?
No, they've not seen one just yet.
If the director's listening, if we could have a replay of that bump ball back to Matty McKinnon, we'd be gratefully, we'd be really grateful.
Well, here is Critchley into Jennings, comes down the wicket and working the ball through the onside. Cries of stop it. Andrews Dahl tries to cut the ball off at mid-wicket. They do get 1 run, so move to 160 for 1. Jennings moves on to 54. Brings Bohannon on strike. Beaten on 11.
And it's good that it was at the end that it was at, because if we do see a replay, the camera's quite high up on the pavilion at that end.
Yeah.
Which gives us, I don't think we're going to see one though. My plea to the director has fallen on deaf ears. Is the director even listening?
I'm sure. It was Critchley. He started, but then something wasn't quite right, so he shuffles back to his mark into Bohannon. That's swatted out through extra cover, and McKinnon called into duty. Bohannon moves up to 12, leans on his bat. He looked rather flustered by the whole thing, didn't he, Josh Bohannon? He wasn't too concerned about it. 161 for 1. The reverse sweep by Keaton Jennings. That's, this occasion picking out the Derbyshire fielder.
We're going to get sight of it here.
And there is no run.
There we go.
161 for 1. Critchley from that river end is in bowling to Jennings. It's turned away into the onside. There is no run. See a little replay of it now. Well, it looked like he hit it into the ground, but yeah, it's one of those where it's not massively conclusive either way.
Excellent.
Yes, he worked away into the onside by Keaton Jennings, and McKinnon comes round to field. The problem is he could be bat hitting the ground. Something hits the ground. Can you see a little puff of dust comes up?
Yeah, there's too much doubt, isn't there, in the umpire's mind. I'll try and signal to Matty McKinnon that it was very inconclusive.
Forward goes.
I'll have to wait till the end of the over then.
Yes.
The next over, because he's gone.
He disappeared. Forgers behind and defends that last delivery. 162 for 1, but it's one of those where there's a kind of puff of dust, but it could be batting to the ground, it could be balling to the ground. Something's gone into the ground, hasn't it, I think? And
the fact that, I mean, normally if a bowler takes a return catch, there's
loads of yelping.
He'd have been thrilled, wouldn't he? I mean, he's taken 2 wickets this season, but it's not like he's got a bag full. He'd have been throwing the ball up, running away, celebrating. But
a few from our colleagues are. I'm not sure. Not out. And, probably the general consensus. But the most important thing is the umpire. The on-field umpire said not out.
Absolutely. Well, that was my initial reaction, was a bump ball. I didn't even expect a conference between the umpires. Here's McKinnon again, though, from the pavilion end. Down the track comes Keaton Jennings, and that one's in the air for a while. Billy Godwin allows it to go past him and then chases it down. They don't go through for a single. Godwin feeling at extra cover. The Derbyshire skipper, his normal position of mid-off, has been reallocated. It looks like he has to deploy at mid-off. I don't think I've seen him filmed there before. Critchley's in again, and this is met on the full, right on the half volley by Jennings. Pushes it out into the onside where it's fielded by Anuj Dahl. 162 for 1. Lead 186. Another ambulance goes past in a very narrow street at the far end of the ground. Has to slow right down. As again Keaton Jennings takes a couple of steps down the track and Dahl's onto it like a flash. He hits the stumps as an appeal. Jennings was back. He'd been back about 30 seconds. That's our only spectator that we can see from this side of the ground. There is a gate at the far side immediately opposite us, and there's a man with a white van who's parked up. He's stuck his hazard flashes on and he's leaning against his van watching the cricket from the gate.
He's found the gap, hasn't he?
Yeah, there is actually a bit more of railings to the right. I'm surprised we haven't seen a few there. Oh, there is one, but there is somebody there to the right hand side. 2 spectators. McKinnon bowls to Keaton Jennings, who pushes it into the leg side. And there's no run.
I noticed that during the Iceland-England football match, which obviously is behind closed doors, but there's obviously a part of the ground where you can stand and sit, and there was probably a couple of hundred people watching it from outside the ground.
There was somebody from Leeds flew to Iceland and watched it from outside the ground.
That's absolutely ridiculous,
isn't it?
I mean, unless you're going to stay there for a holiday afterwards. You can't just go there for the match, surely. That would be crazy.
I'm sure it's been on certainly in the papers. Jennings defends this next delivery back to McKinnon.
I get it if you're going, I'll stay for a week and have a bit of a holiday.
Yeah.
But flying there for...
Well, the BBC didn't even send the commentators to Iceland. They've gone to, are they in Denmark now? For tonight's game?
I guess they'd have to quarantine, wouldn't they, and stuff on arrival in Iceland?
But yeah, presumably you couldn't fly to 2 different countries or do a round trip or something, I don't know. This one is turned into the leg side by Keaton Jennings to complete the over. It was Anuj Dahl who did the fielding at mid-wicket. The over comes to an end, a maiden over. And I hope to be able to tell Matty McKinnon when he gets back that our consensus is bump ball. 162 for 1, although he didn't allow that to put him off. In that over, the lead is 186. Jennings has 55. Bohannon has 12. Come on, Matty, have a look. He comes back and stands near the boundary and turns his back on us straight away. He's not having it.
Second result of the final round of group games, a victory for Kent. They've beaten Hampshire by 7 wickets. Zach Crawley finished on. I'll have a quick look for you. It's Critchley bowls to Bohannon. It's chopped away through the offside. And McKinnon sweeps round to complete the fielding. Bohannon moves on to 13, 163 for 1. Zach Crawley made 105 in the end. 7 wicket win for Kent against Hampshire. So they're signed off in Canterbury. Win for Essex earlier today as well. Critchley to Jennings. And his Dahl comes round from mid-wicket to field. The intensity that after tea has been better from Derbyshire. They've kind of the energy levels have been a bit noisier in the field. The ground fielding has been good. Critchley into Jennings again, works into the onside. Duploy this time across. We're just a little bit like that. Just that little example there.
You just got the feeling that after lunch it was all a bit, we can't do it, we can't do it, and they sort of took their eyes off the ball a bit, really, didn't they? And Lancashire got away.
Actually to Jennings, and Duploy coming round to field. No, and I appreciate it. Obviously, really disappointing to have fallen so short of reaching the batting bonus points. That's going to have a knock-on effect, isn't it? But it's been better since after tea. It just feels a bit more energy about Derbyshire. It looks good. Nudged into the onside by Keaton Jennings, and Dahl comes round again to field.
So Kent will finish second in the Southern group with 82 points. the bottom two, Sussex and Surrey, are playing each other at the moment, so they won't have any effect on the top. But Kent temporarily moved onto more points than Derbyshire have.
Packed together, and the ball loops up as Jennings comes down the pitch, and it's the end of the Critchley over, who just very, very politely, looks a very polite young man, says to umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, would that be out if perhaps? And he said no. It
wouldn't. No, it didn't look out. Didn't look out to me.
No.
I'm not going to give it. Hand sanitisation break, which is a bit of a concern so close to the 4:35 sports desk, which quite often happens before 4:35 and often happens after it. Bit of a movable feast. I know the football season's up and running as well, and Derby County is selling players to Premier League teams, and the EFL have confirmed that they're going to appeal against the decision not to find Derby guilty of anything. Cricket's been pushed down a bit. And of course Burton Albion are playing this evening.
Oh, what's happening tonight?
Peterborough United, 7 o'clock kick-off, one of them 16 AM in the EFL Trophy.
Oh, right.
Doesn't get any bigger than that.
Right. This is the League Cup, is it?
No, it's the other one. It's the Checker Trade, Freight Rover, Old DB vans.
With you, yeah. So that's just for the League 2 and League 1.
League 1, League 2, and a select number of invited under 20s teams. Yeah, Fulham. Burton have got in their group, and all those teams have to play away from home, so Fulham will be coming up to Staffordshire, East Staffordshire at some point in either October or November, I think.
It's Matty McKinnon then to continue. And getting along quite nicely. Lancashire, they lead by 187 runs as it stands at 1-6-3 for 1. Just the 1 second innings wicket to fall. Alex Davis out for 86 rather, caught by Anuj Dal off the bowling of Matt Critchley. But Keaton Jennings is unbeaten on 55 and Josh Bohannon on 13. Earlier Derbyshire all out for 195. Cruelly fell just 5 runs short of reaching 200, and a crucial batting bonus point to keep them in with a chance of reaching the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. But we're still set potentially for a good game here. Lancashire lead by 187 runs at 1-6-3 for 1. And make that 1-6-4 for 1, as you'll see during the course of that update. And brings Jennings back on strike, so Bohannon moves up to 14 now. Here comes McKinnon. To Jennings, who presses forward and worked into the offside where Billy Godleman comes up to field, and there's no run. I'll be enjoying the ball in here. Well, Matty McKinnon, a chance with the bat, and played a significant role in a crucial partnership for Derbyshire, but his first ball of the game, didn't bowl in the first innings. Jennings comes forward towards him and then clips the ball into the onside. Throw comes in by Dar right over the stumps. Taken by the keeper. Wayne Madsen there at first slip. Critchley tosses the ball, spinning it from right to left and slowly creeping his way back in. Jennings off the back foot, forcing it back down the ground, but stopped by McKinnon off his own bowling. No run. Sussex have lost a couple of early wickets as they're looking to build a lead over Surrey at the Oval. 34 for 3, Sussex in their second innings to lead Surrey by 61 runs. And Worcestershire up to 30 for 1. They've got a run chase on at New Road. Keaton Jennings a little tickle through the onside for a single. 57 not out. Keaton Jennings keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. 1-6-5 for 1. Sorry, Jennings on 56 and Bohannon on 14. So Worcestershire 30 for 1. So they lost Darryl Mitchell pretty early on, but Jake Libby's unbeaten on 23. Tom Fell on 4. 215 more runs for Worcestershire. Somerset still looking for 9 wickets to win the game and finish top and play Essex in the final. Jennings attempts to reverse sweep this first delivery from Critchley. Ball's handed back to Matt Critchley. Hair swept back, sunglasses on. Jennings again using his feet very nicely, working the ball through mid-wicket, along the ground through the onside. And now moves up to 57, not out. 166 for 1. Critch from the river end, over the wicket to Bohannon. I'm ready to take the singles there through the offside. There's a point and there's a short cover, and there's a deep extra cover. And Bohannon content just to weave the ball through the offside for 1. Moves to 15. 167 for 1. Jennings back on strike. Critchley to him. He comes down the pitch, Keaton Jennings, and that's sent over long on. And 6 more for Keaton Jennings. The second time he's hit. Matt Critchley back over his head for 6. And that pushes his total up and into the 60s now. 63 not out. 173 for 1. The ball bounced over the advertisement hoardings underneath the metal fence, and there's Graham Onions. The recently retired Graham Onions, who's out there in the nets with some of the Lancashire players. He's having to scratch about on his hands and knees to fetch the ball from underneath the porter cabin, and that's would have been rattled around, that ball, as it hit the porter cabin and went underneath it. So the umpire gives it a quick look and says that's okay, carry on with it. Critchley to Jennings, turned into the onside. Jennings moves up to 64. 174 for 1. Brings Josh Bohannon back on strike. Bohannon wants a run there, punched up to mid-on, pick up and throw from Sam Connors, but a little cheeky single from Josh Bohannon. End of the over. 175 for 1. 16 to Bohannon, 64 to Keaton Jennings. Liverpool Cricket Club, Lancashire Cricket TV, watching the strip pictures, listening to the commentary. Maybe you're out and about in the car on medium wave 855, or with us on the BBC Sport website and app, the Bob Willis Trophy. And indeed the T20 Blast fixtures again this season. Lots of ways to access coverage of these games. The minute still being played behind closed doors, and we hope to see you all back in the ground soon. But for the time being, different ways to follow your team, to follow the action, and we'll do our best to entertain you along the way. That might be a bit optimistic. We'll try and make some kind of sense. That's the best we can hope for. Here's McKiernan to Bohannon. Gets forward and defends off a stride down the pitch and ease away into the offside where Connors fields and there's no run. Of course, one or two suggestions that finals day might well be some fans in the ground. In the Warwickshire chief executive reckoned somewhere in the region of about 8,000 potentially. Cranky, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Bohannon's turn to come skipping in towards the bowler. Ball has squirted out back with a square on the offside, and they've run 3, but not quite where Bohannon was aiming. But he gets 3 more. He moves to 19. 178 for 1. Brings Keaton Jennings back on strike. And I think there's still a possibility of some crowds being in for a T20 match or 2 in the final few games. Indeed, 1 or 2 grounds have been identified, haven't they, as being ones where they can try and pilot the return of spectators. So tentative signs of being able to get back into grounds to watch your cricket. McKiernan to Jennings. That's a good looking shot off the back foot. That's 4 runs for Keaton Jennings. Glorious shot. Cracked away through the covers. Moves up to 68 not out. 182 for 1.
Is that off the back of the fans being admitted to the games in Scotland this weekend. 2 Scottish Premiership matches. Aberdeen's game against Kilmarnock and Ross County against Celtic will both have up to, it says here, 300 spectators. I don't think Ross County will have any problem playing against Celtic and asking 300 people to come in. No fans have been in Scottish football stadiums since March, which is they've been going a while now as well, haven't they? So slowly but surely fans returning.
McKiernan to Keaton Jennings, turns the ball out through the onside. It actually gets underneath the body of square leg, and Jennings comes back for a couple as a result of that. A bonus additional run for Keaton Jennings. Sam Connors there at backward square leg, the ball just bursting underneath his body as he tried to cut it off low to his left.
A pigeon. Ooh. We haven't seen many birds today,
No,
have we?
it's been very quiet.
We haven't seen many birds at all, no thrushes.
No.
We saw what appeared to be a buzzard on day one.
You got very excited about that, didn't you?
Yeah.
184 for one.
Didn't take much.
McKiernan to Jennings. Kept down the ground for a single.
Alex Hughes on the field. Can't see Lewis Rees gone off for a lie down.
Don't blame him.
No, I don't either. Yeah, Alex Hughes there at long off to the right-hander.
Yeah, Bohannon back on strike, unbeaten on 19. McKiernan drifting in from the pavilion end. Balls to Bohannon. Forward defensive back towards the bowler. End of the over. 185 for one. Bohannon has 19 and Keaton Jennings on 71, and Worcestershire have lost a second wicket.
Jake Libby, he's gone bowled by Lewis Gregory again. He's got both wickets. Libby made 23. They're 36 for 2 now. Need another 209. They've got 112 overs in which to get them, but they're going to run out of wickets if they're not careful. It looks like Somerset heading for a showdown with Essex, which, in all honesty, when you look at the two teams who've been at the top of the game this season, now then there's the point. What are they pointing to here? Oh dear, we've got another problem. They're going to have to get the ground staff on. I think there's something glinting.
Oh dear, there's a glint.
Yeah, there's a blinding light glinting off something. It might be David Griffin's car.
That's a white one.
It's a white one, so it's not Griff's.
Oh dear.
And we're now going to have a little. No, mine's behind here. Mine's not white. They'd know if it was yours or not because it's got every town in Lancashire written on the side of it.
Can't miss that one, can you?
No, they'd know your van.
I'm in the Radio Lancashire van.
I'm just in the regular Fletchmobile, which it's not really big enough for anything to glint off it, in all honesty. It's very little, tiny little thing. So we'll have a...
Are we going to wait, or we're going to...
I think we're going to carry on. I'm not sure whether it was this... I think it was Stephen O'Shaughnessy. It was glinting into his eyes, and it was troubling him more than anybody else.
Right.
Matt Critchley's going to, for some reason, check his run-up. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander Keaton Jennings. Matty McKinnon's going behind square, and as a result it'll be less distance for Ed Barnes to bring his drink, which is good news for Ed Barnes. He's come round with the full face mask and gloves combo.
That's the full shebang, isn't it, that?
Yeah, I'm still not sure about these gloves. I think actually it might not be Ed Barnes. Here's Critchley. Bowls to Keaton Jennings down the leg side. I'm not sure what he got on that, if anything. He's going to come back for 2 somethings. It's going to be signal leg buys, is it, or just buys? It's leg buys. Fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice, racing away down towards fine leg. It might actually be Michael Cohen, in all honesty. And he's talking very loudly, and I should be able to hear his accent. It's either a Yorkshire accent for Barnes or a South African accent for Cohen. I think it's Michael Cohen, actually. Said hello to him in the car park last night. We couldn't restart our conversation about rock music, sadly, because I was busy. But I'm looking forward to learning the guitar. Can't wait. I'm sure my fingers are. There's a big conversation going on between Matt Critchley and Billy Godleman, and the upshot is that Lias Deploy's come out to mid-wicket, about 10-12 yards in from the boundary's edge. He's a long way from the bat there, Lias Deploy. Doesn't normally feel that far away from the bat. Critchley's in, and it's just turned into the leg side wristily by Keaton Jennings. McKiernan comes in off the boundary to do the fielding, and Lias Deploy jogs in, and now he's been told to stay out. And Michael Cohen is following McKiernan around with the water bottle. There's dedication for you. He's got like his own personal water carrier. It is Michael Cohen. You can see the 8 on his back through the high vis. As Bohannon goes back into his crease and cuts. There was a bit of a dive there from Lias Deploy. He missed it. McKiernan does the fielding. Single added. Still signals from Graham Lloyd. He's
not happy, is he?
He's got his mind elsewhere at the moment, hasn't he? Somewhere off the pitch.
Oh, he's giving a thumbs up to somebody. Someone's done something.
Keaton Jennings was a single every time there into the leg side. He just turns it into the leg side. Lias Deploy comes in, throws it back to Harvey Hussain. One more to the total. 191 potentially. 190 for one. Jennings to 73. Bohannon, big stride, pushes it out into the onside, the right-hander, and there's no run as it's picked up by Billy Godleman. Those gloves aren't very nice because your hands don't have sweat in those blue gloves. And again, big stride. This time he defends it back towards Matt Critchley. And it's the end of the over. Anuj Dal was screaming for somebody to take his cap and his arm protectors, because it looks like he's going to come back and have a ball from the pavilion end. 190 for one at the end of that over. 25 to go today. The lead is 214 now. Jennings on 73 and Bohannon on 20.
There we go. We can see the car's been clad. Lots of covers on the car there. There's a big white sheet across the roof of it. There's a...
Oh, sorry, I was wondering where you were looking.
On the sun.
Oh, yes, you're looking where you can actually see it rather than me looking into the distance thinking, what is he talking about? Lots
of covers being placed across the car, the offending vehicle.
Somebody will be pleased, won't they, when they come back, their car's covered in sheets.
Keep it cool inside.
All taped up.
Remember a game at it was Old Trafford, now Emirates Old Trafford, where the Sun stopped playing a game between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire, remember, before they turned the square around.
Lancashire were at Derby when the game was stopped, weren't they, I think?
Was that for Sun?
That was for Sun before the pitch was turned around as well. Yeah.
Glinting off the roof of the building.
Well, this was just going straight into the players' eyes. Derbyshire, and David Griffin's got photographs of this, tried a crane with a big metal sheet. And they tried to block out the sun because the sun was shining in players' eyes. Griff's got the pictures in the archive. I've seen them.
Tremendous.
Yeah, didn't work. They cut down some poplar trees and they didn't realise that was a bad idea either.
Here's Anuj Dal then replacing McKeon. A little single dabbed away by Keaton Jennings, backward of square on the leg side for one run.
Lewis Rees is back. You can't keep him out of the action for long. He's back out there on the field, which is good news. Not sure whether there is bowling boots or not, but you can still see that ankle brace on his right leg. Giving the ball a right old polish. And Matty McKinnon's spell, 6 overs for 32. Did get clubbed for a 6 or 2. Had that very subdued appeal for a caught and bowled. He barely appealed, and then asked the question. All of a sudden, the umpires thought, "Hang on a minute."
It was a polite inquiry, wasn't it? At best, Dahl balls to Jennings, and the keeper standing up. Dropped out into the offside, no run. It's been since Bohannon replaced Davis about the only real moment of uncertainty, isn't it? There's been too many opportunities. Oh, I want to see a picture now.
Yes, it's a good one though. You'll enjoy it.
Oh, that is absolutely superb.
Isn't
So
it?
I'll try and describe this. So there's, you can see the shadow of the arm of the crane, and a square on the top of it, which I presume is a sheet, and that is they've kind of positioned it in the batting crease to try and block the sun.
Yeah.
That is pretty. Thank you. That's pretty creative, is that? Very good. 191 for one. And there's Dahl from the pavilion end into Bahan's off the back foot and pushed into the offside through extra cover for a single. Takes him to 21 not out. The score moves on to 192 for one. I mean, they just happened to have a crane on site. Oh,
No, I think it was premeditated.
oh right, okay. So they knew this would be an issue.
Yeah.
So they hired a crane and a big sheet.
Yeah, and then like Old Trafford, because it was east-west, it's now north-south, and they rotated it by 90 degrees. If they rotate it by 90 degrees, which way will it face? The famous question.
In comes Dahl to Jennings. That's eased out through extra cover. An enthusiastic dive from Max Critchley, who's still led on his belly. Jennings gets a one run, moves to 75. Lancashire move on to 193 for one. Well, I think top marks for that. Hire a crane, find a big sheet. That'll do the job just nicely. It looks like the shadow being cast from a floodlight, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Bahan's forward in defence and there's no run.
Yeah, there have been a few instances, haven't there, at cricket grounds over the years of light when they used to allow a lot of cars to go around the ground at some of the smaller grounds, and Derby was one of them, where cars basically lined the boundary of sun glinting off. Had it down at Kidderminster. Was it last season? I think it might only have been last season when we went there.
Wraps the pad of Bahan and Dahl. Half appealing as Bahan tries to whip it through mid-wicket. It's the end of the first over, back into the attack for Annie's Dahl. Lancashire 193 for one.
One of the things they were asking drivers as they came in on that particular side of the ground if they could, before the day's play, just put a blanket over your windscreen and then you won't have to come back to your car. Otherwise you might. And it was blisteringly hot. Had a good 4 days down at Kidderminster. Really enjoyed it. Looked after us superbly.
Nice.
We've got another photograph for you.
They've even got this sponsored as well, haven't they? It's not a sheet, is it? That looks like something solid. That it's,
is it wooden?
It's a wooden. It's a wooden plank that they've bolted onto the front of a cherry picker. They've hoisted it, goodness knows how high.
Critchley begins a new over. Keaton Jennings turns it into the leg side. Dahl will collect as they go through for a single. 194 for one.
Brilliant.
Unbelievable. Only at Derby.
And they got it all logoed up as well. Massively impressed with that.
But they did before they worked out how to stop the sun. Very much a Canute kind of exercise. They went off for good light, effectively. Yeah, on TV they were, and they went off for an hour because the sun was shining in the batsman's eyes. Critchley bowls a full toss, which is missed out on by Bahanan. Forces it straight into the offside to Anuj Dahl, and there's no run. Yeah, I remember that, because it was a floodlit game, of course, so the sun was quite low to begin with. This one's turned into the leg side. You know what it's like in this country. The floodlit matches are almost not pointless, but tried to play some 50 over games, didn't they, day-nighters, and it wasn't even dark by the end of them. As Critchley forces Bahanan onto the back foot this time, and he pushes it out into the onside. So yeah, they got themselves a cherry picker and
Brilliant.
And hung some wood off it in a bit to block out the sun. Critchley bowls, it's cut off the back foot by Bahanan down towards us. It's in front of square really, and McKiernan comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. 195 for one, the lead 219 now. Matty McKinnon's been told to go all over the place.
No, he's busy, isn't he?
He's just gone backward of square. Now he's in front of square because they've got a man on the 45 backward of square for the misplaced hook, sweep rather than they've got the man at square leg. Jennings takes a couple of steps down the track, realises it's Anish Dahl who it's gone to, and very wisely was either sent back by Bohannon or sent Bohannon back, because I don't think there was a run there. It's the end of the over, just one from it, possibly two from it. 195 for one at the end of it. 44 overs gone in the innings, 23 more overs left in the day's play. We've obviously got an over number divisible by 6 because the players are going off to sanitise their hands, and whereas before it seemed to take no time at all, towards the end of a day's play it seems to take a long time.
It slows down a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely slowed down a bit.
Sussex rather are 5 down in their game against Surrey at the Oval, so 54 for 5 lead Surrey by 81 runs. He's got some wickets there.
Battle of the bottom too.
Right, isn't it? Yeah. Amar Verley's got a couple for Surrey. Sussex 5 down, 55 for 5. Still just 2 down Worcestershire at New Road, 38 for 2. Worcestershire need 207 runs to win.
Surrey have had a very disappointing Bob Willis trophy, haven't they? Really,
They have,
when you look at it, I mean, they were one of the clubs who were really pushing for first-class cricket this season.
I mean, they have been obliterated by international call-ups, haven't they? They're missing a lot of players.
Well, they've only got themselves to blame for that.
for producing good players, yeah.
See, Derbyshire don't have any problems with that kind of thing.
But it's still a pretty strong-looking Surrey team today, mind you. Certainly in the batting it is. Burns, Borthwick, Amler, Smith, Finch, Folkes, Jamie Overton.
It's not a bad side, is it?
No.
Not a bad side.
To be this year. I noticed Alex Stewart was pretty critical, wasn't he, after one game recently? As Dahl comes into Bohannon off the back foot, just leaning slightly back, he kind of swats it through the onside, and Matt Critchett does well to stop that actually, or take some pace off the ball. Bohannon does get a single. Moves to 23, 196 for 1.
It's covered in dust now, Matt Critchett.
Not the only one that's filthy. It's been quite a warm day today, so that kind of softer, slightly muddier outfield might just be a little firmer now.
Yeah, and the Derbyshire whites are too white, of course, so therefore it shows the dirt more. They're too white, aren't they?
Super white.
Yeah.
Ice white.
Ridiculously white.
Dahl to Jennings. It's pushed out into the offside. There's Critchley again. Extra cover, and there's no run.
That mention of the whites was just for a random female who quite often listens in and likes to pick up on my criticism of the Derbyshire whites.
Not a fan?
No, too white.
Okay.
I much prefer proper cricket creams, if you like. I much prefer the traditional colour.
Driven square of the wicket by Keaton Jennings, and that's a terrific grab by Lewis Deploy at backward point. I think Derbyshire's kind of body language, the way they've fielded after tee, I think has been really good. They've come out well after tee, and the groundwork's been good. Energy levels have been good. Deploy, Critchley, McKeon, and just generally most of the lads out in the outfield have, I think, have done well. So the disappointment of earlier today. It's very cutely played by Keaton Jennings, just running it through Gully for a single. Keaton's on to 77 now.
Thanks to Phil Orme, who's from these parts, who tells me that Worcester City was beating Liverpool was 1959.
Okay.
So just before they got any good. Liverpool. He does describe them as the unlovable neighbours, so I think we know what colour he is.
Ah, right, yes. Dahl to Bohannon, but down the leg side, and snaps into and out of the gloves of the keeper. No run. Not a million miles away from Stanley Park and Anfield, Goodison Park.
Prenton Park.
Aye.
The home of football, as we like to call it.
That was a strong. I covered Liverpool Burnley when the Premier League season restarted, and going to Anfield and it being And they were playing Never Walk Alone as the players came out, but nobody in the ground. That was weird. And I'm just trying to ease the ball into the onside as Dahl completes his over. No run.
Not done a football match yet behind closed doors. My first taste will be on Saturday at Fleetwood. Well, I did follow Halifax for a few years, so it was a similar kind of thing. When they went down to the Unibond 1 North, they were the happy days. Blimey. Oh, hang on, is Terry around?
Oh, he wants his hammer.
Oh dear, we need some smashing of
the big hammer.
Yeah, we need the hammer. Dahl's not happy with his footmarks. I think Terry's been the most overworked groundsman in the country today, because there's been no rain and he's been on and off the pitch more times than anybody.
Needs his big hammer.
Yeah, get the big basher down. Critchley begins a new over. Played into the onside by the left-handed Keaton Jennings. Dahl does the fielding, no run. It's the glory of being outside as the reverse sweep comes out from Keaton Jennings, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. That was a glorious reverse sweep. It beat the man who was nominally a backward point, turned into a backward square leg very comfortably indeed, and races away to the old sight screens that are currently housed over on the far side of the ground. Terry's poised now. He's ready. He's got his big hammer with him now. So it might be a bit of a discussion in a few moments' time about which implement he actually needs, but we're fairly certain it's the big hammer. The basher, that, whatever it is. But not the border spade on this occasion. Hopefully. We'll wait and see. That's the excitement of cricket. You never know which implement the groundsman's going to bring out next. The reverse sweeps out again, and this time he misses. And it hits him somewhere and dribbles past his leg stump. Harvey Hussain's got his gloved hands on his helmeted head. Standing behind the stumps. He's ready now. So is Keaton Jennings, and he gets the reverse out, and he toes this to Billy Godleman, and he's caught. He went for the reverse sweep, it came right off the toe end of the bat, and Billy Godleman took a good low catch at, well, it would have been at extra cover. It turned out to be at mid-wicket, because it was the reverse sweep. Keaton Jennings goes, he's out for 81. Consternation amongst the press pack. 201 for 2 now, Lancashire.
I should describe Dave. He plays that reverse so well, Keaton Jennings. It's such a profitable shot for him, but that just came off the toe of the bat. It was a good low catch by Billy Godleman. At first, I thought Godleman had spilt it, but he went so low down towards him. But it's a good catch. He's kind of got it in between his legs, I think, at one point, didn't he? He was on his knees there, Billy Godleman. And the ball kind of nestled in between his thighs. But, another wicket to fall.
And even if he didn't take it cleanly, Matt Critchley won't care, because he got an absolute shocker in the first innings. Just evening things up there.
Jennings out in the 80s like Alex Davis, out for 81.
I need to go.
Okay, yeah, 81 caught. Godleman bowled Critchley. He's got both opening batsmen. Matt Critchley dismissed Alex Davis for 86, and now Keaton Jennings for 81. Groundsman's out with his big hammer and his brush. Oh, he's put a brush. How exciting! With a brush this time. We've got that little spade type implement. A big hammer and a brush. That's marvellous. Good work. Well done. 201 for 2. Lead of 225. Well done, sir. Carrying his brush and his spade in one hand and his big hammer in the other. So Rob Jones is the new batsman to join Josh Bohannon. 2 slips in place. Get a couple of slips on the attack. Lancashire still in a great position, but Derbyshire will be pleased with how they've responded after tea. They're a bit flat, understandably, when they came out to bowl. And he's Critchley into Jones. It's dropped away into the onside, and there's no run. But they'll be pretty pleased, I think, with how they've responded after the tea interval. 2 wickets for that man, Matt Critchley. Forward goes Jones in defence. No run. And Lancashire continue to build a pretty sizable lead here. 225 runs, but they've lost their second wicket. Keaton Jennings out for 81. Before that, Alex Davis made 86. Lancashire 201 for 2. Lead Derbyshire by 225 runs. Well, this represents an opportunity which I'm certain Rob Jones will be absolutely determined to try and make the most of. This will be the last time he'll bat in first-class cricket this season. He's had a couple of decent starts. Got a decent start in the first innings. Got himself 23. Got a 21 against Yorkshire in the game before that. Played in the first match of the campaign as well for Lancashire. 12 and 16. So Bohannon plays forward and defends into the onside, and there's no run. So this will represent an opportunity for Rob, who had a good year last year. I think both these 2 batsmen actually in the middle, Rob Jones and Josh Bohannon, have been enjoyed last season playing in Division 2, playing regularly for Lancashire. And both enjoyed a pretty solid year with the bat. And they're together out in the middle now as Dahl comes in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Jones, who guides it through the covers for a single. And he moves to 24. Score moves on to 202 for 2.
I've just heard something ludicrous on the sports news.
I like it when you do your little updates for your Derby. You always come back with a story to tell.
The kick-off time. So if you can guess the kick-off time of Derby County's EFL Cup second round tie at Pride Park next Tuesday.
Well, so it's going to be something bizarre. I don't know, 4 o'clock.
Well, 6:30. It's a strange old time for a game to kick off, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it? I suppose with nobody in, it doesn't really matter what time you kick off, does it?
Burton at 7:45 that night against Villa. Don't want to clash with the TV game, I suppose, or something. I don't know. How many Derby fans would tune in to watch Villa play Burton?
Jones gets ready to face and gets forward in defence to Anand Dahl, and that's flicked up off the left boot of Melton and caught with his right hand. Cover, and there's no run. There's a few unusual T20 start times.
Yeah.
Lancashire played at Durham at 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon. They play against Durham at 4 p.m. on a Friday at Old Trafford. And whipped up towards mid-on by Rob Jones, no run.
Tim Singleton says he remembers Sun stopping play at Old Trafford. He said nowhere near as exciting as snow in Buxton, though. That was Lancashire as well.
Famous old game.
Yeah. Griff's got the pictures of that. We won't ask him to show us them. I'm sure he would if we asked nicely, but with no need. David Lloyd in that game.
Jones waits as Dahl balls to him. He drives to mid-off. And throw comes in from Billy Godalman, with Bohannon backing up. Hurls the throw in towards the stumps. Misses.
Had a touch of the Samit Patels about it, that, didn't it? Samit likes to hurl the ball as hard as he possibly can all the time.
Down to Jones. The cry of 2 as the ball disappears down towards fine leg with not a great deal of bat on it, I suspect. No, already umpire Lloyd is in position to signal a couple of leg byes. So Jones still on 0, but Lancashire move on by a further 2 runs, 204 for 2.
Frank Clarkson's just come on and administered something. No idea what, because she's a long way away, to Matt Critchley. Derbyshire's physio, Frank Clarkson. Jogs off the pitch on the far side. Critchley to carry on, presumably from the River End, having picked up a couple of wickets in since tea. 2 for 68 from 16 overs, so a little expensive, but picked up the wickets.
I've got something to put your way.
Have you?
From a colleague of ours. Cricket writer Chris Stocks.
Yeah. It's a quiz.
No, well, it's and I say we've heard that many different permutations about who's going to qualify.
Oh, don't.
I can't remember if this has been mentioned or not. But this is an update on Essex and the Bob Willis Trophy final qualification. This is from the ECB.
Oh.
As there was an incomplete match, Gloucestershire against Northants, the tiebreaker is net run rate, not wins.
Hello. Matty McKinnon's listening.
Now, Derbyshire's run rate isn't great.
Oh.
And they're unlikely to beat Lancashire. This is his tweet. Who knows what might happen out there? But he says unlikely to beat Lancashire anyway. But as it stands, cannot confirm Essex in the final.
Oh, cannot confirm. Matty, get it round the ground. We need to increase the net run rate, mate. Increase the net run rate. I've no idea how you do that, but do it.
I've no idea what the net run rate is. But I'll just read that out again.
Yes.
So the tiebreaker is net run rate, not wins.
Right.
So Derbyshire.
Because of the incomplete game in the Central Group.
Correct.
That was right.
Unlikely. New over begins. It's not Matt Critchley. It's Lewis Rees who's come back on for another spell. Matty McKinnon's raced over to tell Billy Godleman here.
So as it stands, Essex are not confirmed
Right.
to be at Lords.
Interesting.
I don't know what how significant the difference is in net run rate between the teams.
I'll have a look. I think I can find that. I'll do it while I'm commentating on this very over. A groan from the Written boys as Rees bowls outside the off stump and it goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
On the table I'm looking at, there's no sign of a net run rate. So
I've got net run rates.
Have you got
here.
it? Okay.
Derbyshire's is -4.
Mm-hmm.
Essex's is -5. Oh my word. -5.6 it says. That can't be right. How can you have won 4 games out of 5 and have a net run rate of -5? Anybody? If anybody can answer that, get in touch with us, because that's what I'm looking at here in front of me on Cricket Info. The ball's turned into the leg side by Josh Bohannon for a single to try and concentrate on the game in hand as well. 205 for 2. That is unbelievable. Derbyshire's net run rate is -4.3.
It's not like that. It's not that bad.
Essex's is -5.6. But Sussex were bottom of the table at +4.2. I mean, that can't be right. It's the Cricket Info website. If only we had somebody who worked for Cricket Info in this marquee. Reese bowls outside the off stump, goes through to Harvey Hussain. Help. We need help. I need help from anybody out there who understands how these things work, please, because it's crucial to Derbyshire.
Anyway, I just thought I'd put that out there for you.
Yeah, no, that hasn't put a cat amongst the pigeons in any way. Goodness me. That is quite alarming. I don't see how those net run rates can be right. This next delivery, I suppose it goes on lost wickets and wickets taken and all that kind of thing as well. And Derbyshire have scored some high totals. They've got some high totals, Derbyshire, a couple of 400s. Yeah, and the 365 chase, of course. Yeah, Matty McKinnon's seen the same table that we've seen. It's not that they haven't been poring over the league tables themselves. The score's 206 for 2 here. There is a game of cricket going on. The Derbyshire, well, it's immaterial if they don't win it anyway. But it might alter their attitude tomorrow, as that's played one-handed in the end by Josh Bohannon out into the leg side. Connors does the fielding. Thanks for that, Scott.
That's okay.
That's just got us all of a flutter.
Just put that right out there for you.
I was going to say the glorious thing about being at an outground and being in the marquee and being so close to the action is that you can hear when the umpire wants the groundsman, and we get to find out what the groundsman's name is and which tool he wants. Even better is we can tell a player that, hang on a minute, it's not all over, and he can go and tell his skipper, which he did. Marty McKinnon went straight up to Billy Goldman and passed the information on. That is truly remarkable. And if Essex miss out to Derbyshire, we'll stick with the all but over still, I think, at the moment.
It's a safe enough line, that, isn't it? All but over.
Yeah, I think so. So the ECB could do, and they won't because they seldom do, with putting out some kind of statement, couldn't they? Really? But then again, there are so many things the ECB could do but don't. And then there are things that they do but shouldn't.
To put it into context, people join us all the time, don't they?
Yes,
it's because Derbyshire missed out on getting to 200 and a batting bonus point. Therefore, even if they was to go on to win this game, because Essex have won, they would miss out because Essex have got one more victory than Derbyshire. But that now no longer, it seems,
applies.
Is the applicable way.
Null and void.
Jones comes down the pitch and drives well through mid-off and up towards the boundary, where Connors is equally as well, actually, to scoop the ball up, and Jones has run 3
points per game. Or whatever it was. Yeah, those net run rates make no sense to me, but there we are.
So that's the reason why that is quite a significant change, that the tiebreaker is net run rate, not wins.
Nothing like changing the rules after one team thinks it's got to the final, though, is there? That's a terrific effort by the ECB, if it's true.
209 for 2, Bohannon on 28.
Might have been better announcing it yesterday.
Critchley into Bohannon, push back to the ball, no run. So this has come from Chris Stocks, who's a cricket writer for lots of different publications.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he said he's
very reputable.
Update from the ECB.
Wow.
Bohannon going back, trying to cut the ball. Hopping about inside the crease there, Bohannon.
I mean, it will have a little bit of a bearing on how I phrase my questions in the post-match interview, and the queue for tomorrow morning might be a disaster.
Bohannon turns it off an inside edge down towards fine leg and gets through for a single.
I don't know why I've put my coat on either. I just put it on because I thought I was cooling down, but I don't think I am.
210 for 2. Taking a couple of runs off Bohannon on the scoreboard, but I think that was because they put them onto Bohannon, and Jones hit one through the covers for 3.
Right.
So Jones is up to 4 not out. This one's down the leg side by Critchley, taken by the keeper, no run. Well, it all adds to the drama, you know.
Well, it adds to the drama, but it also means that we haven't got the faintest idea what we're talking about.
Well, there's nothing new there. It's Jones.
Fair point.
Playing forward defensive, back towards Critchley.
Made.
End of the over. 210 for 2. Bohannon has 26, and Rob Jones is unbeaten on 4.
So the lead now is 234, which at the moment remains manageable, but it just becomes unmanageable when it gets to a certain size, doesn't it? That's part of the problem. I know Derbyshire have chased down 365 before, but they were 100 by the end of the first day, or the third day.
Good old Norwich.
Well, we did have a little hint of this earlier on today.
Did we? I missed this.
We had a hint of it. Somebody got a text, not me,
Right.
saying that somebody else had told them. It's one of those.
Oh, I hear from someone who tells me
That
something.
Essex weren't necessarily nailed on.
Right.
And this was from the horse's mouth. Rees begins a new over outside the off stump, left alone by Bohannon to go through to the keeper. And we just poo-pooed the idea. We said, no, that's absolutely...
You dismissed it out of hand?
Well, it's nonsense, isn't it? Clearly nonsense, because we'd worked it out. We knew what was happening. We'd got it all there in black and white. I'd done all the sums at lunch. And then they changed the rules. I mean, what chance have I got? It's unbelievable. It's Mikey Cohen again. He's a busy man. Carrying a bottle of water around for somebody. Bannon waits, drives and misses. Expansive looking shot from Bohannon. So I don't know whether it's better to tell Lancashire that and for them to think, right, well, we'll get on with it, like Bohannon looked like he was trying to do there, and lose wickets and increase Derbyshire's chance of a win, or not tell them and let them bat sensibly and declare. There's a few groans from our left. People who've got copy to write, I don't envy them that, in all honesty. Reese is in. I've done it myself. Oh, now then, that's in the air, but it's going to be safe. It bounces twice before Matty McKinnon picks it up. It was a drive that came off the outside half of the bat from Bohannon out towards the backward point region. It was in the air for a long, long time, and not many balls have been in the air for a long, long time, other than the ones that went for 6. And just for a moment, McKinnon looked interested, but it was always landing. I was always going away from him, in truth. He did well to get round there and keep the batsman down to a couple. 212 for 2. Reese bowls, he reaches for that one. He reaches for one that's quite wide, and he holds the pose as if to try and persuade the umpire that really that was too wide to hit umpire. I'm only a small man. But Steve O'Shaughnessy rather, was unimpressed, and as a result it goes down in the book as a dot. 212 for 2. I don't think I'll bother telling anybody on the 7:35 sports bulletin that we've found a loophole that might allow Derbyshire to get through, but it does put a different complexion on things. Makes for an exciting day tomorrow as well. Edged and dropped. Did it carry? Not sure that it did. It was Wayne Madsen going down to his right. We might see a replay of that one. I think my impression was that he did get to it, but it might just have dropped in front of him. Well, not bother then.
Steve on Twitter says, surely that should have been announced before the competition started.
Do you reckon?
Wins being the first tiebreaker, unless any games are cancelled. Well,
yeah. Or even if they couldn't announce it then, and they suddenly thought, well, this isn't fair because there's a game that hasn't gone the full distance, even though it's got no bearing on the top 2 spots, which makes it even more bizarre. As Reese bowls, and that one's pushed up towards mid-on. Across comes Sam Connors to pick it up with his left hand. End of the over. 212 for 2, a lead of 236. Bohannon has 28, Rob Jones has 4. That game between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire was abandoned at lunchtime on Sunday.
Yes, it was, yeah.
We're now at Monday afternoon. Perhaps the ECB don't work at weekends. I mean, why would they? It's only the sport business, isn't it? But you'd think there'd be somebody in the office keeping an eye on the final round of matches just to make sure that things were okay. I don't know. But yeah, I would tend to agree with that tweeter. Steve, was it?
Yeah.
Steve, yeah, absolutely.
Critchley from the pavilion end balls to Rob Jones. Worked away through the onside for a single.
Tim Single says, blimey, how exciting are net run rates? I'll tell you what, Tim, they're quite exciting at the moment. It's the first time I've ever been excited by a net run rate.
We see the frustrating thing, there's many frustrating things about it, is Bohannon punches down the ground to mid-off and there's no run, is that Derbyshire were understandably flat when they missed out on getting to 200 because they knew that Essex had won another game. So perhaps they maybe came out to bowl and they were not probably at their absolute bubbling best, but that would have been different had they known. Bohannon drives through the offside for 1 run. 214 for 2.
We welcome 5 Live Sports Extra listeners to Liverpool,
where we're debating
We are.
discussing whether or not Derbyshire are out or in still.
Yeah. I've got the how you calculate the net run rate.
Okay.
It's no help.
Oh, excellent. Jones plays forward. That runs off the. It does, yeah, he's caught. Yeah, it was just a little forward press by Rob Jones. The ball looped up. And he'll have to depart for 5, and that's the third wicket to fall. 214 for 3. It'll be a fascinating little team huddle between Wayne Madsen with the catch. It'll be a fascinating little team huddle there between Billy Godleman, because if word has got back, which I'm sure it has, that wins not necessarily the first factor in terms of working out who's going to be at a Lord's final, and Essex are not, we think, I'm not certain of that now. Then it just puts a different slant on this game, doesn't it? Completely. It changes the mindset, the attitude of Derbyshire. It changes the belief, perhaps.
It feels like one for Kevin Howells. I don't know if he'd be listening, but it feels like a story for Kevin Howells. But the way you calculate net run rate is the total runs scored divided by the total overs faced against the total runs conceded divided by the total overs bowled. I'm none the wiser, in all honesty. And then it explains what the total overs bowled are, which is the number of overs bowled. Well, yeah, thanks very much. I got that bit. It was the rest of it I didn't really understand. But captains do have a calculator, apparently. The rules were there for all to see initially, and now they appear to have changed to net run rate as the number one deciding factor.
Well, unfortunately for Rob Jones, his first-class campaign with the bat has come to an end. So Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, comes out to join Josh Bohannon. So the state of proceedings here: 214 for 3 Lancashire in their second innings. So lead by 238 runs. So Keaton Jennings make 81, Alex Davis make 86. Those two put on 138 for the first wicket before Davis departed, caught by Dahl off Critchley. First of now 3 victims for Matt Critchley. Keaton Jennings was caught by Billy Godleman off Critchley for 81. As Villas faces Matt Critchley for the first time, going back and just chopping the ball into the offside backward of point, and there's no run. It's in Rob Jones. See one run off the edge of the bat, looping up towards Wayne Madsen, who took a pretty comfortable catch, and he departs for 5. Critchley to Villas, and back into his crease, and that's cut through the offside. The Lancashire skipper is up and running straight away. He moves to 1, and Lancashire move on to 215 for 3, lead by 239 runs.
And I've seen some low-key celebrations for catches over the years, but that one that saw the dismissal of Rob Jones was possibly the lowest key celebration of all time. There wasn't a peep from any of the players out there. Matt Critchley just sort of ran through to congratulate Wayne Madsen. Rob Jones stood there for a moment before, well, off he went, and nobody said a word. It was peculiar, wasn't it? Very, very strange.
It was a little subdued, wasn't it, by a bowler, by a fielder, by a batsman.
I mean, he's just picked up his 3rd wicket. He's on course for all 10. We'll wait and see how that one pans out. He might not get time. Lancashire may well declare. Give Derbyshire a fighting chance now that the rules have changed. Here's Lewis Rees, inevitably, from the River End, although in fairness he's only bowled 8 overs in this second innings. He's in now, and that one is spooned into the air. It's beyond Matt Critchley at cover, and it comes out towards the cover boundary where it's fielded by Matty McKeon, and Josh Bohannon just practices the shot. It was Dane Villas, so I don't know why Bohannon was practicing the shot. He moves on to 216 for 3. But that was in the air for a long time. Critchley's extra cover came running around, but it was a long way away from him. McKinnon eventually did the fielding down in front of us. This is Bohannon, And he edges this one through in between the slip, the second slip, and the gully for 4 runs. Genuine edge. And the ball raced away, 224 for 3. Still 15 overs left in the day's play after this one. It has clouded over a little here in Liverpool, but the light is perfectly good. And there is blue sky away to the south, so presumably there's a little bit of blue sky behind us as well from where the weather is coming. Got underway on time this morning, which is a terrific effort. 96 overs in the day to make up for some of the overs we've lost on previous days. .220 it is. The 4 had already gone up on the board. The board here very quick. The Lancashire players who've been having a net all come back past us. I recognise Matt Parkinson. I'm afraid the second of the 2 players eludes me. And Reese, who's behind one of the curtains that is gathered in with some tie wraps, but he starts his run up out of my sight. He's got a 3rd man in place now for that the edge of the ball run down there. Josh Bohannon on 33 waits and pushes this out into the offside. Dahl will pounce on the ball and hurl it towards the stumps at the striker's end where Willis was running. He misses the stumps. Willis is in. They get a single. 221 for 3.
It's got a little bit cloudy, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's like that glorious sun that we've had for most of the afternoon.
Got my fingers crossed that we get the 96 in.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I will have cursed the weather again.
Lancashire are 221 for 3 in their second innings, so lead Derbyshire by 245 runs. Josh Bohannon unbeaten on 34 and Dane Villas, the captain, on 2. Lancashire have lost a couple of quick wickets. The first to go was Alex Davis for 86 and then Keaton Jennings for 81. Those two put on 138 runs for the first wicket, so an excellent century partnership between Jennings and Davis. But when Jennings departed, becoming a second victim for Matt Critchley, Rob Jones followed pretty quickly after. So Critchley's taken all 3 wickets for Derbyshire, who were bowled out for 195 in their first innings. So Lancashire 221 for 3 and they lead by 245 runs. So we've got Reese bowling from the river end of the ground. Back into the attack. He's bowled a lot in this game, Lewis Reese. Bowled almost 30 overs in the first innings. When he faced 10 deliveries for his 2 when he was batting. Into Villas. He's keen to get onto the front foot and be kind of aggressive and get forward. Just drops the ball into the offside. There's no run. So that off for bad light at New Road with Worcestershire 58 for 2. That game is set up beautifully. 8 wickets for Somerset to win. A further 187 runs for Worcestershire to win. This is the battle between the top 2 in the central group. Essex have done their bit. They've beaten Middlesex much earlier on today. They won by 9 wickets. And Kent beaten Hampshire today by 7 wickets as well. There's Reese balls to Villas. Turned out into the onside and there's no run. Runs for Zach Crawley, 105, a century for Crawley as Kent got to that total with 7 wickets to spare to win by 7. And Ian Bell out for 90 in his final first class appearance. It's raining at the minute in that fixture in Cardiff, but Ian Bell made 90 for Warwickshire today and he received a guard of honour from the Glamorgan players on his way out to the middle. So a lovely way for him to finish. It's such a shame he couldn't have gone on to get 10 further runs and perhaps help Warwickshire win. That would have been just the perfect way to end a fabulous career for Ian Bell, but he made 90. Warwickshire 335 for 6. Lead Glamorgan by 318 runs, but again a little bit of bad light and a bit of poor weather around. That game currently being delayed. Durham are 109 for 1. This game's at Trent Bridge. They're taking on Nottinghamshire. You're missing nothing, just a little alteration here to the field as Critchley prepares to start a fresh over into Bohannon, who's forward and defending, and there's no run. Sean Dixon 51 not out for Durham, who are 109 for 1. Still trail by 19 runs. Notts made 422 in their first innings. Bohannon going back and cutting through the offside for a single. Takes him to 35 and Lancashire to 222 for 3. So Notts 4-2-2 all out, and there were a couple of big scores in that game. 150 for Ben Duckett and 133 for Joe Clark. It's Critchley to Villas. Oh, that comes off an edge and that beats Madsen, and it'll disappear down towards the third man boundary when he comes back for 2, but he flashed pretty firmly, did Dave Villas at that shot, and Madsen kind of leaping to his right trying to get something on it, but down towards the boundary for a couple for Villas. He's on to 4, 2-4 for 3. Critchley in to the Lancashire captain, who leans into it and turns it into the onside. Stopped at mid-wicket by Billy Godleman. There's no run. Leicestershire are 74 for 5 against Yorkshire. Trail Yorkshire by 54 runs. Villas goes for a big slog sweep high through the onside. Mid-on running back is Connors up towards the boundary. It'll land and plug in the grass. So Villas has to come back for 2. He moves to 6 and Lancashire to 226 for 3. The final game currently being played is the game at the Oval, and Sussex are in a right old mess at 80 for 8 in their second innings. As Villas is muscling this next delivery through mid-wicket, and McKiernan comes round from deep backward square, gets a little fingertip to it but can't prevent it from reaching the boundary rope. And that's 4 more runs to end the over. Villas to 10, Lancashire to 230 for 3. So Sussex at the Oval 84 for 8 leads Surrey by 111 runs. All those games, the games currently being played, you can hear commentary via the BBC Sport website and app, and there's on-running text commentary as well. But they're off at Glamorgan, Warwickshire. They're currently off at Worcester, Somerset. In fact, close of play at Worcester against Somerset. And the results for Essex, victory by 9 wickets. In Kent, he won by 7 wickets. You are up to date. So 230 for 3. Dane Villas on 10 and Josh Bohannon on 35. It's kind of a little cloudy here, but actually the breeze has picked up a little bit as well. We've got cloud cover above us. So whether we get these remaining overs in remains to be seen, but there's certainly a degree of intent being shown by the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas, to keep the score ticking on, because Lancashire themselves are eyeing up a possibility of a victory here. They lead by 250. There is Reese to Bohannon, that's pushed back towards the Derbyshire bowler from Josh Bohannon, and there is no run. 254 is the lead that Lancashire currently have. 7 wickets remaining. Dave Fletcher's back with me.
Have you read this latest communication out?
No.
Oh, excellent. It's about net run rates. It's sort of semi-official. I'm not sure whether I should say who it's from or not, but it's a trusted source.
Reese to Bohannon, edged and caught really well by Madsen. That's a good catch. Just trying to slice the ball. Josh Bohannon down to backward point. That little edge is taken by Madsen, and Reese picks up a wicket. And there's been a little rattle of wickets over the course of the last half an hour or so. Bohannon departs. He's gone for 35, and Lancashire have lost their 4th wicket. 230 for 4.
Yeah, nice. It was a nice catch, wasn't it? Because he was flying. He's virtually the solitary slip now, and he had to move to his left-hand side, which is fairly unusual for a slip fielder. That's usually wicket-keeper territory. 254 the lead with 4 down. Perhaps Derbyshire are just edging themselves back into this contest. The suggestion is, I'll say suggestion.
Come back to it, Fletch. Update for Radio Manchester. There's Yeah, 230 for 4, Lancashire in their second innings. They lead by 254 runs, but they have lost a couple of wickets in the last half an hour thereabouts, but still been a really good day for Lancashire. They bowled Derbyshire out for 195, and then Keaton Jennings and Alex Davis put together a partnership of 138 runs for the first wicket. Jennings made 81, Davis made 86, Jones has since gone for 5. The latest wicket to fall, Bolton's Josh Bohannon for 35. The captain, Dame Villas, is currently out there. Lancashire lead by 254 runs at 230 for 4.
Excellent. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't see you. I was too engrossed in my mobile phone, which is a terrible teenage habit, and I'm almost ashamed of myself. Apparently, as a result of the Gloucestershire-Northamptonshire match ending as it did, and we all know how it ended, the first tiebreaker may change to net run rate as per competition rules.
Oh, right, okay.
The technical committee won't decide until all matches are completed in the round. So what they'll do is they'll decide whether they want one team or the other in the final, depending on whether they use the original rules or they change the rules. That's how I interpret that.
Right.
And that's a reputable enough source to be reading that out. So I'm even more baffled now than I was before.
Well, that's utterly confusing, isn't it?
If you're going to change the rules after the competition's finished, I'm not one to mention lawsuits ever. 230.
It's just a little lack of clarity, isn't it? Just something.
Well, yeah. But the 100 will go ahead next season.
Here is Rees coming in to bowl to Lavelle, who digs out a short ball, which is squirted out into the offside. There's no run. Well, it just makes it all a little bit messy, doesn't it? I'm afraid. If that is the situation, that it is subject to the decision of a technical committee after all matches have been completed, does seem to make it slightly messy.
I think the fact that neither Gloucestershire nor Northamptonshire were in the mix to qualify, they can almost disregard that, surely.
There's Rees, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Lavelle, through to the keeper, no run. But it doesn't help anybody, does it really? That it doesn't help Essex, doesn't help Derbyshire.
No. Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire finishing 4th and 5th in the central group, while Somerset and Worcestershire, as we know, are battling it out at the top. They haven't added any points onto the official tables, incidentally, for Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire yet on the BBC Sport website, even though the match was abandoned on Sunday lunchtime.
Of course, all this is irrelevant unless Derbyshire win.
Well, yes, absolutely, and they're not going to do that anyway, are they? So
Rees to Lavelle, that's pushed into the offside.
I don't know, I'm getting so worked up. It's not good for the blood pressure. I should calm down. I should learn how to relax a bit more at work.
You should, Fletch.
I should really, shouldn't I? Yeah, you're right.
230 for 4. I mean, these are very unprecedented times, aren't they? And competitions have been put together really well. To get a red ball competition in, regardless, is a great effort.
Absolutely.
And all games are subject to various possibilities, aren't they? As Lavelle goes back and steers it into the offside, and there's no run. That's the end of the over from Lewis Rees. 230 for 4. Lavelle on 0 and Villas on 10. So there's lots of potential risks at stake because of COVID, which could affect games. So
true enough, and that's the point my correspondent makes as well. That it could happen at another match, couldn't it? You never know. We've still got one full day's play to go, so a game could fall tomorrow. You just don't know. So I think we'll revert back to being vaguely disappointed that Derbyshire didn't get to 200 and leave it at that.
That would have helped matters, wouldn't it? Just those 5 extra runs would have been quite nice.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Matt Critchley continuing now. That one's in the air
Good
and
catch.
caught. Really good catch by Lewis Rees. It was struck pretty well initially, but Dane Villas goes. He hit that down the ground, looking at the toe end of his bat as he leaves, but a good catch by Lewis Rees. And in this evening session, Derbyshire looked more like a team that wants to win the game. I think in the afternoon session they looked like a team who pretty much knew that their hopes of getting through to the final had disappeared, but they now look like a team who are definitely on the up. That was a really good catch, low down to his right, tumbling by Lewis Rees. And Lancashire are 230 for 5.
The T20 International starting in the not too distant future, and Moeen Ali has lost the toss. England have been put into bat. Game underway at 6 o'clock, the third and final T20 International at the Ageas Bowl. 6 o'clock start. England have been put into bat first. Got the England team for you: Bantam, Bairstow, Milan, Billings, Ali, Denley, Jordan, Curran, Thomas, others, Rashid, Archer and Wood.
Better watch the end of that when we get home. Excellent.
This game's rattled on, hasn't it, quite quickly over the course of the last 45 minutes or so?
Yeah, I mean, Derbyshire look like a different team.
They do.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
The worry is that it looks like a different game and a different pitch out there, but I think Lancashire are trying to get on with it, and with that comes the problem of offering chances. But they backed themselves to get 270, 280, having already scored 365 in a winning chase. I don't know if I've mentioned that this season.
Hey, if we get something like that tomorrow, that'd be brilliant fun.
Never tire of mentioning it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure my ticker can take that.
George Balderson comes out to join George Lavelle, who's the new batsman. So he's quickly seen a little bit of Rob Jones, a little bit of Dane Villas, and now it's the two Georges.
Balderson batted nicely, didn't he? 36. He was out there a long time as well. 128 deliveries in the first innings, and did bat nicely. So we know he can stick around. But the two batsmen on naught. George Lavelle, he made 13. He was the second of Dustin Melton's first innings victims. We've only seen one over from Melton. Went for 20. We haven't seen him since. And I'm not sure that we will see him again. But there's a fair amount of time being expended out in the middle for no apparent reason. The fielding pads have been put on by Lewis deploy. He's in at short leg as Critchley comes in and bowls, and that one played off the back foot again. Now then, the stumps are off. It's an appeal from the man at it's leg slip, isn't it? So I assume that's Dustin Melton. But they were knocked off probably when the ball was dead. The bails rather, not the stumps. Critchley tosses himself a catch. He's in again, and it's driven, and it beats the dive of Billy Godleman. It'll be collected by Sam Connors eventually. They'll come back for a second. So Balderson off the mark with a couple. 232 for 5, 256 the lead. A lot chirpier out there now as well, Derbyshire. They were very quiet before.
They've been good after tea, haven't they? I think.
Yeah, much better. They came back from tea at this next delivery's left alone outside the off stump. 126 without loss. They're now 230 for 5, Lancashire. That's how stark the difference was in the two sessions of this innings so far. Back into his crease goes Balderson. Always dangerous against a spinner to go back. But that's where he went. And he waits now. Critchley's in and drives up to Billy Godleman at extra cover. It's the end of an over. A successful over. Wickets in back-to-back overs there for Derbyshire. Lancashire 232 for 5, leading by 256. 2 to Balderson. Lavelle yet to get off the mark.
So what, 12 to go? Is that right?
12 to go, indeed. Couple of overs for Derbyshire to bat at the end of the day. What do you think?
Oh, Lancashire's pull out just before.
Well, I don't
That'd be
think
cheeky, wouldn't it?
I don't think at 254 they've quite got enough, have they?
I would have thought so. No.
No. I mean, they might think they have, and who knows, they may well have. But
well, either way, it'll have to be the biggest score in the match, won't it, for Derbyshire to be able to win. There's Rees coming in to Lavelle. That's steered neatly enough, just behind square on the offside. Little roll of the wrist down towards wide third man. Dahl slides down, takes up a bit of turf with him, and he'll come back for a second.
got most of the turf on his knee now. He's just limping a little.
It's a big old divot, that, wasn't it? He churned up.
I like the way Matty McKiernan sort of trotted behind him, knowing full well that that was the most pointless foot race in history. Nobody's as quick as Anuj Dahl over the ground.
Two, 3, 5 for 5. George Balderson. 36, a very impressive 36 in the first innings. Placed forward into the offside, picked up by Matt Critchley. Cover, no run.
He batted for a long, long time in the first innings.
Stuck with Josh Barnum, didn't he?
Yeah.
He used to hang around and get himself 36 runs, a top score for him this season, best in first-class cricket. And I think he's really settled into the team. Balderson, I think he looks the part with the bat and with the ball.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He's had a good run at this. This is his 5th game, so he's played all Bobby Willis Trophy fixtures. He'll be hoping he's done enough to. Well, certainly has come next season to be in and around the championship side. Rees to Balderson, that's cut, and to backward square where his Dahl comes round to field. Balderson gets a single, so he's up to 3. 236 for 5. Brings George Lavelle on strike. He got a real gritty 13. See how many balls he faced in the first innings. He faced 48 balls and batted for an hour for his 13, but on debut that was a pretty decent effort.
Fair play.
And this is edged. Ooh, well, the keeper went for it, Madsen went for it, neither have taken it. I think it may have been Madsen in the end that got a hand on it, but he went to his left, Harvey Hussain went to his right, and I think, looking at Wayne Madsen there, Fletch, I think that may have.
I think it was his.
Yeah,
I think it was his. Look at the face on Lewis Rees as he walks back. I'm sure he mouthed, "I don't believe it," on a Victor Meldrew moment on his way back to the top of his mark.
Oh, chance. But a few chances put down in the slips today.
They have.
Lavelle gets a lifeline. 2, 3, 6 for 5. Guided out towards backward point. Oh, he wants to run, and he's sent back by Balderson, and a bit itchy and frantic. As Dahl throws at the stumps, and he's gone if he hits. He's well out.
He looked out, didn't he, from here? We're perfect for stumpings, no balls, and run-outs. Very much like the old commentary box at the county ground in Derby. We were good on those. We're not bad for height either. But yeah, he'd have gone there, no question. Had Anuj Dahl hit.
Yeah,
he didn't though.
No.
In fact, the only person who's hit today has been Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's hit the stumps twice.
Comes Lewis Rees into Lavelle, smeared away through the covers, and a race down towards the boundary. That's 4 runs. For George Lavelle, his teammates applaud the 4, which he strikes through the offside up towards our little satellite van you can see behind the boundary edge there. End of the over, 240 for 5, so a lead of 264 runs. Sorry.
I know, perfect.
264 runs.
I'm never going to criticise anybody for maths. You're all right.
And
I've got it on the computer screen in front of me, otherwise I'd never be able to do it.
well, that helps.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we only have to add 24, but even that's beyond me.
Lavelle has 7 and Balderson has 3.
That was a nice shot, wasn't it? Finished the over after that chance, the sharp chance to Wayne Madsen. 8 off the over in the end, and Lewis Rees 1 for 39 from his 11. Unsurprisingly, Matt Critchley is going to bowl his 21st over. There's going to be a little bit of a discussion between he and Billy Godleman first, the Derbyshire skipper. And they'll be hoping to get Lancashire in the kind of position they were in where they could come and polish them off tomorrow morning and then set about some kind of run chase. Critchley with his shades on, back into his crease goes Balderson and plays it into the leg side for a single. You can generally ignore the cries of catch it, because they do happen often when Derbyshire are in the field, and that was nowhere near a fielder. We're losing the short leg. We've got a helmeted second slip, who is Leas Deploy. We've got Steve O'Shaughnessy on one leg, stretching out his thigh muscles, and now he's sorting his neck out, and then he goes on one leg again. Very impressive. I don't think I could stand that long on one leg, so fair play to the umpire.
Speaking of which, I'll have a stretch myself.
Yeah. Critchley in and balls. That strikes the pad of Lavelle, goes out backward of square on the leg side for a leg by. At least I think it was a leg by. 240, yes it was, 242 for 5. Didn't see the signal from Graham Lloyd. He's at the pavilion end, as is Matt Critchley now, coming in again. And that one is along the floor, driven by Balderson. Nice looking shot, but straight to Lewis Rees, who immediately sets to work on the ball. That's one of his many jobs in the Derbyshire team. He's also the primary ball polisher, as well as the opening batsman and the opening bowler. Back into his crease goes Balderson, and the man at short leg takes evasive action. It's 4 runs. It was a nice shot. I couldn't take my eyes off poor old Leas Deploy, though. Hit the deck very quickly indeed there. Part of the Self-Preservation Society. They've got a short leg just forward of square. They've got a leg slip and a regulation slip, as well as the keeper standing up, so he's got plenty of company as Balderson. He's moved on to 8, 246 for 5. This one is driven into the ground and back to Critchley. 246 for 5.
Yeah, Paul Edwards 44
So if you want to send any emails to Paul Edwards, you now know his email address. He doesn't need a phone, does he? Billy Godleman and Matt Critchley having another conversation about what? Heaven only knows.
Little natter, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, because the field hasn't moved.
No.
In any way, shape or form. We've got the close catches round the back. Critchley in and bowls, and it dribbles out into the offside. Half a cry of catch it, even though it hit the pads. 246 for 5 at the end of the over. 10 to go then in the day's play. Lavelle has 7. Balderson has 8. The 2 Georges out in the middle together, or 2 of the 3 Georges at least, for Lancashire.
The bizarre thing about the net run rate, most wins thing was that obviously it was news to Matty McKinnon, wasn't it?
And yet it's in the competition rules, apparently. I'm going to ask Steve Kirby when he walks around if he knew about that. He's coming.
Cheeky look on his face. 246.
I'm going to ask him. I'll see you in a minute.
246 for 5. Oh dear. Oh, it's all good fun. It'll be Rees who will continue.
Yeah, it's not apparently it's on wind, but it's on
Here is Rees coming in and bowling. That's into the pad of Lavelle, and Rees was convinced that he's out, and the umpire agrees. And keep chipping away here, Derbyshire. Got 6th wicket now. 2, 4, 6 for 6. Lead of 270. It's been a good session. I think Derbyshire since tea have been terrific. And what largely still been a day in which Lancashire will look back on pretty fondly in terms of their efforts with the bat and with the ball. But Rees strikes again. So he's got his 2nd wicket, 4 for Critchley, and now 2 for Lewis, Rees, and George Lavelle makes his way back towards the dressing room. Out for 7, LBW. So these are the wickets today. We've got Jennings for 81, Davis for 86, Bohannon for 35, Jones for 5, Villas for 10, and Lavelle for 7. So Danny Lamb, the new batsman, and George Balderson is currently out there unbeaten on 8. 2, 4, 6, 4, 6. Lamb makes his way out.
Just before I nip off.
You're nipping off again. Well, 6 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah, 6 o'clock. Yeah, Steve Kirby was none the wiser.
Okay.
In all honesty.
Excellent.
So that was it, really. Thanks very much. I've been of no help whatsoever. He did admit that they'd bowled poorly this afternoon, and it was not. He didn't think it was anything to do with falling 5 runs short.
Okay.
But
well, they've bowled well since tea, haven't
yes,
they?
he said they've been excellent the rest of the season, really, and he's right. And he's right. Won't be long.
So Lamb, who had a good day yesterday, picking up 3 wickets. Now comes out to try and do a bit of work with the bat. There is Rees in to Lamb. That's pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. So just a little recap as to what we've seen so far today. Close of play at New Road. Worcestershire are 58 for 2. So the equation for Worcestershire is a further 187 runs to beat Somerset. Somerset need 8 more wickets. That's the top 2 in the central group, looking to win the group and get to the final. Essex have done what they can do. They've beaten Middlesex by 9 wickets at Chelmsford. Will that be enough? There's Rees bowls and just run off the open face of a Daniel Lamb bat through the gully for a single. It's off the mark with that. Lamb. Lancashire to 247 for 6, and the other result that's been confirmed in this round of fixtures, the final one of the group stage, is a victory for Kent. They beat Hampshire by 7 wickets, and a century for Zach Crawley. Also close of play in Leeds, where Yorkshire are playing Leicestershire. Leicestershire are 78 for 5 to trail Yorkshire by 50 with 5 wickets remaining. Rees back into Balderson. Turn that into the onside, and there is no run. And they're back playing again in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 2 without loss in their second innings. Warwickshire have declared 347 for 7 declared, so Glamorgan need 329 more runs to win. Durham are going quite nicely in their second innings, 123 for 1. Trail Nottinghamshire by 5 runs. And still going at the Oval, where Sussex are 100 for 8 with a lead of 127 over Surrey. Rees to Balderson. Check drive into the offside by Balderson. Critchley will go chasing after it. Comes back for a second. Score moves on to 249 for 6. And Balderson on to 10. The T20 International is just, I think, getting underway. It should be. We're at 6 o'clock, aren't we now? Yeah, just getting underway. So Tom Banton and Johnny Bairstow batting for England in Southampton. Third and final T20 International. England team for you: Banton, Bairstow, Milan, Billings, Moyne, who's captain the side, Denley, Jordan, Curran, Rashid, Archer and Wood. And they're travelling up to Manchester, to Emirates Old Trafford, for 3 one-day internationals after this T20. Reece in. Yeah, coming towards the end of play on the 3rd day, and Lancashire are 254-6. They've enjoyed a pretty decent day. In particular, their 2 opening batsmen, Keaton Jennings made 81 and Alex Davies made 86. Earlier, Derbyshire all out for 195. That was a first innings lead of 24 runs for Lancashire. Batting second time around, they've pushed it up to and beyond 250 now. They're 250 for 6. That was the end of the Reece over, it was. So yeah, England are out there. They've just started. They're in the first over, yet to get themselves a run in that final T20 international. Fletcher's back on.
So we might get away by, well, we won't get away, but we might get finished by 6:30 now, might we? If Critchley operates from one end, which he looks like he's going to continue to do. 9 overs to go. I'm sure Derbyshire would love another couple of wickets. Then they'd be in a similar position. Position they were in at the end of day 1, and Lancashire were 8 down. Came back, and within an hour it took them at 55 minutes to get the last couple of wickets, but they got them. Then they fell in a big heap, batting wise, and at one point were 61 for 7. But I know they'll be as keen as Lancashire to win this final game, finish this season with a victory. Both teams have an opportunity to do that, you would have thought, at this stage, as Critchley is in, and that's swept very nicely out towards deep backward square leg. It went again. Least deploying has to take evasive action. Balderson moves on to 12, 251 for 6. But we will have a very good day's cricket tomorrow, as long as the weather behaves. It'll be a regular 90 over day, of course, with lunch and tea at fixed times and that kind of thing. Usual drill on the final day of a 4-day match in England and Wales. This one is turned into the leg side by Danny Lamb for a single. He moves on to 2, doubles his score, 252 for 6. I always like to mention Wales, just in case Nick's listening. Very insistent on calling it the England and Wales cricket board. They're quite right too. Actually bowled, it's defended by Balderson out into the leg side. There's no run. You can tell it's not the height of summer though, because when the sun disappears, the temperature drops by several degrees. And it isn't the height of summer anymore. Well, it was in April.
Yes.
If you remember. God, it was hot then, wasn't it? Blimey. Too hot to sit in the back garden. You couldn't go anywhere else. Staggeringly warm. Balderson waits and drives very pleasantly, but straight to Sam Connors at mid-off. It's quite deep. Just about on the edge of a notional 30-yard circle. And Critchley tosses himself a catch, as he always does, as he's on his way, and this one's flicked on the move out into the leg side by Balderson. They've gone for 1, they'll come back for a second. It'll be fielded out there in the deep, and the throw comes in, a really good throw as well from out there in the deep, trying to see. I think that might be Matty McKiernan, who's made his way all the way across to the far side of the ground now. because the man who you would expect to be out there, Dustin Melton, was fielding at leg slip. He's now at short third man. No, he's not. He's at short fine leg. Liz DePloy's come out of short leg, a couple of steps down the track and played into the leg side. Dal will have another shot at the stumps that misses. Would have been close. Harvey Hussain does remove the bails. Again, very daintily. I've seen Harvey Hussain demolish sets of stumps over the years. He's got a little bit more finesse about him these days. That is the final delivery of the Critchley over. 22 overs. 4 for 96 now for Matt Critchley. 255 for 6 the score, 279 the Lancashire lead. Balderson has 15, Lamb has 2. 8 overs to go today, so the final 8 overs of what has been a thoroughly entertaining day's cricket once again.
It's been good fun, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. We've done some maths.
Well, that's been exhausting.
We've had our lunch. Cricket's been great. The sun's been shining.
It's been good.
What else would you rather be doing? I can think of nothing.
And still set for a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be, couldn't it? Could be a really exciting day's cricket. We could be the last game going. Derbyshire off an hour. Haven't had a day off for years.
This is a day off doing this.
Well, yes, don't tell anybody that.
Reece to Balderson. That's a nice shot off the back foot. Forced that one through the offside. 4 runs. Critchley's at cover, trying to cut the ball off low to his right, but it's a good looking back foot cut by Balderson for 4. Ball nestles over the rope. Connors having to come round to pick it up. 2-5-9 for 6.
Tim Singleton some time ago said, "You're baffled. How do you think the poor uneducated amateur listener feels? We rely on you and your colleagues' professionalism." I'm not sure that's a good idea, Tim. Certainly not. Blimey.
It needs probably a little extra clarity, doesn't it, really? But
I'm often baffled.
Balderson on 19. Forward goes the young Lancashire batsman, pressing the ball into the offside. No run.
You were looking at the photograph before of the ingenious cherry picker and piece of wood scenario that Derbyshire had. Just watch Wayne Madsen as he prepares to field in the slips to this next delivery. Harvey Hussain must be the same, but he's got to keep his gloves down. Wayne Madsen's got his hands over his eyes. The sun is very low.
Oh, it's tricky there, isn't it?
Yeah. It is. He's trying to get his cap as low as possible.
Yeah, he's peering right in towards it. As Balderson strikes this one through the covers for 1 run. They've left Critchley a little deeper on the cover boundary, towards the cover boundary. Balderson moves up to 20. The score moves on to 264-6.
Yeah, so this pitch is clearly orientated the same way that both Old Trafford and Derby were before it was turned. Of course, they wouldn't play too many night matches here, would they? Not really play many games at this time of year either. Coming to the end of the club cricket season as well.
Second slip in place. Lamb, new batsman. Shoulders arms through to the keeper, no run. 260 for 6.
It's like football grounds. The main stand is always facing a certain way that I can never remember. So that the people who pay the most money, it was the old, I mean not now with the big modern stadia I don't think, but so as the people who paid the big money to sit in the posh seats didn't get the sun in their eyes for a 3 o'clock kickoff.
Reece to Lamb, plays forward and defends.
Except if you were Chester, who had to build their stand at the new ground on the wrong side of the ground because the other side of the ground is in Wales. And they didn't want to have their headquarters, their offices in Wales.
I forgot that it's half and half. Yeah.
Full of all sorts of useless rubbish.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's true, that.
Lewis Rees to Daniel Lamb. That's a good-looking shot. Punched away through the offside, and also an equally good-looking piece of fielding by Billy Godleman. Rolling, tumbling to his left to stop the ball. And Lamb has pinched the strike. Up to 3, 261 for 6 with 7 overs remaining.
Matt Critchley getting a few words of wisdom from Wayne Madsen, who bowls a bit of off-spin himself. Not an awful lot in the first class game, but bowled 4 overs here in the T20 on Friday night for the first time in a good while. Now Critchley goes across to Billy Godleman just to check that the field's okay. It is. They'll be bowling to the right-handed Danny Lamb with a couple of slips. Backward point. Lamb goes forward and defends the first delivery out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding. Well, by his standards, that was particularly easy. He merely had to bend down and pick up the ball. Lamb goes back into his crease and cuts this out towards the cover boundary. And when McKiernan does the fielding, picks up a single. We now get the slip cordon reduced to 1 because Lias Deploy's gone in close at a shortish mid-wicket and immediately regrets it because he can't see anything and he hasn't got his cap. He's got his hand shielding his eyes. Crouches down and waits a couple of steps down the pitch, and the ball is worked out into the offside. There's a sort of shot that stumps by Hudson Prentice, but Balderson's through comfortably enough. He moves on to 21, 263 for 6, lead it to 286. Surely a team can't chase in excess of 300 twice in one season. Lamb goes back into his crease and forces the ball out towards the cover boundary again. McKiernan again does the fielding. Another single to the total, 264 for 6. Lamb moves on to 5. Early stages of his innings, only faced 9 deliveries. Balderson 21 from 24 has got on with it. He's on strike now and he sweeps, and that might go all the way to the boundary. There's a chase on here for the man who was at square leg, and he stops it. Good work out in the deep. I was hoping I'd be able to see his number. Not 100% sure who that is out there. Oh, it's Matty McKiernan again, who's been working hard in this over. Come back for a couple. 23 now to Balderson, 266 for 6. That lead creeps ever closer to 300. It's at 290 at the moment. Again, he takes 2 steps down the track and launches this one out over towards the mid-wicket boundary. Has it plugged? Yeah, I think it has, you know, because it's going to be reeled in by Lewis Rees, who hurls the ball in, and they come back for 3. I thought he'd got hold of that one slightly better than he eventually appeared to have done. And surprisingly, Lias Deploy wants his cap. It's the end of the over. 6 to go now. 8 off that one from Matt Critchley, perhaps just fatiguing a touch. And 269 for 6 at the end of the over. The run rate 4.4 from Lancashire throughout the course of this innings. It's been runs gathered at a decent pace. Balderson 26, Lamb 5, lead 293.
Yeah. What will Lank's thinking be here, do you reckon? Let's try and bat Derbyshire out.
I think they'd probably want to, wouldn't they? They wouldn't want to lose the game, would they?
No.
But if you go too deep into tomorrow, then it'll shape the thoughts of the Derbyshire batsmen, I think. Although having said that, they rattled through them. Apart from that 8th wicket stand between McKinnon and Harvey Hussain, they pretty much rattled through the.
Yeah.
So. Much like the man himself, David Griffin has a very loud phone. Going to see some Dustin Melton, whose only previous over today went for 20. So the declaration could come this evening. No, you can't bowl another over like that, surely.
You've got Balderson on strike. Here comes Melton into George Balderson, who drives up to mid-off, where Billy Godleman fields, and there's no run. England have lost their first wicket. They're 7 for 1.
Bairstow.
Tom Banton, caught by Matty Wade off the bowling of Josh Hazlewood for 2. England 12 for 1 now in the 3rd over. Bairstow and Milan currently batting.
Famous old Yorkshire pairing.
Got some big runs this year, didn't they, for Yorkshire? Milan got a double century, didn't they?
Against Derbyshire.
Was it? Right.
Yeah.
Melted into Balderson again, trying to swap the ball through the onside, but swung and a miss and through to the keeper, no run.
Might have been out on 15 leg before.
Okay.
On another day. Went on to make 200 and something. Yorkshire made 450. It rained a lot. Derbyshire came back and made 350. So they can do it. Matt Critchley batted nicely in the Derbyshire innings in that game.
There's Balderson again driving underneath the body of extra cover. And it's 2 more to his total. Score moves on to 271 for 6, and Balderson moves up to 26 not out.
They deploy extra cover there, had to get down quickly, but also has the fielding pads on. Since he asked for his cap, the sun's gone in, but he's still got the fielding pads on. And from the way he's sorting himself out there, he's still wearing his protector as well.
He's all strapped up, isn't he, with his protective gear on. Melton coming a few paces down to kick something away, or flick away his little marker, just adjust it, perhaps. Wanders back towards a little pile of sawdust from the river end. You see the breeze fluttering through his hair. Moving McKinnon out towards the deep square leg boundary just in front of us. 271 for 6. Here comes Melton to Bohannon. Glance down towards fine leg for a single, and he moves up to 29, 272 for 6. Lead of 296 runs.
Melton looks slightly happier bowling this over than he did his first over, which
it got a bit messy, didn't it, that first over?
It struggled a bit. Really go according to plan.
No.
4 off a no ball and a couple of other boundaries. Went for 20.
Here's Melton. Lamb just drops it into extra cover, pushing it out into the offside. Deploys across the ground quickly there to field the ball. Well, Derbyshire, I'm sure, will be pretty pleased with how they've bowled this in this final session today. Lancashire will be pretty happy with how they went about it in the previous 2 sessions.
You just can't afford a bad session in any game of first-class cricket, can you, really? And that was a very bad session for Derbyshire the afternoon today.
Melton to Lamb. Nips through into the gloves of the keeper. End of another over, so we've had 62 now, haven't we? Yeah, 62 gone. 272 for 6. 296 is the lead. George Balderson's on 29 and Danny Lamb's unbeaten on 5.
I was optimistic with 6:30. 5 overs to go. So that's sort of in between time. 6:45, something like that. Traffic will have gone.
We've done well to get them all in, haven't we? This late in the season.
Brilliant. Had a couple of games this season where we've been in grounds gone 7:30. As they try to make up for lost time due to rain and that kind of thing, bad light. But no problems here at Liverpool. Matt Critchley to bowl his 24th over. He's going to be bowling to George Balderson. Takes a couple of steps down the track and launches him back over his head for 6. Terrific shot from George Balderson. He took a couple of steps and then whack, and away it went onto the main sponsors boards behind Matt Critchley. It's a sort of leg spinner's not problem. It's part of a leg spinner's life to be hit for 6, and he was. What's Balderson going to do again? This time he pushes it to Anish Dal, who's fielding at a fairly straight mid-wicket. It's a dot ball. 278 for 6. That 6 took the lead beyond 300, incidentally. It's now up to 302. Good half stop this time by Anish Dal to a ball clipped into the leg side by George Balderson. He picks up a single though. 9 off the first. No. 7 runs off the over so far. Where I got 9 from. Critchley's in again, and this is a full toss that's clipped into the leg side by Lamb. Finn Hudson-Prentice gets to the ball and hurls it in, not particularly close to the stumps, but Harvey Hussain can take a couple of steps to his left to take it on the full. .280 for 6. This one's pulled into the leg side for a single by Balderson. Matt Critchley was particularly impressed by that shot. Balderson moves to 37, 281 for 6.
Yes, a little grimace on the face of Matt Critchley there.
No, he didn't enjoy that very much. Being muscled into the leg side by George Balderson. Danny Lamb back on strike now. Back into his crease and plays it out into the leg side. Hudson-Prentice comes in off the boundary to do the fielding this time. 282 for 6 at the end of the over. 4 to go. Lead 306. Balderson 37. Lamb, who's just pinched the strikes on 7. Lancashire will be pretty happy. They lost a clatter of wickets, didn't they, really, from 201 to 246. These two have now settled the ship. Partnership currently worth 36 runs, and they're in a very healthy position.
Close of play at Trent Bridge, which means that this is the only game with the T20, obviously, that's currently being played. Durham have closed on 131 for 2. So lead Nottinghamshire by 3 with 8 wickets remaining. So this is how it's set up going into the final day tomorrow. I guess the main game is obviously at New Road, isn't it? The battle to try and finish top of that central group. Melton comes into Lamb and plays and misses through to the keeper, no run. So we'll start there. Worcestershire tomorrow will need 187 runs to beat Somerset and finish top of that group. Somerset need 8 wickets to secure top spot in the central group and reach the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. Elsewhere, Durham 131 for 2, lead Notts by 3 with 8 wickets remaining. As Melton balls to Lamb, it's eased away through extra cover. It's called on McKinnon to try and get across the ground to stop it, but it beats the enthusiastic effort from McKinnon, and 4 runs for Lamb. He moves up to 11, 286 for 6. Elsewhere, Leicestershire 78 for 5 in their second innings. They trail Yorkshire still by 50 runs with 5 wickets remaining, so Yorkshire have a chance tomorrow. Glamorgan need 322 more runs to beat Warwickshire and Cardiff. They'll resume on 9 without loss tomorrow morning. 4 ball by Melton, which is clipped off the toes of Danny Lamb through the onside, but for no run. And Sussex leads Surrey by 136 runs, but just the 1 wicket remaining, so a chance for Surrey tomorrow going into that final day. Sussex 109 for 9. And we've seen results for Kent, who've beaten Hampshire by 7 wickets, and Essex, who've done their bit against Middlesex, a victory by 9 wickets. Lamb defending back down the pitch, rolls beyond the bowler, past the non-striker, past the umpire and up to Lewis Rees at mid-on, and there is no run. And England are 21 for 1 after 5 overs. If I make that 23 for 1 after 5 overs. Johnny Bairstow's on 9, David Malan's on 10, Tom Banton, the man, out for 2. 23 for 1 after 5, England. It's off the edge of Lamb's bat, just runs down through third man for a single. And Lamb moves up to 12, 287 for 6. So some good finishes there. The Bob Willis Trophy bubbling up nicely. There's some chance for some teams to force a final round win heading into their respective games, and clearly the big contest is at New Road, where Worcestershire and Somerset are scrapping it out to try and finish top of the central group. Melton to Lamb as a top edge over the slips and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. And it's now 291 for 6 at the end of that over. Balderson's on to 41, so George Balderson, having got to 36 in the first innings, that was his top score since making his Lancashire debut. He's bettered that. He's now got to 41, so that's in sight of a first-class half-century. George Balderson, 41 not out at 291 for 6, so that's a lead of 315. Little sanitation break as we get through another 6 overs. We've got 3 remaining of the day's allocation.
We've got 3 overs, so it'll probably be about 10, 11 minutes.
It's Critchley going to bowl his 25th over. Looks that way. 24 overs, 4 for 114. Rees has picked up 2 for 49. From 13 overs. Connors 7 overs for 32. Dahl 10 overs for 22. Melton 3 overs for 32. And McKinnon 7 overs for 32. Now Critchley comes in and bowls to Lamb. It's cut away through the offside for a single. Lamb moves up to 13. The score moves on to 292 for 6. We've not seen the blonde bombshell, have we? Hudson Prentice bowl yet?
No. I just wonder if that thigh strain's just troubling him. He was a doubt for the game. On Friday he went through a fitness test and didn't play the T20.
Critchley in, driven by Balderson. Just evades the body of Billy Godalming as he tries to cut the ball off at cover. A little hesitation, and they decide there is a run there, so Balderson moves up to 42 not out.
With a game on, or games coming on Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday.
I'm forward in defence and there's no run.
And the following Sunday. Well, certainly 5 games. I'm not sure about that Thursday one. He'll be hoping to appear in those.
Keep him fresh for them.
Yeah.
No point in causing damage. And again on the front foot, plays it back towards the bowler, no run.
It's not like they haven't got everybody else apart from Godalming and the wicketkeeper who can bowl, is it?
That's in deploy, have we?
No.
Little clip through the onside, and it could be a sharp single. Actually, no, it's a pretty comfortable one actually for Lamb.
Critchley's furious there. That's a little show of anger that you don't often see from Matt Critchley. I think he thought that should have been cut off.
Well, he's got through a few overs, hasn't he? So he'll be a tired boy.
He's gone for 100.
Into Balderson. That's worked away off the hip through the onside. Potentially a really special moment for George Balderson coming up, because he's only 7 away from a maiden first class 50. 43 not out. Will he get it tonight, or will he have to sleep on it and come back tomorrow and try and get himself a half century for Lancashire? At 2.95 for 6, he's on 43, and Danny Lamb's on 14.
Yeah, Matt Critchley, the first Centurion of the match. 4 for 118 from his 25 overs. So when you look at it in the context of 25 overs, for a leg spinner to go at just over 4 isn't bad at all, really. He's not going to land everyone. Final over of the day from the river end. It's going to be bowled by Dustin Melton, and that one is smacked back past the bowler. Very straight drive, and they pick up a single. Nice shot from Danny. No, from George Balderson.
Yep.
There is a clue. One of them looks left-handed, the other one looks right-handed. And the right-hander is Danny Lamb, and he's on strike now. Another single to Balderson moves him to 44. I bet he's keen to get the 50 tonight, isn't he?
But he is,
I would be. I would be. Fearing an overnight declaration, as this one is guided down to backward point by Danny Lamb.
What's the lead now? 320. 20. It's a lot to get on the last day, isn't
it? Yeah. A lot to get in the last innings, and even more to get on the last day. 90 overs tomorrow, weather permitting, so it's set fair. Going to cool down a bit by the weekend, and Sunday's going to be blisteringly hot.
Oh, lovely.
Apparently.
Very nice. I'm off on Sunday. It's a bit of a bonus.
I'm at Trent Bridge. Melton bowls. It's driven but not timed at all by Lamb out into the offside. It's fielded by Lewis to ploy. Yeah, just 6 more days of cricket this summer. Tomorrow and then 5 T20s. Assuming Derbyshire don't do something spectacular, qualify for finals day or quarter-finals at least. Seems unlikely. Melton in again, and is driven by Lamb, and he sends Balderson back, and then the throw comes in and they go through for an overthrow, so he does get a single there, Danny Lamb, and he does get George Balderson back on strike on 44. That moves up to 15, 297 for 6. A little bit sloppy there from Derbyshire.
Yeah, in the main, since tea, I think they've been pretty. Yeah, they've been good. No, Derbyshire, they've come back well. Whether there was any sense of deflation after missing out on that bonus point and falling 5 runs short of 200, whether that had an effect or not, certainly they got to tea and they came out well after it.
Yeah, I think somebody gave them a little talking to. Here's Melton into Balderson, wide of the off stump, not signalled a wide. It leant to one side there, did umpire O'Shaughnessy, which is usually an indication that it must have been close. George Balderson's looking round for some kind of help as to why that wasn't a wide. And it's a no ball. It's a late-ish decision.
Wasn't it?
Why was that a no ball then?
Confirm a little chat with the square leg umpire about that, and then belatedly spinning round and informing the scorers.
Did he go through on the full above waist high?
Well, I presume it must have done for the delay and the debate about it.
299 then, and there's the 300 for Lancashire as it's carved away by Balderson down to the backward point boundary for 4 runs. Really nice shot, too much width from Dustin Melton, too short, and carved away. Balderson moves on to 48. Lancashire to 303 for 6, leading by 327 now.
Just 2 away for George Balderson. Try and get it done tonight. Try and get yourself a 50. This will be a special moment for George Balderson. He's only 19. He's played every Bob Willis Trophy game so far this season.
And it's the final ball of the Melton over. Balderson waits and drives it down the ground. He's going to pinch a single, so he'll be on strike at the start of the last over. He moves to 49. That's good batting from Balderson, good thinking from the young man. He knew he wanted to be on strike for the last over. Almost certainly going to be bowled by the leg spinner Matt Critchley. He moves to 49. Lamb has 15. And Lancashire are 304 now for 6. That's a lead of 328.
It's become a glorious evening again. We had the cloud drifting across, but now we've got most of the ground in sunshine.
You get that driving on the M62, because I go some of the way and then I turn onto the M6 to go back home through Wigan, but you're driving along, you think, oh, I'll overtake this guy, and you look in your wing mirror and all you can see is the sun, because it's setting right behind you. Unbelievable. Then you can't see forwards because you've been blinded by your wing mirror. These are real problems. Real problems.
Fletcher's struggling.
Oh.
Take it easy on the way back, mate.
I just do 50 in the inside lane and hope for the best.
49 not out, George Balderson, as he goes back and works it into the onside up towards Anu's Dal at mid-on, and there's no run. 304 for 6 Lancashire. Critchley balls to Balderson, who's down the pitch trying to whip it away through the onside. Ball thuds into his pad, picked up by Billy Godleman. There'll be a few butterflies there.
Oh gosh, yeah.
For George Balderson. Just a run away from a maiden 50 for Lancashire. Has he been caught?
No.
Derbyshire reckon he has.
Oh, they're gonna have a word again now.
Oh, well, if there's a few butterflies before, there'll be even more now.
But again, if the standing umpire doesn't see that the ball's hit the bat, there seems to be a bit of a nod of the head there from Steve O'Shaughnessy. A bit bad news
There's
for
the replay.
Balderson.
Well, it's clipped. The not out, yeah.
No.
There's just too much doubt involved in that, isn't there?
Once you start the discussion, unless you're going to look at video footage, you can't give it, because there's already doubt there, isn't there? And the doubt is supposed to go to the batsman, so might just calm him down a touch, Balderson, but you can't give him out on a review from something that you think you've seen 30 seconds earlier.
Yeah. Still on 49. It's Critchley from the pavilion end. Keeper crouches down. Balderson comes down the pitch, works it through the onside, and that brings up 50 for George Balderson. His teammates are up on their feet to applaud it. He's only 19 years of age. His debut came for Lancashire in this competition, and he has a maiden half-century to his name. Well battered, George Balderson. 50, and I'm sure it'll be the first of many for Lancashire. 305 for 6.
From 45 deliveries with 4 fours and a 6. Terrific effort by the young man.
Final over of the day. This is Lamb is back on strike. That's cut away through the offside for a single by Daniel Lamb. $307 for 6. Brings George Balderson back on strike for Lancashire. This is the only game going still in the Bob Willis Trophy today. Final day of fixtures tomorrow. Balderson comes down towards the bowler, and having just gone to 50, says, I'll have a bit of this, hitting it back over the bowler's head for 6. Handsome looking lofted drive by Balderson, up and over the bowler's head, beyond the advertising board to the side of the sight screen. And the ever-increasing George Balderson, with a little dance towards the bowler, moves his score on to 56, not out. And Lancashire to 312 for 6.
I thought that was the last ball of the over. It is. They've lost count again, the umpires. That's the close of play. I thought it was the 6th ball of the over. It's unbelievable. That's twice they've failed to count the correct number of balls in an over.
Close of play, folks. We've got to the close of play on the third day. Oh, and the ground staff are on. Here they come. They can't wait. They're on them. They've not even removed the stumps from one end, and the lawnmower's on, and the tractor's out there as well. So 312 for 6 is what Lancashire have closed on the third day. And a nice little way to end it from George Balderson's point of view, having got himself a 50, and also having a little skip forward to smack a 6 right towards the end of it. His teammates are up to applaud him on the balcony. They're all leaning forward, and a very richly deserved round of applause for an impressive young cricketer, George Balderson. He could resume tomorrow morning. We shall see. But Lancashire's lead is 336.
Yeah, they've probably got enough now to pull out, haven't they? It's whether they just fancy making the Derbyshire openers go out in the field for a couple of overs just to disrupt them. They only have to give them 10 minutes notice anyway, don't they? But usually word gets around that the declaration's coming. Derbyshire are in a tricky hole here. They won't want to lose this game. I'm not sure they can win it from this position, but then again, I said that on the final day at Trent Bridge. Are we going to get another thriller like we had there against Nottinghamshire, or are Lancashire going to end the group stages of this competition with a win of their own? We shall find out tomorrow morning, just before 10:30.
Indeed we will. Thank you so much for your company. The BBC Sport website and app tomorrow will bring you commentary of all the final day fixtures across the Bob Willis Trophy, with reports and scores from all around the grounds as well, and a link to each of the commentaries. Head to the BBC Sport website and app for that live text feed and the radio commentary service as well. Medium wave listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire, we're heading back to FM programmes in the next few moments, and those with watching on the live stream on Lancashire Cricket TV, thank you for your contributions and your company as the covers are pushed out to the middle. We'll do it all again for you tomorrow. Join us from just before 10:30.